Hey guys, this is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video will we see what if Harry Potter refused to be Dumbledore's pawn. Here is short summary. When Harry uncovers the truth behind Dumbledore's carefully laid plans, he refuses to play the role of a sacrificial pawn. Choosing his own path, Harry begins to reshape the game, and the wizarding world isn't ready for what he becomes. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry turned to see his best friend, Ron Weasley, jogging to catch up with him. Honestly, Harry, I turn my head to talk to Dean for a minute and you disappear. No wonder the order had its knickers in a twist over the holidays, Ron complained as they descended down the last flight of stairs. Harry laughed at this. It was true, over the holidays he had snuck out of the house and past Mundungus, who was supposed to be watching him. The result was Harry getting cornered by a couple of Muggle gangsters, intent on beating him and stealing whatever he had. That idea was quickly pushed out of the Muggles' heads when they suddenly found themselves surrounded by half the Order with a number of hexes flying at them. After that, it was decided to keep Harry at 12 Grimmauld Place, which had been left for Harry and Sirius's will for the remainder of the summer. Sorry Ron, I didn't realize you had stopped. I guess I've been a little out of it with everything I've got going on, Harry said as they entered the Great Hall. Suddenly a child appeared in front of them with a soft pop. The two boys stopped and stared down at the young girl. The girl turned and looked up at them. Upon seeing Harry and his scar, the girl let out a small eep and ran off. Ron, I think I'm a little more out of it than I thought I was, Harry said as they looked back up. More and more children seemed to be appearing out of nowhere. They all seemed to be Hogwarts students, but none of them were recognizable. You and me both, mate, Ron exclaimed, his eyes as wide as saucers. Even the teachers up at the head table seemed to be in disarray at what was going on around them. Finally Dumbledore stood and cleared his throat. Instantly, the entire hall went quiet. May the head boy and head girl please come up here. We apparently have some things to discuss. Harry looked over to the Gryffindor table and saw Hermione Granger quickly stand and head over to the teacher's table. On the other side of the hall, Draco Malfoy did the same. However, much to everyone's surprise, two other students approached the table as well. Instantly the hall was filled with whispers and gossip. Dumbledore looked across the hall. With a wave of his wand the number of tables doubled and food appeared. Eat, was all he said before engaging in conversation with the now 4 heads of the student body, along with the 4 heads of the houses. Harry and Ron simply looked at each other and shrugged and headed over to the Gryffindor table to find a seat before the table was filled. Oi, watch it, a voice cried out as Ron accidentally bumped into someone in his attempt to sit. Huh, oh, sorry Abu. Dad. No. Ron was looking at the boy as if he were mental. Harry looked over and wondered just how hard Ron had bumped into the boy for him to be calling Ron his father. Amazingly enough, the boy did carry the Weasley trait of red hair and freckles. And he did look something like Ron, with the exception that the boy's ginger curls were gelled down. You're Ronald Weasley, right? The boy continued unfazed. Yeah, Ron said skeptically. You're my dad, then. The boy exclaimed happily. Ron still looked like he thought the kid was mental. Just as he opened his mouth to voice this opinion, Harry interrupted. Excuse me, but who are you? The boy turned his attention to Harry and his eyes widened. Blimey, Uncle Harry. Uncle Draco was right. You do have the potential to be the school heartthrob if you tried. Even without the celebrity status. Now it was Harry's turn to look at the boy as if he were mental. What the hell are you talking about? Ron asked, finally finding his voice. Uncle Draco. You can't mean Draco Malfoy. There's not a bloody chance in hell I'd make him your uncle. The boy looked at Ron and smiled. You'd be surprised. He then looked back at Harry. I take it that it hasn't happened yet. What hasn't happened? Harry asked, hissing, trying to process what was going on. Never mind. I'm sure your son will explain it to you later. My name's Mac, by the way. Mac Weasley. Mac offered his hand, which Harry took dumbly. I have a son. Harry asked rather skeptically. He instantly began to wonder if his son were legitimate or not. He never really expected to live long enough to have kids, let alone a family, though it would be nice. He certainly would not have time to go courting for a wife with the Order and Voldemort still running around. Yeah, his name is Gabriel, Gabe for short. I wonder where he is. Mac then stood up and began looking around. Wait a bloody tick. Ron suddenly burst out. If I'm your father, who the hell is your mother? Hermione Weasley, of course. Hey, there's Gabe. But I guess she still goes by Hermione Granger now. Oi, Gabe, over here. Mac waved his arms. Hermione. I'm married to Hermione. Ron cried out, his face so pale that even his freckles seemed to disappear. Ron, calm down. It seemed bound to happen. Harry reassured. Calm down. Calm down. How can I calm down when I'm supposed to be married to her? I'm not even dating her yet. Ron wailed. Mac turned his attention to his father. You still haven't asked Mum out yet. You really should get a move on that. Ron simply glared at Mac, but before he could retort, another boy came up to the group. Hey Mac, you wouldn't believe, Dad. The boy exclaimed as he saw Harry. Harry looked at the boy. Never in his life had he seen anyone more strange looking. He wasn't ugly, mind you, just interesting to look at. The boy's hair was black with blonde tips and had that hurricane-swept look, similar to Harry's. His skin was extremely pale and his chin was slightly pointed. The feature that made him interesting, however, were his eyes. They seemed to be silver with a burst of green in the center. Dad, Dad. Gabe waved his hand in front of Harry's face. Harry blinked, snapping out of his gaze. What? Mac laughed. He seems to be taking this whole father business a lot better than you, Dad. Ron simply scowled. Oh yeah. Hey, Gabriel is it. Who's your mum? Gabe looked at Ron as if he were mental. There is no mum, Uncle Ron. What? Ron exclaimed. How can there not be a mother? You look too much like Harry to be adopted. Is she dead then? Uncle Ron, there never was a mum. Don't you remember? Gabe said slowly. Mac chuckled. Gabe, it hasn't happened yet. Gabe's eyes went wide as he mouthed a silent, oh. What are you two bloody going on about? How could there have never been a mum? Ron asked, glancing over at Harry. Well, Gabe began to explain, I have two dads. Where is father anyways? He's up there talking to Dumbledore, Mac said as he shoveled some food in his mouth. Really? Why? Gabe asked. He's head boy, Mac said with a shrug. Head boy. Yep. Oh bugger. Harry suddenly paled as a feeling of dread washed over him. Two dads? Ron asked disbelievingly. But that would make Harry gay. He's not gay. Right Harry? Harry ignored the question. Gabe, who exactly is your other father? It's Draco. Draco Malfoy. Harry suddenly understood what Mac meant by it hasn't happened yet. With that his eyes rolled up in his head and he fainted into his clam chowder. Draco Malfoy collapsed onto the luxurious sofa in the Slytherin common room in hopes of allowing Hisson to muddle over everything that he had heard in his little meeting with Dumbledore and the other two head students who claimed to be from the future. Much to his dismay, Pansy Parkinson quickly bounced onto the sofa, practically situating herself onto his lap. Draco, what did the headmaster say? She asked, her eyes brimming with the excitement of one who was about to receive a good bit of gossip. And who were those other two posers who went up to him acting as if they were head boy and head girl? Honestly, what on earth were they? Malfoy rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Sure, it was nice having someone who pretty much worshipped the ground that you walked on when he was younger, but nowadays, he found Pansy to be increasingly irritating. Those other students were head boy and head girl. Dumbledore sworn me to secrecy and no, Pansy, I am not going to tell you, or even bother to explain what I mean. Now leave me alone, I have a headache. Malfoy said with his hands still to his head. At that moment, the entrance to the Slytherin room opened and in shuffled a multitude of students. Crabbe and Goyle instantly moved to flank the occupied sofa, as if to show Malfoy was in charge and no one was to mess with him. Shortly after, a young boy with eyes as blue as a robin's egg approached them. You're Pansy Parkinson, he stated. Pansy looked slightly taken aback. Yes. Well mother, I really must insist that you stop hanging on Malfoy like that. It's rather embarrassing, especially with father so near. The child said with a slight sneer. What did you call me? Pansy asked. Malfoy sighed. He might as well explain the part that he wasn't sworn to secrecy for, or suffer a headache far worse than what he had now. Pansy, the students that appeared today are from the future, 19 years to be precise. This boy is obviously your child, or else he wouldn't be calling you his mother now, would he? But Draco, don't you mean our child? Pansy batted her eyes. The boy snorted. Hardly. Like I would be the son of some poof. Malfoy glared at the boy while Pansy huffed. And just who do you think you are? If you're not Draco's child, then there's no way you could be mine. My name is Edward Goyle. And I'm saying that it's impossible for me to be the son of Draco Malfoy because he literally is a bloody ponce. I beg your pardon. Malfoy's hand was on his wand ready to hex that into an early grave. Pansy opened and closed her mouth several times before words finally made their way out. And just what proof do you have of this? Edward sneered. Well, if you must know, he has a son named Gabriel, a third-year Gryffindor who's rather well known since his fathers happen to be two of the most famous in the entire wizarding community. One of them happens to be Draco Malfoy. The other, Edward turned his focus to Malfoy's cold gray eyes. Your husband and lifelong lover is none other than the infamous Harry Potter. The whisperings that were running throughout the dungeons and most of the lower levels of the castle suddenly went silent as a strangled cry echoed through. What? Harry, wake up. Harry's eyes fluttered open to see a rather flustered Hermione standing over him. He slowly sat up and noticed he was on a couch in the Gryffindor common room. He looked over and saw Ron sitting stiffly in a nearby chair. Looking past, he saw a boy with black hair and tips being comforted by a large group of redheads. Suddenly the day's events came crashing back down on Harry as he groaned and put his head in his hands. Oh Harry, I'm so sorry. Hermione cried. He told us everything. I can't believe it. At this point Ron walked over seeing Harry was awake. You know Harry, it'll be alright. Hermione and I will stick by your side even though you're gay and even if it's with. But I'm not. Harry interrupted rather loudly. And even if I were, it would not be with Malfoy. Dad, you're awake. Gabe ran over to his father's side. Harry looked at the boy angrily. What the hell are you trying to pull? What do you mean? Gabe asked. You think it's funny coming here and telling me I'm gay and my gay lover is Malfoy? Harry could feel the panic starting to set in. Actually Dad, don't you, Dad, me. Harry was now yelling at the top of his lungs. Harry. Ron interrupted seeing how most of the common room had gone silent. Stop yelling at your son. He's not my son. Harry looked away into the fire. Gabe looked as if he would burst into tears. Don't be silly, Harry, of course he's your son. Hermione scoffed. He looks just like you. I need to speak to Dumbledore. Harry mumbled as he quickly stood up and headed out of the common room. Ron and Hermione rushed after him, soon followed by Mac dragging a sniffling Gabe. This has to be some sort of dream. Harry thought to himself as he rounded the corner, not noticing the small crowd following him. A horrible dream. I'm sure Dumbledore will know. Wham! Harry suddenly found himself seeing stars as his back and head made sharp contact with the wall. He tried to move, but noticed he was pinned by a furious Malfoy. Hey! Ron started to protest, but was abruptly cut off. Not one word, Weasley. This is between Potter and me. I'll kill him before I sit there and listen to Sommet telling me we're married and have some child who's in Gryffindor. Malfoy said as he tore his eyes away from Harry to look at Ron and then the ground as he spat out the word, Gryffindor. Married. Harry squeaked, but before Hisson could process that little bit of information, it was once again banged against the wall as Malfoy reinforced his grip on the front of Harry's robes. Shut up, Potter. Malfoy growled. Suddenly a rather loud sob was heard off to the side. Malfoy quickly turned, still holding on to Harry's robes, once again causing his head to hit the wall. Ow. Malfoy. My head does not enjoy this forced snogging session with the wall. Harry cried out as he struggled to free himself. Who the bloody hell are you? Malfoy asked as he ignored Harry's protest. Gabe simply stood there with a trembling lip and watery eyes as Mac put a comforting hand on his shoulder. That, Harry answered, is none other than our pride and joy. Gabe blinked the tears from his eyes, allowing Malfoy a good look at him. Malfoy barely spared him a look up and down before sneering, what a whopping pile of horseshit. Gabe's eyes instantly grew watery again as Hermione gasped. Malfoy turned to glare at her, and suddenly remembered he was head boy and was supposed to be setting a good example. I mean, that's grand. He'll make a fine Malfoy, he said as he glared at Harry instead. Gabe sniffed quietly after a few moments' silence. Well, Aren't you going to tell Dad you're sorry and make up? He asked hopefully. Harry instantly renewed his struggles tenfold as a look of disbelief and horror crossed Malfoy's face. Malfoy tried to shove Harry away, but seeing as how he was already pinned against the wall, it simply resulted in yet another headbang as Malfoy took several quick steps backwards to put some distance between them. Malfoy looked over and noticed something of a crowd starting to appear. His eyes then landed on Gabe and he couldn't help but notice the look of hope in the boy's eyes. Malfoy inwardly sighed and looked back at Harry. "Sorry, Potter," he said through clenched teeth. "I'm sorry, Malfoy. I didn't quite catch that," Harry said, reveling the moment. Malfoy growled and took a few steps forward, shoving Harry against the wall. "You heard me the first time, Potter." Harry smirked. "All right then, I forgive you, Malfoy." Both boys stood there glaring at each other until Hermione cleared her throat. "Well then, I'm glad that's over with. Everyone back to your common rooms. There's nothing to see here. Go on, before I start deducting house points." Harry broke his gaze from Malfoy as he turned to head back to his common room. "Come on, Gabe," he said as he rubbed the bump forming on the back of his head. Gabe happily complied. "Wait a tick, what gives you the right to take my son away like that?" Malfoy demanded. Everyone stopped and turned to stare at Malfoy. The said looked horrified at himself for the words that had just come out of his mouth. "I mean, never mind. What would I care?" With that, Malfoy turned and stalked off back down to the dungeons. Back in the Gryffindor common room, the gang was approached by an excited Ginny. "Hey Harry, Ron, Hermione, look." Ginny held up a picture of a young, round-faced, red-headed girl. "It's my daughter Justy. Isn't she adorable?" Hermione peered closely at the picture. "She is rather cute. How old is she?" 3, was the reply. "Hold it," Ron suddenly said. "You have a daughter. Who's the father?" "Oh, well, Neville," Ginny said in a rather small voice. "Neville." At this point Mac decided it was best to pipe up. "Hello Aunt Ginny. My name's Mac. I'm Ron's son. Nice to meet you, Mac. Who's your mother then?" Ginny asked politely. "Hermione," Mac said looking over proudly at the said girl. "Well, I can't say I didn't see that one coming." Ginny turned to her brother. "Ron, you really should get around to asking her out." Ron simply scowled as Hermione blushed and Mac and Gabe snickered. "What about you, Harry?" Ginny asked. "I'm assuming that's your son there." "Yep," Gabe replied, not giving Harry a chance to deny the statement. "Oh, who's the mother? Is it that one girl you've been fancying?" "Cho." "No," was Harry's reply as he glared at Gabe as if it were his fault. Gabe simply made a face at the mentioning of Cho Chang's name. "Well, who then?" Ginny asked expectantly. "There is no mother." Harry's mind raced for an answer. "I adopted him. I have 2 dads," Gabe stated loudly, drowning out Harry's feeble words. Harry glared at his son. "He doesn't know what he's talking about, that one. I swear to you he's mental." Ginny, along with several other Gryffindors who had heard the statement, seemed rather amused. 2 dads. Harry. Wait, wouldn't that make him? I didn't know Harry was a poof. Way to go, Harry. So Harry, who's the lucky bloke with your willy up the ass? Seamus piped up jokingly. Of course, Gabe was more than happy to answer. It's Draco MMUMFMMH. Gabe glared up at Harry whose hand was firmly clamped over his mouth. Did he just say Draco Malfoy? Seamus asked disbelievingly. Hey Harry, why don't you meet the rest of our family? Ginny quickly asked as she dragged both Harry and Ron over to the group of redheads Harry had spotted earlier. Gabe came along too, seeing as how his head was still firmly clamped between Harry's hands. The 3 boys and Hermione suddenly found themselves surrounded by a chorus of Uncle Ron S. and Aunt Hermione S. The Uncle Harry S. seemed to be the most enthused of the 3 greetings, although Harry couldn't imagine why. He was, after all, supposedly married to the one person the entire Weasley family hated the most. As the evening progressed, Harry found out that Ron and Hermione had 3 more children aside from Mac and a 4th on the way. Mac himself seemed to have inherited Hermione's and along with Ginny's sharp thinking and a small bit of the twins' knack for trouble. The only thing he seemed to get out of Ron really, were his looks and fierce loyalty for his friends. As for his own family, Harry quickly discovered that Gabe was not an only child. There were still his twin daughters and one more son to be accounted for. The twins, Jasmine and Rose, were very proper and aristocratic, much like a Malfoy was supposed to be. But don't let that fool you, Gabe had said. Upon first glance, you would think identical twins in two colors. Upon first meeting them you would think identical personalities in two shades. And then you would get to know them, and then all hell breaks loose. They were scheduled to enter Hogwarts next term. The last son, Leaf, was the baby of the family. He was full of life and energy and constantly seeking out attention from his older siblings. He practically hero-worshipped Gabe and still had yet to decide which father he wanted to be more like, since he was constantly striving to appease both. He, too, was scheduled for Hogwarts next term. When Harry asked how that was possible, Gabe simply replied, "Potions mishap," and left it at that. Gabe, it seemed so far, had taken more after Harry. Not to mention the already known fact that he was, in fact, a Gryffindor, and not a Slytherin, although this did little to improve Harry's mood. Uncle Fred and Uncle George had somehow managed to find and fall in love with another set of identical twins. The result of that union was a set of identical twin children each, 2 boys and 2 girls, that somehow looked as if they could be quadruplets. Their names were John, James, Jesse, and Janet, and all 4 of them seemed to have not fallen that far from the tree. Harry had a sneaking suspicion that the reason Fred and George had named them as such was simply to see how much more chaos they could create in their life, and the 4 children took every opportune moment to ensure their father's wish was granted. Percy, the children refused to refer to him as Uncle, due to his betrayal to Uncle Harry years earlier, still had yet to produce any children, let alone find someone to love. Serves him right for turning his back on Harry and the family like that. One of the twins, Harry really couldn't tell which one, had muttered under his breath. Uncle Bill still hunted for treasure, but now with his American Muggle wife. Their child, Thomas, now a 6th year, joined their hunts in the summer and always came back with exciting stories to entertain the family and woo the girls. Uncle Charlie married Fleur d'Eclair and together they were living happily in France with 2 children in school over there. Grandma and Grandpa Weasley always insisted on Christmas at their house. Even though with the number attending, it was literally impossible to fit in the whole family into the burrow. So somewhere along the line Draco had given them Malfoy Manor and tricked them into accepting it. What Ron had said to that little development. Of course, Draco had insisted it was because he couldn't stand being dragged to a cramped-up shack for the holidays. At this point Harry wondered where they lived and voiced his question. If Malfoy doesn't have the manor, does that mean we live at Grimmauld Place? Nah, that's where I live, Max said offhandedly. We live at Godric's Hollow. We own the whole land there, Dad, Gabe said proudly. Harry, however, was stunned. Not only was he married to Draco Malfoy of all people, but he also had a whole family with him, and lived happily on a large plot of land. Not just any plot, mind you, but Godric's Hollow. The place where his parents had lived, raised him, and then died. Harry realized Gabe must have been serious when proclaiming that he loved Malfoy, considering their choice and location. Sitting here now, Harry could not picture himself in a million years letting Malfoy anywhere near his parents' home. This thought caused Harry to sigh and place his head in his hands. The fates sure seemed to have done quite a number on him for his future. Ahem. Harry looked back up to see a rather unhappy Gabe standing in front of him with his arms crossed. Dad, can I talk to you for a second? Please don't call me that, Harry asked as he stood up to follow Gabe. Once they were in a secluded corner, Gabe whirled around to face his father. Dad, I really don't understand why you're acting as if it's the end of the world. Harry glared at his son. I'm sure you would too if you had some child pop up and tell you that you were their father and that you were off being happily gay with your biggest rival in the not-too-distant future. Well, considering the fact that I'm bi, yes Dad, you heard correctly, I'm bi, I wouldn't be nearly as shocked, and for my child's sake I would push aside the rivalry long enough to take a good look at who I'm supposedly going to spend the rest of my life with. You on the other hand, are so dense that you can't open your eyes enough to see that Dad is a good-looking guy, and not only that, but he's proud of you Dad. He's bloody proud of you and everything you've ever done. And so am I. Harry opened and closed his mouth several times as Hisson quickly took in what Gabe was saying. This kid seemed to have wisdom beyond his years. Proud of me. Malfoy's proud of me. Merlin's balls Gabe, were you not there in the hallway? He bloody spites me, and most of the time out of jealousy. How? Hiya Gabe. Have you, holy, you're Harry Potter. Yes, Creevy, this is my dad. No, my other dad is not here at the moment. And please do not start going on about how you believe them both to be sex gods right now. Gabe said, making a slight face as he mentioned sex gods. Now, if you'll excuse me, my father and I have some things to discuss. Is that Colin Creevy's kid? Harry asked curiously once the boy had left. Yes. His father is in charge of your fan club, his uncle is in charge of Dad's fan club, and he's in charge of my fan club. The whole situation is rather annoying really. Gabe said in a rather bored voice. I made the mistake of tuning him out when he was talking to me once. When I started listening again I realized the topic had somehow drifted deep into wet dreams territory as he was going on about you and Dad. Honestly, I had never been so disgusted in my entire life. Harry could not help but chuckle at this. Gabe seemed to have a little Malfoy shining through in him that did wonders to his maturity level and overall attitude. Harry briefly wondered if this caused Gabe to have something of a split personality. Harry decided to take up the opportunity and poke fun at the little Malfoy. But Gabe, I thought you were proud of your parents and everything we've done. Gabe looked thoroughly disgusted. Just because I'm proud of you two does not mean I enjoy listening to how you two go at it in someone's dream. Now I've got a bloody picture stuck in my head. Godric, excuse me while I go scratch my eyes out and blow some chunks. Thanks a lot Dad. With that, Gabe stormed off to the bathroom, presumably to do exactly what he had just said he would do. At that point, Harry could not help but wonder as to how many of those crocodile tears he had seen earlier were actually real. For the next few hours everyone stayed in their common rooms like they had been ordered to do until the grumbling in their stomachs brought them back to the Great Hall for dinner. Once everyone was seated Dumbledore stood and cleared his throat. It seems that the future has come to greet us for reasons that must be left untold. Please bear in mind that these students have been given strict orders not to reveal certain facts about their time, or events leading up to it, despite the fact that I have been assured that they have some type of charm around them that will cause all memory of them and any information they reveal to be erased when they leave. With that said, enjoy the feast. As soon as Dumbledore sat down, both Harry and Gabe reached for some chicken legs. They then helped themselves to a healthy serving of mashed potatoes, and finally a small pile of broccoli. Once their plates were full, they both began to strip the meat off the chicken leg and dipped it in the mashed potatoes before eating it. Even Ron paused from his gluttonous eating habits to stare at the similarities of the father and son eating before him. What? Harry asked between mouthfuls of chicken. Nothing mate. It's just that, well, look at yourselves. You and Gabe, I mean. It's almost like I'm seeing double watching you two eat. Ron said as he motioned between the two with his chicken leg. Several people nodded in agreement, causing Gabe and Harry to glance at each other. Harry threw down his chicken leg dejectedly and simply stared at his plate. At this point, Justin Finch fetchily nervously approached the table. Harry, is it true that that's you son there? Yeah, what about him? Harry asked as he eyed Gabe. Well, Justin swallowed nervously before continuing. Is it true about what everyone's saying? That he's also Malfoy's kid as well? That you two are both lovers? Harry narrowed his eyes. Why don't you ask Malfoy? I'm sure he'd be more than happy to give you some answers. Justin's eyes widened. Are you nuts? He'd hex me into next Tuesday just for hearing the rumor. And what makes you think I won't do the same? Harry asked dangerously, despite the fact that both his hands were on the table and his wand was buried deep in his pocket. Justin gave a small yelp before hurrying back off to his own table to inform them of what he had been told. Very well handled, Potter. Especially since I'm stuck with you as my only option for a life partner, said a familiar drawling voice from behind them. Keep up with stunts like that and people might begin to think that you and I actually spend time together, heaven forbid. Malfoy, how kind of you to join us. Harry said coldly. And here I was just thinking about going over to your table to poison your meal with my presence, but it seems you beat me to it. Really? Gabe piped up. Just think. Dad wanted to make the first move, but Father beat him to it. Malfoy's lips started to curl as Harry said through clenched teeth, don't call me that. Yeah, said Ron, agreeing with Harry, that'll get really confusing if you keep calling them both Dad. You should call Malfoy, Mom. I think that would help. Malfoy shot Ron a dangerous glare while nearly everyone else choked on his or her pumpkin juice. But before Malfoy could retort, Gabe spoke up. Actually, Uncle Ron has a point, Dad. If I had to choose the more motherly of the two, it would probably be Draco. What? Malfoy looked positively outraged. Well, it's true. Gabe continued meekly. While you're more aristocratic and appreciate the finer and more beautiful things in life, Dad is more rugged and outdoorsy and isn't afraid to get dirty. And that makes me the bloody mother. At this point Malfoy was waving his arms about, wand in hand. Will someone please tell me what is wrong with enjoying the finer things in life? Several people attempted to scoot away in fear of a stray hex flying their way. I hardly expect you to know, Weasley, seeing how your family is far too poor to even begin to understand the concept. Malfoy snapped when Ron opened his mouth to remark. Don't get me wrong, Draco. You both are very manly and fatherly. That's why I call you both Dad. It's just that if I had to choose. Gabe trailed off, seeing how his words simply weren't helping. Malfoy looked up at the enchanted ceiling and ran his hands through his hair as he attempted to calm himself. He looked back down at the Gryffindor table in time to notice a pair of bright green eyes staring at him before Harry quickly turned to look at his plate. What was that about? Malfoy wondered. What are you doing, anyway, Malfoy? Ron asked with a mouthful of biscuit. Malfoy wrinkled his nose in disgust. Sod off, Weasley. I'm here to talk to my son. Ron narrowed his eyes and would have come up with a retort if he hadn't just shoved another biscuit in his mouth. Upon hearing Malfoy's words, Gabe instantly sat up straight and scooted over a bit to make room between himself and Harry. Malfoy looked down at the space in obvious distaste, but plopped himself down regardless with his back to the table. Malfoy remained silent for a moment while he mentally prepared himself for some of the answers he might receive from his questioning. So what's your full name? Gabriel Harry Malfoy Potter. Harry. Why is it Harry? Why not Draco? Malfoy asked incredulously. Well, you guys are so in love and you were just so happy that Dad had finally defeated Voldemort for good that you wanted to commit your love to him by having me and naming me after him. We were so in love. Malfoy looked like he was going to be sick. Wait, did you just say I defeat Voldemort for good? Harry suddenly asked. Gabe looked as if he said something he shouldn't have. No. Yes you did. I heard you. Harry said. So how? What do you mean by having you? Malfoy interrupted. Harry glared at Malfoy for the interruption while Gabe seemed pleased. And why do you look so much like me and Potter? Malfoy added as an afterthought as he eyed Gabe's features. Your appearance makes it obvious you weren't adopted. Yeah, why do you look like the both of us combined? We're both guys and since only girls get pregnant, technically you should only look like one of us. Right, Hermione. Harry asked suddenly as remembered he was in the wizarding world and just about anything was possible. Hermione nodded her head. Yeah, unless one of you took a sex change potion. Both Harry and Malfoy paled considerably at her words. Ron, on the other hand, started choking on his scone as he pictured Malfoy in Neville's grandmother's dress and hat. Gabe, please tell me I'm still a male in the future. Please. Harry begged as he struggled to keep his dinner in his stomach. Gabe couldn't help but laugh. He thought about having some fun with the situation, but decided against it. He rather liked his body the way it was, thank you. Of course, Dad, I mean Harry. He said happily. At this, Malfoy looked as if he were about to faint as Ron fell out of his seat with laughter. I'm a cauldron baby. Don't worry, you both are still guys. Gabe said quickly before his father lost consciousness. A light-headed Malfoy suddenly realized he had stopped breathing. He forced himself to take several deep breaths before he could respond to his son's words. A what? A cauldron baby? Hermione interrupted. But that's supposed to be a cutting-edge potion. It's so complex and risky, the Ministry has it banned. What are you talking about, Granger? Malfoy asked angrily. A cauldron baby is sort of the equivalent to a test tube baby in the Muggle world, only it's a lot more complicated. You essentially create a child via potion. Supposedly it requires a lot of samples from both parents and a lot of complex ingredients to be added in a cauldron over a 9-month time period. The smallest mistake could create some horrible oddity. I doubt even Professor Snape could do it alone. Hermione said excitedly. Then how did Gabriel come out so perfect? It's obvious Potter didn't do the potion. Malfoy said with his arms crossed. Of course he didn't. Gabe said. You did. I what? Malfoy sputtered. Well, with the help of Aunt Hermione and Snape. Gabe added. At this point everyone looked shocked. You're joking, right? Ron asked. There's no way that Greasy Git would even consider working on a potion with Hermione, even if Malfoy asked him to. Especially since part of Harry's involved. As much as Malfoy hated to admit it, the Weasley had a point. Gabe, I think you're just going to have to tell them the whole story. Max spoke up. Yeah, alright. Gabe said. Hey Draco, how does the room of requirement sound? Around 11 o'clock. Malfoy simply narrowed his eyes and nodded his head as he stood up to leave. He looked over to the Slytherin table and saw many expectant faces filled with questions. It was then he decided to leave the Great Hall and lie down for a bit. He wasn't feeling all that well anyways. Draco stared up at the underside of his bed's canopy for quite some time, mulling over what he had heard at dinner. He sighed. Gabriel had been here less than a day and already he could swear that boy was giving him gray hairs, what with all the news that was being dumped on his shoulders. Draco suddenly leapt up from his bed and rushed over to the mirror to examine his hair for any signs of gray. After several minutes, a sigh of relief was heard as none were spotted. Returning to his bed, Draco began to list what he had learned so far. 1. He's considered a poof in the future. Draco scowled at this accusation. He wasn't gay, he was bi. Honestly, people really needed to learn to distinguish the difference. If both sexes admired him, who was he to deny their wishes? The whole bi thing started out as an accident really. He drank a bit too much at a Slytherin party during his 6th year, and Blaise Zabini, being every bit the Dorian Gray one he was, had lured him back to their dorms and proceeded to give Draco the most earth-shattering blow-job he had ever come across. Naturally, once he had sobered up, Draco believed it all to be a fluke, but several men later his mind had been made up. Guys definitely gave better head than girls, simply because they knew what they were doing and how it felt. But now he was accused of being a full-blown ponce. I mean really, he was a Malfoy for Merlin's sake. He was expected to graduate, pick a career, pick a pure-blooded witch to marry, and then produce an heir to carry on the family name. Because of this, he never actually slept with the men he had been with. He simply used them for their mouth and hands. And to watch the torment they put themselves through before and after I have my way with them. Draco added as an afterthought. But that still didn't give anyone the right to go about calling him a poof. Everyone knew he took the time out of his busy schedule to woo and charm the girls who threw themselves at his feet. At the moment he was juggling 5 of them, and none of them knew about the others. This was something to be quite proud of. Anyways, where was I? Ah yes, I remember. 2. He had a son. Well, this in itself was a marvelous bit of news. It meant that in the end, he had succeeded in what he was expected to do, produce an heir. That, at least, should keep his father proud, if nothing else. After all, as long as the end results are the same, the means of getting them shouldn't matter. Right. 3. His son's name was Gabriel. Fair enough name, despite the fact that it wasn't a wizard's name. Malfoy decided he liked it regardless. Gabriel. The name had a touch of class to it and seemed to demand respect. And respect he would have if everyone stopped calling him Gabe. Honestly now, if he had wanted everyone to call his son Gabe, he would have named him that, now wouldn't he? But no, he hadn't. He had named him Gabriel, a good, self-respecting name. Why that boy let the world call him Gabe was beyond Draco. It was probably Potter's fault. 4. Gabriel was a 3rd-year Gryffindor. This too, was Potter's fault. The Malfoy line had always produced Slytherins, and for his son to be sorted into Gryffindor was practically blasphemy. Malfoy groaned. He was probably considered the black sheep of the family because of this, Scarhead. Just what he needed. To be disowned from his family, only to be stuck with 2 thick-headed, goody-good idiots. 5. He was married to none other than Harry Potter. Why he would marry the Golden Boy was a reason lost to him. Perhaps it was some sort of punishment for joining forces with the Dark Lord and becoming a Death Eater, which he had every intention of doing. But then Potter would be put through as much torture as Draco, so that couldn't be right. But why marriage? As far as he knew, male-male relationships were accepted in the wizarding world, but kept somewhat quiet. In Draco's opinion, marriage was loud. Hadn't Pansy's Little mentioned something about Gabriel being well known because of his fathers? That was definitely loud. Maybe they had gotten married because they actually were so in love, as Gabriel had said. Ha! That was a laugh. 6. Some part of him actually cared for Gabriel. This had been made known at his little unexpected outburst after his confrontation with Potter, in which he even surprised himself. Paternal instinct, maybe. But, technically he hadn't even had the child yet, so where would the feeling come from? Maybe just from the knowledge he had a son. Draco soon found himself wondering how strong this instinct was in the future, and whether his own father's paternal instincts were currently just as strong. It could just be a Malfoy thing. Draco smiled. The softer side of the Malfoys. No wonder he felt such loyalty to his parents. 7. He was considered the bloody mother in the relationship. Well, not really, but still. Potter was to be blamed for this, also. Draco had been raised to appreciate the finer class and could not understand why his own flesh and blood was not being raised the same way. Therefore it had to be Potter's fault for stopping the family from living up to their aristocratic standards. Why had he married Potter again? Ah yes. Love. Ha. 8. His son's full name was Gabriel Harry Malfoy Potter. The last name was easy enough to understand. Draco knew he would never give up his family name, and it seemed Potter would not either. And that was that. What really bothered Draco was the boy's middle name. Harry. In love or not, the name, Harry, was common, and Draco could not see why he would agree to using it as Gabriel's middle name. The name, Draco, on the other hand, was suave and debonair. Not only that, but the word Draco translates to dragon, and that, my good friend, equals power, respect, and strength. All three qualities that Draco himself liked to believe he possessed. Maybe he was just drunk when Harry was suggested for a middle name. 9. He and Potter were so in love. Draco thought about this for the better part of an hour. Out of everything he had thought about so far, this one confused him the most. How could he be in love when he did not believe in the emotion to begin with? 17 years and he still had yet to feel anything remotely close to love. He never even had a real crush. It was rather hard to experience the feeling when everything in his world was materialistic and anything he had ever wanted had been given to him or was thrown at his feet for the taking. He didn't even feel love towards his parents really. For them he felt something more along the lines of fierce loyalty. Draco finally decided to just move on. After all, how was he supposed to figure something out if it didn't exist in his mind to begin with? 10. In the end, Potter defeats the Dark Lord. Draco smirked as he wondered if it was too late to change sides. Most likely. Even if he did switch sides, he probably wouldn't live to tell the tale. Not only would he have to face his father's wrath, but the Dark Lord's as well. And knowing the Dark Lord, he would hunt down and kill Draco, then kill his mother for being more or less neutral in her support for him, then kill his father at the smallest mistake, then kill any other Malfoy relatives simply because by that point, he'd consider them all to be traitorous bastards. Yep, it was definitely in his own best interest to keep his loyalties where they were now. At least he knew he survived if he stayed with the Dark Lord. 11. Gabriel looked like him and Potter combined. It was damned near impossible to say whom he looked more like. While the boy had Draco's complexion and face shape, he sported Potter's small body frame and unruly hair. If Draco remembered correctly, the eyes were silver with a burst of bright green in the center. Most unusual. 12. Gabriel was a cauldron baby. Well, that explained why he came out looking like Draco and Potter merged into one being. Must mean I did the potion perfectly. Draco thought smugly. But why would he go through the trouble of a complex, 9-month potion when he could easily go and get some random girl pregnant? It would be 100 times easier and save him tons of trouble. And what on earth would possess him to go to Granger asking for help? That had to be Potter's doing. Then there was Snape. He must have been blackmailed into helping, because Draco could see no other way to get the potions professor to agree to having any part of the 9-month task, especially with part of Potter involved. Draco had a sinking feeling that just about everything tied back to that whole love thing. Damn. With a groan, Harry flopped down on his bed. He was finally able to get away from all the chaos by saying he had a headache and was going to lie down until it was time to go to the room of requirement. Harry decided to get the facts sorted out before he faced Malfoy and listened to Gabe dump even more surprises on them. 1. He had a son. Well, that in itself was great news. It meant he lived long enough to consider having a family and longer still to act out on those plans. 2. His son's name was Gabriel. Or Gabe, as Harry liked to call him. Gabriel sounded, Harry searched for the right word. Snotty. That worked. Like some stuffy-nosed, high-class aristocrat who looked down on everyone thinking he should be worshipped on a pedestal. Sounds like Malfoy. Malfoy probably named him. 3. Gabe had 2 dads. Harry frowned. Ron had been right in his little outburst during lunch. In order for there to be 2 dads, Harry would have to be gay, and Harry wasn't gay. Right. True, the Cho Chang fiasco had been a complete disaster, but that wasn't enough to push him over the edge, was it? Harry shifted uncomfortably in his bed and decided to get that fact sorted out right then and there. Closing his eyes, Harry began to think of girls. Not any girl in particular, just their body. He imagined lips, curves, legs, breasts and so on. He thought he was doing a pretty good job until he realized his body wasn't responding. Damn. With a feeling of impending doom, Harry moved on to the other sex. He thought about rock-hard abs, six-pack stomachs, muscled arms, and so forth. Still, he felt nothing. What the? He cried out to no one. What the hell did that mean? That he had no preference. Fine then. Be that way. He'll settle for that. Not wanting to explore the issue any further, he decided to move on. 4. The other father was Malfoy. Why, out of all the men in the world, was it Malfoy? As far as Harry was concerned, Malfoy was an arrogant prick, making it impossible to fall in love with him, let alone be his friend. If that were true, what happened to make Harry change his mind? Harry stared at his bed's canopy for quite a while as he pondered this. Maybe Malfoy gave him some love potion. Not likely. 5. Malfoy did not approve of any of this. His attack on Harry in the hall seemed to prove it. Harry's head still hurt from where it was continuously banged against the wall. Harry chuckled darkly. Maybe he could use some of what Gabe told him to keep Malfoy floored and speechless, like him giving up Malfoy Manor to the Weasleys. 6. He and Malfoy were married. Harry frowned at this. Having a child together could easily be explained away with some stupid excuse that Harry couldn't think of at the moment. But marriage? He was sure that if Ron and Hermione suspected Harry of being under a love potion, they would find the counter potion for it right away. But for the relationship to go as far as marriage, that could only mean one of 2 things. Both Ron and Hermione were dead at the time, which wasn't possible since they had several children, or Harry really did love Malfoy and vice versa. Was such a thing even possible? All of Harry's life, he had wanted someone to love and care for. True, he had Hermione and Ron, 2 of the best friends anyone could ever ask for. And then there was the Weasley family that treated him like one of their own. But now that he was older, he wanted more. And all the answers were being handed to him on a silver platter. Could Malfoy really be the solution to true happiness? Could he be the one to turn to when times got hard and losses were suffered? The one to really help him move on? Blinking his eyes in disbelief at the idea of true love between him and his arch-rival, Harry shook his head to clear himself of such ludicrous thoughts and moved on. 7. Gabe wasn't an only child. There were the twins, Jasmine and Rose, ever proper and cunning, and yet complete opposites in some of the oddest ways. How had Gabe put it? Upon first glance, you would think identical twins in 2 colors. Upon first meeting them you would think identical personalities in 2 shades. And then you would get to know them, and then all hell breaks loose. Then there was rambunctious little Leaf, always out to seek attention from his 3 older siblings. He still had yet to decide if he wanted to be more like Harry or more like Malfoy. Harry decided to lump the explanation of more children with the initial excuse of why they had Gabe in the first place, which he couldn't think of at the moment. 8. The whole family lived happily at Godric's Hollow. Harry let his mind rest on this for a while before he realized with a start that this fact didn't upset him. And why would it? He had a supposedly happy marriage, a large family, probably a few pets that Gabe failed to mention, and lived at the one place that would make it all fit. Harry had a hard time believing his life would end up so perfect, when it had been nothing but a struggle up till now. Then again, Malfoy was in the picture. Maybe that was the downside to it all. 9. Malfoy was proud of him. Harry harumphed at this. He stuck to what he had said earlier. Malfoy was nothing but jealous and hateful when it came down to it, and nothing would change his mind. Harry decided to ignore all earlier facts he had just gone over to help confirm the statement in his thoughts. 10. Gabe's full name was Gabriel Harry Malfoy Potter. The last name was easy enough to explain. Harry was too proud to give up his last name and Malfoy was too cocky to give up his. Harry shrugged off Gabe's middle name with very little thought before moving on. 11. He defeated Voldemort. Harry thought apprehensively about this. How had he done it? When had he done it? What exactly happened? He mentally cursed out Malfoy for interrupting him at dinner before Gabe could answer his questions. 12. Gabe was a cauldron baby. What had possessed Malfoy to go and do something like that when one of them could have easily gone off and gotten some girl pregnant? It would be much easier and saved him tons of trouble and effort. And why would he ask Hermione for help? Maybe Harry has persuaded him to do so. Then there was Snape. He must have been blackmailed into helping, because Harry could see no way the greasy git would agree to helping with the 9-month task, especially with part of Harry involved. Harry had a sneaking suspicion the slime ball would rather pluck out his own eyeballs, cut them in half, squeeze the juice out of them, and drink it down with a spoonful of sugar as if it were aid. At 11:20 p.m., Malfoy entered the room of requirement. About bloody time, Ferret. We were getting ready to send a search party. Malfoy's head snapped in the direction of the Weasleys' voice. What are they doing here? He demanded angrily. Ron ignored the question and continued his rant. Gabe said 11. You're 20 minutes late. Malfoy smirked. That's where you're wrong, Weasel. He said around 11. And I do believe 11:20 fits within that time schedule. He's got a point. Gabe said smiling. He often used that trick back home and usually got in trouble for it. Seeing his father use it now gave him leverage for when he went back. Harry sighed. Well, hurry up and close the door, Malfoy. We haven't got all night. Malfoy, however, remained by the door. My question wasn't answered. What are they doing here? Harry glanced over at Ron, Hermione, and Mac. It was Hermione who answered. We're here for moral support. Bullocks. If I had known the entire Gryffindor house was invited, I would have brought some guests of my own. But since no one bothered to inform me, I think I'll be leaving. With that, Malfoy turned, but before he could make it out the door he was stopped by a tug on his robe. He turned to hex whoever it was, but stopped when he saw it was his son. Father, please stay to hear me out. Mac's here to help me out and Uncle Ron and Aunt Hermione are here for moral support on Dad's behalf. And to make sure you don't hex him into oblivion. Ron added. Actually, we're here to keep the peace. Hermione said. Even though becoming head boy has calmed some of your displays against Harry, we've noticed this whole father thing to be a pretty touchy subject between the two of you. I have a feeling you kept your temper to a minimum in the Great Hall because of all the teachers around. But in here, there isn't really anything to keep you and Harry in check. Which is where we come in. Why? So you can both jump to Harry's aid when things get a little rough. Malfoy asked suspiciously. Actually, Ron'll be taking Harry's side while I'll stand by your side, not only so you'll have some support, but to also keep Ron in line. Hermione cast a side glance at Ron. I think it balances things out rather nicely. Malfoy frowned, realizing Hermione was right. Even though they had only been at school for a few months, he had gotten used to agreeing with Hermione considering they were both head students. But just because he had gotten used to it didn't mean that he had liked it. Please, Father. Gabe begged, giving Malfoy's robes another tug. Malfoy sighed. Malfoys don't beg, Gabriel. He headed towards the table and sat down between Harry and Hermione. I'm only staying because I'm curious, he thought to himself. Malfoy glanced around the room for the first time. He noticed it to be devoid of any sharp and blunt heavy objects. In fact, the floor and walls seemed to be carpeted. Aside from the large table in the middle and chairs surrounding it, the room seemed to be completely empty. Bloody Golden Trio had to think of everything, didn't they? As if I would do anything. That bloody weasel is the one who'll need the most restraining. Malfoy sighed impatiently. Well, now that we're all here, I guess I can begin. Gabe said happily. Wait, Ron interrupted. What about his wand? Malfoy glared at Ron. Ron's right, Harry said. Everyone except Gabe should get rid of his or her wands. Ron looked furiously at Harry with his mouth hung open. "All right," Malfoy said with a shrug. "I'll settle with that." He took out his wand and placed it on the table in front of him as Harry, Hermione and Mac did the same. The entire group looked expectantly over at Ron. Ron growled in defeat and tossed his wand on the table. Mac quickly jumped up and collected the wands and deposited them in a corner. Gabe smiled happily as he sat opposite his parents. "Well, before I start, do you guys have any questions?" "I do," Ron said loudly. "I think he was addressing me and Malfoy, Ron," Harry said quietly. Ron pouted and slouched in his chair. "That's right, Weasel, you should learn your place and stay quiet," Malfoy said smugly. "Malfoy," Hermione scolded. Ron gave him the finger. "Ron." It seemed like a fight between the three was about to erupt when Gabe suddenly jumped up from his seat with a small yelp and began patting down his robes madly. The entire table stopped what they were doing and stared at Gabe as if he were mental. Gabe reached down into his robes and quickly pulled something out and tossed it onto the table. Hermione let out a soft scream as everyone quickly scooted his or her chairs back. "It's all right," Gabe reassured. "It's only Neoka." She heard Uncle Ron's voice and, "What is that?" Malfoy asked as he peered closely at the table. "It's a snake," Harry answered, as he looked closer. Ron and Hermione, however, stayed back from the table. "Gabe," Hermione asked slowly, "what are you doing with a snake in your robes?" "She's my pet," Gabe said defensively as the snake slithered over to Harry. "Hello," Harry said as he reached out to stroke the snake's head. "Ah, you must be Father Harry. I still have yet to meet you in the future. My name is Neoka. Pleased to meet you," the snake replied. "Gabe, snakes aren't allowed as pets at Hogwarts. They're not on the list," Hermione explained, keeping her eyes on the snake. "I found her. She was hurt. I couldn't just leave her out there," Gabe argued. "Where'd you find her?" Ron asked curiously as he watched Harry converse with the snake. "She's from the Forbidden Forest," Harry answered as he looked up from his conversation. Gabe found her near the edge of the forest during one of his Care of Magical Creatures lessons. Malfoy tore his eyes away from the snake to Gabe. "You're a Parselmouth, aren't you?" he asked accusingly. "Of course he is. He takes after me," Harry said proudly as he handed the snake to Gabe. Malfoy simply scowled as he watched Neoka slither away from Gabe over to Ron. "Actually, I got it from both of you," Gabe said as he looked between his parents. Harry frowned. "How? Malfoy's not a Parseltongue. Are you?" he asked Malfoy. "No, I'm not. I have no idea what Gabriel's talking about," Malfoy said somewhat furiously. "Are you sure?" Harry asked suspiciously. "Look, Potter, I think I would know my own magical abilities, and conversing with snakes is not one of them." Malfoy crossed his arms. "That's odd," Gabe interjected. "You can speak to snakes in my time. Maybe Harry taught you how to do it." Harry opened his mouth to tell Gabe that he doubted Parseltongue could be taught when Ron interrupted him. What's it doing?" Ron asked nervously as the snake started to climb into his robe sleeve. "Honestly, Uncle Ron, Neoka is a she, not an it. And she is going over to you because she likes you." Harry, Malfoy, and Mac all burst out laughing as Ron took on a rather sickly shade of green before leaping up and shaking about in an attempt to dislodge the snake from his clothes. Hermione, on the other hand, caught Gabe and Harry sharing a knowing look and frowned. "Harry James Potter, you call that snake off this minute," she yelled out as she jumped up to help Ron. "I didn't send the snake after him." "Gabe did," Harry cried out, pointing an accusing finger at Gabe. "Me? You're the one who's been talking to it this whole time. Just because I was talking to it does not mean." "Eek," Ron squealed. "It's going in my trousers. Call it off. Call it off." Malfoy fell out of his chair with laughter. Hearing the weasel squeal like a girl was almost too much to handle. Both Harry and Gabe were laughing too hard to get out a full command in Parseltongue, and had to resort to manhandling Ron to find the snake to bring it out. Malfoy felt like he would die from lack of oxygen seeing as how he no longer had the strength to draw in a full breath. After several intense moments, Neoka seemed to understand that her company was not wanted and slithered out the bottom of Ron's pants and went over to a corner of the room before curling up and glaring in Ron's directions. "Uncle Ron, look what you did. You hurt her feelings. You should apologize," Gabe scolded. Ron rounded on Gabe. "I am not about to apologize to that filthy, slimy excuse for an animal, especially since it just violated me in about 10 different ways. And if you ever set that thing on me again, I'll. Malfoy was up from the floor in a flash, shielding Gabe. Don't you dare threaten him, Weasel, when you know quite well that Potter's the one to blame. Malfoy stated in a deadly voice. Get out of my way, Ferret, for once this doesn't involve you. Ron put his hand on Malfoy's shoulder to push him aside, only to have it grabbed by Harry, who simply shook his head at Ron. Malfoy took a step closer to Ron. You're wrong, Weasley. If you start something with my family, you start something with me. Got it? Now furious, Ron wrenched his arm away from Harry to punch Malfoy, only to have his arm once again grabbed by Hermione. Ron, no! Harry yelled as he stepped in front of Malfoy. What the, Harry? Has the whole bloody world gone mad? Just because there's a boy who claims to be both your son and Malfoy's doesn't mean you have to go defending the slimeball. It's not that, Harry said. Quietly, refusing to move away from Malfoy and Gabe. It's just that, Neoka happens to be one of the most deadly snakes in the world, and if you hit Malfoy, well, look at her, Ron. Everyone looked down to where Harry was pointing and saw the snake poised to strike not even a foot away from Ron's ankle. With a yelp, Ron jumped up and scrambled onto the nearest chair as Neoka hissed angrily. She said she considers the three of us to be her masters, even Malfoy, despite the fact that he can't speak her language yet, and if you harm any of us you're dead. Gabe said with the airy tone of one describing the weather. You let a poisonous snake in Ron's robes? Hermione asked furiously. Gabe shrugged as he went to take his seat. Well, it's not like she would have hurt him then. She was only playing, after all. Honestly, Aunt Hermione, animals aren't all as dumb as you people make them out to be. She wouldn't have bitten him knowing he's my friend's father. Harry fought not to smile as Hermione opened and closed her mouth at a loss for a retort. Malfoy, however, had no reason to hide anything and laughed out loud. Please Granger, even I knew that. Books suddenly failing to let you in on the secrets of the world, are they? Maybe if you expanded your world past the school library, the Weasley here would finally get a chance to ask you out. Especially since he can't get anyone better. Hermione invented a new shade of red with her blush, and Ron looked murderous. Am I ever going to get the chance to ask my question? Very well, Uncle Ron. What is it? Gabe asked. What are you all doing here? I mean, I thought time travel was illegal. And why have you been sent to Hogwarts? Especially when there are loads of people here who are willing to sell any type of information to the Daily Prophet. Ron shot a glare at Malfoy, who in turn, ignored it. Gabe shot a glance at Malfoy and Hermione. I've sort of been sworn to secrecy on that little bit of information. What? Why? Ron demanded. He looked over and noticed Hermione refusing to meet his eyes and Malfoy staring at him wearing a large smirk. You two know, don't you? He accused. Being head students has its advantages, much better than being a prefect. Wouldn't you say, Granger? Malfoy said in a mocking tone. So Harry and I are the only ones in this room who are clueless as to what's going on. I demand to know this instant. Weasley, you are hardly in any position to go about making such demands. I don't care. Ron turned to Harry. Come on, mate. You hate being left in the dark, too. You're always going into a row when Dumbledore decides to keep information from you. Harry sighed. Yeah, alright. It's not like we'll go around telling everyone we come across. Plus I wouldn't be surprised if Dumbledore didn't already know about Gabe, me, and Malfoy. He's right, Gabe said as he sent a silent plea to his aunt and father. Well, I suppose it couldn't hurt, Hermione said slowly. Great, Gabe said as Max shot him a rather pointed look. Right, well, everyone being here is sort of my fault on some level. Our fault, you mean? Mac corrected. Inherited Potter's need for heroics, then? Malfoy asked. Hardly. The trouble sort of found me. Anyways, I really can't go giving all the details, but the main point is Hogwarts is no longer safe in my time. What? Why not? Ron burst out. What the hell did you two do? We didn't do anything. We just sort of stumbled across the trouble and warned Dumbledore right before it was too late. Getting sent here was a last-minute act to save the students before disaster struck. Max said. Where are we when all this is happening? Harry asked. Well, you were substituting the defense against dark arts class. Gabe said. And you were the one who sent us all here. I don't think Father's going to be too happy with you back in our time, considering sending close to 300 students through time using a spell is extremely risky. Especially since we could easily get lost in time, or misplaced at some location. But, in the end it worked, didn't it? Harry asked. Yeah, but that's not going to stop Father from being mad with you. You always are taking stupid risks, as he likes to put it. Harry turned on Malfoy. I do not take stupid risks. Malfoy turned his head sharply to face Harry. I've never said such a thing. Although, now that I think about it, some of the stuff you do is pretty stupid. Harry turned slightly red as Gabe laughed. See, this is exactly the kind of arguments you get into back home. You two are becoming a couple already. This statement caught Harry's attention as his anger suddenly vanished. So, am I really gay, then? Harry kept his eyes glued to the table as he heard Malfoy snort. Gabe smiled. Nope, you actually don't really have a preference. Harry's head shot up. What? That doesn't make any sense. Actually, Potter, it does. Malfoy interrupted. It means you don't have a sex drive which stops you from chasing after women. But, you do have an appreciation for beauty, and when someone does catch your eye, it won't matter if they're male or female. You end up finding yourself to be quite loyal to this person, which can easily make you stupid. It also makes you oblivious to flirting. Harry blinked. Quote ellipsis quote. That makes sense. Remember during the Yule Ball? Loads of girls asked Harry out and he turned them all down since he had his eyes set on Cho. Although the non-existent sex drive bit is false. Hermione sent a glare in Malfoy's direction. Along with the flirting bit. But the blinding loyalty and beauty bit are true. Harry said nothing as he remembered back to 4th year. He had been extremely foolish when it came to Cedric and Cho. So foolish in fact, that he had refused a bit of sensible advice on the second task. So does that mean you find me beautiful, Potter? Malfoy asked, interrupting Harry's thoughts. Harry glared at Malfoy. He thought about not answering, but realized this was probably the wrong thing to do. As a matter of fact, I do. He answered coolly. Ignoring the gagging sounds coming from Ron, the beaming face of Gabe, and the wide-eyed looks of both Malfoy and Hermione, he continued. But there are many types of beauty, and I find yours to be deceitful. Malfoy's eyes narrowed dangerously, but before he could lash out, Ron spoke up. Is Gabe going to start telling his life story, or not? He asked darkly, still refusing to let his feet touch the floor considering Nyoko was beneath him. Right. Before I begin, do either of you have any questions? Gabe asked. Yeah, Harry quickly said. How do I defeat Voldemort? Malfoy rolled his eyes. Honestly, Potter, how thick can you get? Do you really expect him to answer that when I'm right here? Planning on becoming a Death Eater, then? Ron accused. Not that it's any of your business, Weasley, but yes I am. Malfoy said impatiently. So you're planning on telling your daddy whatever useful bit of information you can to hurt Harry? Even after the fact that you two end up shacking it up together? Ron shouted. Harry blushed at Ron's last choice of words, but kept quiet. Ron did have a point. Actually, since you're so keen on accusing me, I plan on keeping my father out of this. If I start sending him loads of information on Potter, he'll want to know where I got it from, and eventually the truth, Malfoy motioned his head in Gabe's direction, will come out. And personally I would rather that didn't happen. Harry decided to drop the Voldemort issue for now and move on. When exactly do Malfoy and I get together? Harry asked hesitantly. Gabe thought for a moment. I'm not about the exact date, but I do know it happened sometime during your 7th year. But this is our 7th year. Ron burst out. Yes Ron, and it has only just begun. Hermione cut in. Bloody hell Potter, are you suicidal or something? Malfoy asked incredulously. Despite the fact that I just revealed my plans for becoming a Death Eater, I'm sure you suspected it beforehand, and yet you still decide to shack up with me. Harry frowned at Malfoy's choice in Ron's words. How the hell am I supposed to know? It hasn't happened yet, and for all you know, you could have been the one to come to me. Not the other way around. Don't flatter yourself. The only way I would come to you is if the Dark Lord forced me to in some evil scheme. Malfoy stated. Is that true, Gabe? Hermione quickly cut in. Is that how they got together? Some evil plot gone awry. Gabe frowned. I don't think so. From the scattered stories they've told me I think it just sort of happened. Ew. Ron made a disgusted face. So are you saying that one day they just started fighting, then one thing led to another and they started making out? Both Harry and Malfoy sent Ron an evil glare. Well, no, Gabe said slowly. Then how? Weasley, if you want to make it through the rest of your life with your sex drive, then I'd recommend you keep your mouth shut. Malfoy hissed. You can't do anything, you don't have your wand. Ron said triumphantly. Malfoy's eyes narrowed. Unlike you, I have the patience to wait when it comes to acting out my revenge. Ron, shut it, Hermione said. If you keep interrupting, Harry and Malfoy will never find out anything. Ron slumped in his chair in defeat. So, are there any more questions? Gabe asked brightly. Ron opened his mouth, but was silenced with a glare from both Mac and Hermione. Malfoy seemed to be having a battle with himself. Finally he decided to ask. Is what you said true? He said in a tone laced with curiosity. Are Potter and I really in love? Well, it certainly seems like you are. I mean, you two only say, I love you, about 100 times a day. Quite annoying really. I asked you about it once and you said you had your reasons. Gabe said. And what reasons were those? Harry asked curiously. Something about how you made the mistake of not saying it when you had the chance, and ended up losing any further chances. I don't know. I wasn't really listening. Malfoy scoffed. Why did you ask if you weren't going to listen? Gabe scowled. It was a rhetorical question. Plus I had other things to worry about. Are all your details on their life going to be this hazy? Ron asked, liking Gabe less and less. Well, if you would stop interrupting, you'd find out now, wouldn't you? Gabe snapped. How did it all start? Harry asked quietly. Gabe thought hard for a moment. If I remember correctly, some prank was pulled to get you two to stop fighting all the time. But something went wrong and you both started acting differently. You still fought and all, but your fights seemed to be more playful on some level. At least, that's what Aunt Hermione said. Playful. Ron interrupted. The day Harry starts playing with Malfoy is the day all. Shut up. Several voices sounded. Ron's mouth clamped closed. Anyways, Gabe glared at Ron, you had something of a relationship going on that you kept hidden from everyone. Even from you-know-who? Ron asked suspiciously. Yes, Uncle Ron, even from Voldemort, which was weird considering Dad was to be the savior of the wizarding world and Draco was a known Death Eater. Wow, that must have been really hard on you guys. Hermione said sympathetically. Ron's feelings were not the same. So what stopped you from turning him over, Ferret? Malfoy glared. How should I know? Gabriel hasn't told us yet. Gabe laughed nervously. Actually, I can't give you guys the complete details of how you came to be and all that, since it would be revealing a tad bit too much. But I can tell you that in the final battle, you saved Dad's life, and he went on to defeat Voldemort. This landed him in a coma. When he finally woke up, he went crazy from all the horrible memories, so they wiped his slate clean. What? Harry interrupted. They obliviate my memory just because they don't think I can handle a few bad dreams. Malfoy smirked while Gabe looked over at Harry sadly. It was actually a lot worse than that. Father told me that you would be thrashing about wide awake, unable to control your magic levels. You even hurt some of the healers. Well, Malfoy does have a tendency to exaggerate things. Ron muttered. Sod off, Weasley. Malfoy sneered. What? It's true. Weasley, one more word. I mean, it's not like it's a well-kept secret. You always grab at opportunities to make fun of Harry and blow them out of proportion. To stoop low enough to feed them to your own son. Malfoy, who was already at his wit's end, could feel his anger rising. Channeling it like he had been taught, he jumped up from his seat. I said shut up. Ron suddenly flew back in his chair and fell to the ground, holding his stomach as if he had been punched in the gut. Hermione and Mac jumped up to help Ron. Harry, however, turned to Malfoy, his mouth opened in shock. You did that on purpose? He accused. Malfoy shrugged. He deserved it. You can control your wandless magic. Harry asked, still in disbelief. If my emotions run high enough. Harry frowned. How come you never use it on me? Because I've never had the need to do so. Malfoy said nonchalantly. They both looked over to Ron, who was being helped back into his chair. Malfoy, you know you're not helping the situation either. Hermione said as the sniggered. Max sighed. If Dad interrupts anymore, we'll just drag him out of the room and the Malfoy Potter family can duke it out amongst themselves. I'm tired, and Dad's interruptions are starting to get rather annoying. Ron blanched. His own son was turning against him. Sounds good. Hermione agreed, ignoring the betrayed look she was receiving from Ron. Please continue, Gabe. Right. Well, they erase your memory of the final battle in most of your 7th year and send you off to become a world-famous Quidditch seeker. Wait, what about me? Malfoy suddenly asked. Where am I when this happens? Raising me. Gabe answered simply. Do you mean to tell me that I am stuck at home, nursing a family while Potter goes out flouncing about the world? What? No. Harry doesn't remember your relationship. Why not? Harry asked. Gabe sighed in frustration. Because it happened during this year, and they erased this year from your memory. Hermione patiently explained. Thank you, Aunt Hermione. So everything I do this year is going to disappear. All my memories. Gone. Harry could feel his anger rising. Well then, if that's going to happen, I might as well go about and make an idiot out of myself since I won't remember any of it. Malfoy scoffed. Please Potter, you do that anyways. No need for you to make any more of an effort. Who the hell had the authority to have the healers do this? Harry demanded. Was it Dumbledore? Actually, it was Draco. Gabe said quietly. Harry rounded on Malfoy. I bet you got a laugh out of that one, didn't you? You, Harry. What? Before you go accusing Malfoy, you really should think about it. If you two really had something going on, erasing your memory would cause Malfoy more pain than it would you. Hermione said. What? Ron, Harry, and Malfoy chorused. Gabe said you two were in love. To have that love erased from your memory, honestly Harry, you'd be living life in ignorant bliss. Meanwhile, Malfoy's probably still carrying around his now unrequited love for you, probably avoiding you at all costs considering all you'd remember is your hatred for him. Think about how much torture he'd be putting himself through. Hermione said. Harry found himself at a loss for words. So you're saying, I put myself through a life of torture just so Harry can go about his merry way? Malfoy demanded. You're off your rocker. Well, it's true. Gabe said. Besides, you weren't all that sad. You had me. Why would I be having you if Potter wasn't around? Keepsake. Gabe guessed. Ron refused to believe any of it. This whole thing is bullocks. I bet Malfoy started a relationship with you as his own scheme to hand you to you-know-who, and when that failed, he erased your memory so you wouldn't remember his betrayal. Then to keep some form of twisted control over you, he went off and created Gabe, so if he ever met you again he'd be able to threaten you using your own son. How dare you? Malfoy shouted. I would never do such a thing with my own flesh and blood. Of course you would. Ron yelled back. You're a Malfoy. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. Forgetting about wandless magic, and the fact that there was a table in the way, Malfoy launched himself at Ron. Harry quickly stood up to block Malfoy's path, as Hermione ran over to grab Ron. Mac and Gabe, however, simply sat back in their chairs and watched the scene before them calmly, as if this was still a normal occurrence even in their day. Harry managed to hold off Malfoy long enough for Hermione to drag Ron out the door. The door slammed shut, and Malfoy shoved Harry away from him and put his head in his hands as he sat down in an attempt to calm himself. Mac chuckled lightly. Never insult a Malfoy, Potter, especially when it comes to family. Dad never will learn that one, will he? Gabe smiled weakly and shook his head. Well, I'm standing by what I said before. Any more interruptions from Dad, out the door he goes, and to bed is where I shall go. Good luck you guys, and try not to kill each other. With a wink, Max stood up and grabbed his and his parents' wands and headed out the door. What the hell is the matter with you? Hermione demanded at Ron, who was leaning dejectedly against the wall. We're supposed to be helping, not starting fights and making the situation worse. Why are you yelling at me as if it's my fault? Ron asked. Because it is your fault. Hermione yelled. Mom, you might want to keep it down seeing as how it's past midnight. Max said as he walked out into the hall. Oh. Hermione looked embarrassed with herself. Right. Mac laughed and rolled his eyes. Well, here are your wands. I'm going to bed. Are you two coming? Not just yet. Hermione sent a dangerous glare at Ron, who gulped nervously. All right then, see you. And with that, Mac turned and left. As soon as Mac disappeared around the corner, Hermione went back to chastising the redhead in front of her. Why can't you try to open your eyes and look past your rivalry with Malfoy for 2 seconds? I mean really, Ron, think about how hard this is for Harry. How hard it is for Harry. Merlin, my own, what about me? I've got enough on my shoulders at the moment before I can even consider worrying about Harry's problems. Hermione looked as if she were about to breathe fire. And what exactly are your problems? I've got a son who's telling me I'm married to you, when we aren't even dating. Everyone's keeps bugging me to ask you out now, when we don't even know if that's how we got together in the first place. Then on top of it all, my best friend is gay with my worst enemy. Ron cried out in dismay. And how do you think Harry feels about all this? He didn't even know he was gay until today. And then to find out everything he does this year is going to be erased from his memory. Think about it, Ron. He finally finds true love, and loses it not to death, but to memory loss. He's got a lot more being dumped on his shoulders than you do at the moment, but did you even consider that? Hermione huffed. Were you not in there just now? Ron's shoulders slumped as he slid down the wall and sat on the floor. Yeah, I guess you're right, he said quietly. But why does everything in his life have to be so crazy and out there? I mean, why can't he just live a normal life like the rest of us? Hermione smiled softly as she sat down next to him. I'm sure he asks himself the exact same thing every night before he goes to sleep. Ron smiled. Yeah. Several moments passed in a pregnant silence. So, looks like we're alone for now. Ron said. I suppose. Hermione said lightly. No one here, just you and me. That's right. Ron cleared his throat nervously. So, do you want to go out with me sometime? I'd love to. Hermione beamed. A blush crept across Ron's cheeks as he grinned widely. But that smile was short-lived as Hermione suddenly tackled Ron to the floor, ing him madly. So, since it's just us now, can I call you Dad? No. Go on. It won't be all that confusing. No. What if I call Malfoy, Father, and you, Dad? No. Wait a minute. Malfoy interrupted. You've been calling us that regardless. Why do you suddenly need Potter's permission? Because it never hurts to ask, Gabe said nonchalantly. Malfoy scowled. Hey, at least I keep up family appearances. It doesn't matter now, Harry said irritably. Call Malfoy whatever, but please stick with my name for me. Whatever. Since all the distractions are gone, should we continue? Gabe questioned. So how does Scarhead defeat the Dark Lord? Malfoy asked, curiosity getting the best of him. Gabe chuckled and shook his head. What? Malfoy huffed. Sorry. It's just that, Scarhead, is your pet name for Dad. And to hear you using it now, Gabe's explanation trailed off into laughter at the look of his father's faces. Harry's eyes were wide with horror and his mouth hung open much like a goldfish, while Malfoy looked like he was fighting the urge to gag. These looks were quickly replaced by matching death glares first sent to each other and then to Gabe. Gabe's laughter died down instantly. Right. Sorry. So how about I tell you about the time when I was 2 and Dad took me flying and almost dropped me? Hang on, you still haven't answered my question. Malfoy exclaimed. I can't answer that, you're a Death Eater. Gabe said. And you said yourself that I shouldn't answer that question in your presence. Honestly, Gabriel, as a Malfoy I expect better. I also said I planned on keep my father out of this, and since we're not going to remember any of it, Malfoy drawled. Hey, he's right. Harry agreed. Gabe sighed. I can't tell you, because you wouldn't believe me, even if it was the truth. Gabe, you've dumped a lot on us in the past 12 hours. I highly doubt this will turn into the one thing we decide not to believe. Harry said. Fine. He dies laughing. He what? Asked the 2 7th years. He dies laughing. Gabe repeated simply. At the look of 2 bewildered faces, he elaborated. Dad lost some weird bet and had to dress up. As a girl, drag and all. We have a picture of it somewhere. You should see it. He has high heels on his feet, fishnet stockings on his legs, booty shorts on his, well, booty, and a tight shirt with the British flag on it that doesn't quite cover his stomach. He also has heavy eyeshadow on and rose-red lipstick on his lips, and clips everywhere in his hair. Anyways, as soon as the finishing touches were put on his hair and makeup, the final battle started and he didn't have time to change as he rushed to face Voldemort. Voldemort then took one good look at Dad and what he was wearing and died laughing. The end. For the second time that night, Malfoy felt as if he would die of lack of oxygen from laughing too hard. That's a lie, Harry yelled, completely outraged. Gabe's face broke into a large Cheshire Cat grin. Yeah, it is. Although it is a good cover story to tell other future Death Eaters who aren't so intent on keeping all this hidden from their family. Malfoy attempted to sneer in the midst of his slowly dying laughter, but failed. So how do I really defeat him? Harry asked. Can't say. Gabe said. Why not? Harry asked angrily. Because you of the future gave me strict orders not to tell you. Gabe said as he pretended to examine his nails. Harry growled, but decided to move on. Fine. How exactly do we, Harry motioned his finger between him and Malfoy, keep our relationship hidden from Voldemort and other future Death Eaters? Which is proof I don't go gabbing everything to my father and the Dark Lord. Malfoy stated smugly. That's not the point, Harry said. Voldemort's a bloody mind reader and on top of that he's got direct access to my head. How does he not find out about all this and find some way to use it to his advantage? Direct access to your head. What are you babbling about, Potter? Malfoy asked. We're bonded, thanks to this stupid scar. Because of it he enjoys planting images in my head when I'm sleeping just to torture me. Harry said, his voice remaining flat. Don't worry about the nightmares, Dad. Draco will help you with them soon. Gabe said softly. How do you know about my dreams? Harry asked suspiciously. I'm your son. Duh. Why would I be helping Harry with his dreams, especially when they're induced by the Dark Lord himself? Malfoy demanded. Love. Gabe said happily. Malfoy scowled. It had been a long and trying day, and he was really starting to get fed up with this whole love thing. Well, it's either that, or Uncle Ron was right about you, and you just shacked up with Harry in an attempt to hand him over. Gabe shrugged. What do you mean? Are you saying you're not sure? Harry suddenly asked. Well, there's always the possibility of you two just feeding me some cock and bull romance story to keep me blissfully satisfied. Gabe said. I would never lie about something like that. And Malfoy already proved to Ron that he wouldn't stoop that low. Even if he is a Malfoy. Harry said. Alrighty then. Gabe said, happy that his reverse psychology twist worked for the better. You two really do love each other. Don't be so sure. Malfoy spoke up, eyeing Harry wearily. He was slightly miffed at yet another insult to his family name. Honestly, Malfoys weren't all that bad. What's that supposed to mean? Harry frowned. I don't believe in love. Malfoy said truthfully as he turned his head away. For some unknown reason, this simple statement upset Harry. What? How can you not believe in love? Harry jumped up, knocking his chair over. Simple. As a Malfoy, I have everything, and have been given anything I have ever wanted. Since love was never among any of it, it cannot exist. Malfoy said. And what about Gabe? How do you explain him then? Malfoy shrugged. Maybe the weasel is right and I did stoop that low. You're lying. And just how exactly do you intend to prove it? Malfoy challenged. How can you not believe in love, Malfoy? Surely, you reconsider somewhere along this year. Harry's voice took on a slightly pleading tone. Reconsider. With you. Open you eyes, Potter. We've been enemies ever since we first met. I find it to be quite impossible that we suddenly decide to put our differences aside and become lovers in less than a year. Especially after the fact that I do in fact go on to become a Death Eater. Malfoy was now on his feet. I don't know about you, but to me, all of my actions scream, death to the boy who lived. You can't believe all that. Harry argued. Why not? Because you're here. That alone has to prove that some part of you wants this. Potter. I only came because I was curious. Harry's eyes went wide with shock, then hurt, before they narrowed into anger. Fine. He spat as he walked to the corner to retrieve his wand. I tried to believe what you told me before, Gabe. But now I'm sticking with what I said earlier. Malfoy is nothing but a hateful asshole who looks out for no one but himself. With that Harry stormed out of the room. The sound of the door slamming shut caused Ron and Hermione to hastily break away from each other. Harry, what's wrong? Hermione asked as they hurried to catch up with him. Slow down, mate, Ron called out. But Harry did not slow down. If anything, his pace quickened as he hurried to get as far away from Malfoy as he could. Harry, will you stop? Hermione grabbed Harry's sleeve and forced him to face her and her new boyfriend. You were right, Ron. Harry seethed. There's just no way. He then turned and continued up to the common room, his friends in tow. You idiot. Gabe yelled as soon as Harry was out the door. Do you have any idea how close he was to giving you a chance? And why would I want a chance from him? Malfoy asked with his arms crossed. Gabe growled and ran his hands through his messy hair. Because he can give you the one thing no one else can. He paused to see if this had any effect on Malfoy, before ranting on. But you, being the dumbass that you just have to be, chose not to look at that, and instead try to find as many ways as you can to make his life worse than it already is. Of course. It's my job as arch-rival. Malfoy said, ignoring the previous statement along with the insults being thrown at him. Merlin, and here I was thinking Uncle Ron was just being stubborn. I'm starting to believe he's right on some points. Gabe said angrily. Good. Then you can just go off and join the happy little golden trio and sign up for their I hate Slytherin demonstrations. Dad, don't be like this. Gabe said, his voice suddenly softer. I know you. You don't have to put up your walls with me. I don't know what you're talking about. Malfoy said as he shifted in his seat. Gabe scowled. Why do you insist on being so difficult? I'm not the one who's being difficult. Potter's the one who stormed out the door. Don't know why he was taking my own decisions so personally. Malfoy said stubbornly. Why? You want to know why? Gabe challenged. It was a rhetorical quest. I'll tell you why. It's because all his life he's never had anything like it. His parents were killed before he could ever remember them. He got stuck being raised by relatives that hate him. His godfather, the closest thing he would have to a real father, was killed as soon as Dad found him. Gabe paused to take a quick breath. The closest thing he has to a family now is his best friend's family, and even then it's not the same. And now he finds out that he gets a chance to feel real love, and to create his own family and not have to share it, and you just sit there on your and tell him there's no way. So, Malfoy questioned. So you're taking away the one thing he truly yearns for. How would you feel if the same happened to you? Gabe yelled. Whatever. I'm tired. Are you coming? Malfoy asked as he stood and went to retrieve his wand. Gabe let out a frustrated roar as he followed his father back to the Slytherin dorms, fighting the urge to hex him behind his back. Harry woke up the next morning wondering why he felt so miserable. His confusion quickly turned into anger as he remembered last night's events. In Slytherin. Luckily, Ron chose this moment to come dancing into the room clad in nothing but a towel, obviously fresh from the shower, which successfully distracted the brooding boy from his thoughts. Either the Chudley Cannons are showing up for breakfast or Hermione saw you in the showers and threw herself at you. Which is it? Harry asked. Well, it wasn't the first one, Ron mumbled as his face turned a lovely shade of red. Harry's mouth dropped open in shock. So she saw you in the shower and… No, it wasn't that either. Ron quickly cut in. Now will you keep it down? What's going on? Asked a sleepy Seamus from behind his bed curtains. Ron was in the shower when he MMPH. Harry glared at Ron, whose left hand was now clamped over his mouth, before proceeding to lick it. Ew. That's disgusting. Ron yanked his hand away. I don't even know where your tongue has been. Yeah, well, I don't know where your hand… Harry trailed off as he realized Ron had just come fresh from the shower. Then danced out, obviously with Hermione on Thane. Fresh from the shower. With thoughts of Hermione. The shower. Thoughts of Hermione. Harry gagged as he raced to the bathroom to brush his teeth, leaving a dorm full of laughing boys behind him. I'm right-handed, you dolt. Ron shouted at Harry's retreating figure. So why are you so happy this morning? Neville timidly asked as he reached for his socks. He still wasn't sure how Ron felt about him marrying Ginny, and found Ron to be rather intimidating at the moment, despite his good mood. Ron simply smiled as he went to his wardrobe and pulled out his uniform. Don't be daft, Neville. Dean said, throwing a pillow in his direction. He obviously won't tell until Harry gets back in the room. You got that right, Ron confirmed as he dressed. Hey Ron, Seamus said as he climbed out of his bed. Is what that kid said last night true? About Harry being with Malfoy. Ron suddenly whirled around, his bright mood darkening dangerously. Not one word about that when Harry's around, you hear? It's already a touchy subject to begin with, and if you bring it up again, I'll punch the living daylights out of you. Neville whimpered and hid under his covers as Seamus and Dean stared at Ron with their mouths hung open. So, I guess that means it is true then? Seamus asked with a half grin. What's true? Harry asked, returning from the bathroom. It's about time you got back. Dean said as he shut his wardrobe doors louder than necessary. Now Ron can tell us his good news. Yes, do tell, Ron. Harry said laughing. And it better be really good considering you came prancing in here wearing nothing but a towel. Well boys, if you must know, significant pause, am no longer a single man. Ron said dramatically. Cheers went up, but were quickly silenced as the redhead continued. And the lucky girl, who now has the full attention of these gorgeous blue eyes, he dodged as a pillow came flying at his head, is none other than the lovely Ms. Hermione Granger. It's about time, came the chorus of voices followed by peals of laughter. Ron frowned. You guys are supposed to congratulate me, not chastise me. Congratulations, Ron, Harry said as he slapped his friend on the back. Care to give us the juicy details? Ron grinned sheepishly. Well, after she pulled me out the room, she started to yell at me. There's something new, Seamus put in. Ron patiently waited for the laughter to die down before continuing. And once she was done, instead of one of us leaving, like we usually do, we both stayed and I just asked. And she said yes. Neville asked. Of course she said yes. Dean said. So that's it. No snogging. Ron blushed slightly. I'm not one to tell. Huh. So there was snogging. Ron's blush heightened. A lot of snogging, apparently. Seamus laughed. So how was she? Dean asked. Hey. Harry finally stepped in. That's my best friend you're talking about. Any more questions like that and I'll have to knock some sense into you. Sorry Harry. Several voices replied. At that moment the door opened and Mac entered. Hey guys. Anyone hungry? Great news, son, Ron said as he knotted his tie. I've finally asked out your soon-to-be mom. Mac simply rolled his eyes. Great. Hey, you should be happy for me. It took a lot of guts. Ron said. Yeah, but what's the point? You all are going to forget everything as soon as we leave anyways. Mac said. Ron's mouth dropped open and he let out a string of curses as the group followed Mac down the stairs. Hey now, don't get mad. Mac said hastily. Mom's still happy. She's in the common room waiting for you, see. Ron's cheeks turned pink as he saw Hermione jump up from the chair near the fire and hastily walk over. Hi. Hi. Came Ron's stuttering reply. Harry couldn't help but smile as he looked between his two best friends. Geez, you two are so. So what? Hermione asked with a raised eyebrow. Nothing. Harry chuckled. But I must say, I am happy for you too. You guys have a bright future ahead of you, and since you won't remember this, you better make the most out of it. Oh Harry, but what about? Hermione abruptly stopped when she saw the look in Harry's eyes. There was happiness there, but not so far behind was the look of hurt. Honestly Uncle Harry, Mac grabbed his arm and dragged him to the portrait door, that sounded like some sort of wedding toast. They're only dating, and probably for not all that long either. Harry just smiled weakly and looked back behind him to see a slightly pink Ron and Hermione. He vaguely wondered why until he noticed they were holding hands. Thank Merlin I don't have to go through any of that. Harry frowned as he remembered what he did have to go through and instantly began to curse himself for the thought. He promised himself nothing but happy thoughts from this year on, damn it. Leave it to Malfoy to up his resolve. With a sigh, Harry forced those thoughts away when he realized his little bundle of joy had not been seen all morning. Hey Mac, have you seen Gabe? He asked. Not since I left last night. Mac replied nonchalantly. Harry looked at him. Aren't you worried? Not really. He probably went to the Slytherin dorms with Uncle Draco. But isn't he in Gryffindor? Mac shrugged. Yeah, but we've been given permission to go to other houses if our parents are in a different house than us. Kind of like a comfort thing. Oh, was all Harry said as he wondered just how much comfort one could get when sleeping in the dungeons. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Rama since we got here. Mac mumbled to himself. Who's Rama? Harry questioned, trying to keep his thoughts from anything remotely Slytherin. Best friend, came the reply. And you haven't seen this person since you arrived. In this time, Harry clearly thought this was something to worry about. No, I thought he'd be staying with us since his dad's long since graduated. It's not like there's anywhere else he'd rather go. And you're not worried. What if the time travel thing went wrong? Really Uncle Harry, you should have more confidence in your abilities. I'm sure he's just staying with his older brother in Ravenclaw or something. Max said. Besides, even if he was misplaced, he's more than capable of handling himself. But if he were misplaced, wouldn't there be some trouble in trying to find him? The chance of you misplacing one student out of 300 is remote. You shouldn't worry so much about it. I'm sure he'll turn up. By the way, how did things go after we left? Harry's mood darkened. I don't want to talk about it. Oh, go on, it couldn't have been that bad. It was. I mean really, some of the things Malfoy said. Like what? A shrill voice interrupted from behind them. The group turned to see none other than Pansy Parkinson, visibly shaking with rage. Oh wait, I know. I'll bet he said he loved you and wanted to you hard. That's not. You think you're so cool taking my Draco away from me like that, Potter? Pansy shrieked, causing all who were within hearing range to stop and stare. Not real. We were supposed to graduate then get married. I was supposed to be the one he was going to spend the rest of his life with. Well but instead, Pansy's voice was slowly getting louder. I'm stuck spending my life with Goyle and have some good-for-nothing butterball of a son with him. Why would you want to go off and marry some gorilla man who can't string more than 2 words together? Ron spoke up. Off, Weasley. It's not like I had a choice in the matter. Draco's supposed to be mine, damn it. We were meant to be together. Obviously no. Max started to say. But then you had to butt your way in and Pansy ran off wailing. Harry stood there blinking. He had tried to tell the girl that she was more than welcome to have him since he had no intention in seeking Malfoy's company, but she wouldn't let him get his say in and ran off. This was exactly why he never went in pursuit of girls. They always went about things in their own mysterious way, and then drew their own conclusion when you failed to figure out what they were trying to say before storming out on you. He supposed he should at least be thankful that Malfoy said what he meant and didn't storm out afterwards. But then, hadn't Harry been the one to storm out? Crap, did that mean he was the girl in the relationship? Harry stopped walking and paled. Was he the one on bottom? Thankfully, Harry was interrupted from these thoughts as he sat down for breakfast. He hadn't really eaten much for dinner the night before and found himself to be beyond starving. Ron looked up from his small pile of sausages to find Harry hidden behind a large pile of scrambled eggs. Hungry mate. Leave him alone, Ron. He didn't eat much last night. Hermione said. Oh yeah, Ron said. Do you think Gabe and Harry eat breakfast the same way? Oi, where is he anyways? Instead of answering, Harry's eyes scanned the Slytherin table. He quickly spotted both Malfoy and Gabe sitting together wearing identical scowls as they stabbed at the food on their plate. Harry found himself wondering if being around the Malfoy family caused your face to naturally twist into something unpleasant, and if that would ever happen to him if he ever did get together with Malfoy. Shaking his head from his thoughts, Harry returned his attention to the plate in front of him. Draco stabbed his poached eggs dejectedly and watched with some satisfaction as the uncooked yolk oozed out of the pierced flesh. Bloody Potter. Last night, Gabriel's words had affected him more than he would have liked. He would have ignored them had he been left alone, but the boy had insisted on staying close to his father and sleeping in his room. With the sound of Gabriel's soft breathing floating to his ears, Draco couldn't help but mull over what had happened less than an hour before. His worst suspicions had been confirmed. He and Harry Potter were in love. But just because it had been confirmed did not prove it to be true. Frowning at his bed's canopy, Draco had decided that he would never believe such a ludicrous statement unless he saw proof of it before his very eyes. Having been satisfied with that conclusion, Draco had moved on to the one phrase that had been echoing in his head since Gabriel had shouted it. Because he can give you the one thing no one else can. Did Draco really want this from Potter? He supposed he did, considering the future pretty much already told him so. Despite that, Draco simply could not wrap his mind around how such events could happen, especially under the given circumstances. He was to be a Death Eater, making Potter his sworn enemy. They were to be at war with each other and fight on opposite sides of the bloody battlefield. How did it go from that to living a peaceful life and raising a family with the said rival? Not only that, but what would convince Potter to even give him a chance? Not that he wanted one, mind you, he was just curious. The whole thing made his head feel funny, really. Unable to answer these questions last night, Draco found himself pondering over it as he made another stab at his eggs. None of it really made any sense, and that annoyed him to no end. This wasn't some problem that could be solved by sneaking around the castle, much to the dismay. Running again through the conversation from last night in hope to find some clues, Draco paused. Potter had said he was beautiful. Traces of a smile appeared on Draco's lips. Potter thought that he, Draco Malfoy, was beautiful. But then the bloody saint had to go and turn it into an insult by calling it all deceitful. Malfoy sneered as he resumed stabbing his breakfast. His looks were not deceitful. His looks came naturally. Accompanied by his aristocratic tastes, he was nothing short of a god. Women, and several men, threw themselves at his feet for the chance to be with him. Potter had no right to go turning such a wonderful compliment around like that. Father. Draco snapped out of his daze and glared at Gabriel. What? Smirking slightly, Gabriel reached over and put his hand over his father's poised fork. I'm sure it's dead now. Frowning, Draco looked down at his breakfast and noticed his entire tray to be soaked with yellow slop and mutilated beyond consumption. Despite Harry's ravenous appetite, he made his way through his meal only half-heartedly. It seemed unusually quiet for some odd reason, but the raven-haired boy couldn't bring himself to lift his head up to wonder why. He knew all he would find would be whispers and glances in either his or Malfoy's direction. So he kept his eyes glued to the food before him, listening to Hermione, Mac, and Ron converse. Don't know how he plans on keeping this a secret, unless he plans on putting a stop to the. Can he even do that? Surely there'll be complaints about it. Infringements on our rights. Mac stated. What do you mean, our rights? Ron snorted. Who the hell do you plan on writing to? Ron, mind your language around our son. Oh please, Herm. I've been saying stuff like that since our second year. But you grew up with 5 older brothers. Mac here. It's all right, Mum. Mac interrupted, sensing an argument coming. He's still a teenager now. Besides, me and my friends talk like that all the time. Instead of quelling Hermione's anger, it had done the opposite. Well then, she huffed. Perhaps you shouldn't be hanging out with these friends of yours. Either that or I should have a good talking to with their parents. Mac only laughed. Well, I don't know how much good that'll do considering Gabe and I have been practically joined at the hip since we were babies. Rama's dad is probably halfway across the world right now, and as for talking to Uncle Draco about language, good luck with that. All the boys chuckled at Mac's statement while Hermione simply glowered for a moment before her eyes widened. Wait, back up a moment. Did you just say you and Gabe have been together since you were babies? She asked. Mac shrugged. Yeah, been friends for about as long as I remember. Why? Hermione looked apprehensively over at Harry, before asking. Well, how would you have known Gabe if Harry wasn't around? The conversation now had Harry's full attention as he watched Mac, waiting for his answer. Luckily, the redhead was saved by Dumbledore's booming voice. Students, might I please pull your attention away from your plates for just a moment? The Great Hall fell silent as all eyes turned to the headmaster. As some of you may have noticed, the owl post is quite late today. This is because I have stopped all posts coming and going. Loud shouts of protests immediately erupted before the old wizard had a chance to finish his words. The reason being, Dumbledore shouted over the noise as it slowly quieted down, the reason this is being done is to ensure no news of this is leaked to the press or ministry, or anyone else for that matter, since the consequences could be quite dire. Harry was sure he saw the headmaster's eyes flicker between him and Malfoy before settling on Gabe, only to snap forward to the rest of the student body. Now that that's out of the way, I have a special announcement that I'm sure you all will enjoy. In honor of many of your future children staying here at Hogwarts, the staff and I have decided to give all our soon-to-be couples a chance to get a head start on their relationships with the help of a ball. The reaction to this bit of news was much better. Instantly the girls squealed and began talking amongst themselves while many of the males' faces grew grim. Harry's fork clattered to his plate as his mouth fell open. Across the hall, Malfoy's signature smirk had been replaced by a look of shock and absolute outrage. And Gabe, well, for him Christmas had just come early. Dumbledore cleared his throat to recapture the students' attention. The ball will be held tomorrow evening, considering we don't know how long our company will be with us. Hopefully, this shall be plenty of time for all of you to locate your rightful spouses. If they are not here, feel free to ask someone else to the dance or you may go alone. As for our guests, Dumbledore paused and eyed the crowded tables. The children all seemed to be holding their breath. They are more than welcome to attend and treat this as a normal party. Cheers went up from Hogwarts' future visitors. Harry barely noticed the mutinous looks many of the teachers were giving the headmaster before he put his own face into his hands and groaned out, "Why me?" Harry trudged through the dungeons on his way to potions with a growing sense of impending doom. Snape was sure to have heard the rumors by now, and that, accompanied by the fact that there was a dance tomorrow, practically guaranteed Harry the worst double potions lesson of his life. The raven-haired boy was vaguely wondered how Snape treated Gabe in the future, when Hermione suddenly interrupted his thoughts. "Harry, you really shouldn't mope around like that, you know." Harry lifted his head to glare at the girl, but before he could get a chance to retort, Ron came to his rescue. "Are you mental, my own? Of course he has every reason to drag his feet. We're headed to double potions, for crying out loud. With everything that's been going on, it'll be like Harry just signed his soul over to the greasy git. Actually, potions is probably the one place where Harry will be safest from all the gossip," Hermione said with a toss of her hair. Both Ron and Harry stopped and stared. With an impatient sigh, the bushy-haired girl explained. "Honestly, you two, think about it. This isn't just about Harry, it's about Malfoy and Harry. This means Malfoy has probably already blackmailed and threatened all of the Slytherins into silence, and Snape will be keeping all the Gryffindors quiet out of the love for his favorite student." Harry snorted. "Yeah, but at what price, Hermione? He'll probably end up deducting points just for me showing up to class." "True, we'll get points deducted. That's practically guaranteed, but at least Snape won't be able to openly pick on you about your future without unintentionally picking on Malfoy as well," Hermione stated as they rounded the corner. Ron's face broke out into a large grin. "I'll bet it's driving him bonkers that he can't make fun of you for shacking with a guy in the future and all that good stuff. Ron, will you please stop using the term shacking while I'm around?" Harry asked wearily, unable to fight the small smile that had graced his features as they entered the classroom. Moments after they were seated, Professor Snape burst through the door, a perfect picture of barely controlled fury. "Well, why aren't your books out? Open them to page 351 now, before I start deducting points. Pottle. 5 points from Gryffindor for passing around that ridiculous picture of your child." Lavender sent her friend a sympathetic look as the girl blushed a violent shade of pink and hastily hid the photo. "If I even hear the slightest hint of a whisper about any of your supposed future children, you will find yourselves cleaning toilets for Filch in detention. Do I make myself clear?" Snape's glare swept across the room to emphasize his point before continuing. "Today we will be learning about love and lust potions and how to identify them and their properties so you can stand a chance against avoiding it if ever any of you find yourselves within its horrid grasp." Snape's eyes traveled over to Malfoy before resting on a pair of green eyes in a deadly glare. At that moment, Harry wanted nothing more than to sink into his seat and be swallowed by the stone floor. He chanced a quick glance over in Malfoy's direction to see how he was taking this and was slightly disappointed to see the boy's emotions hidden behind his signature mask, although his eyes seemed to be dangerously narrowed. "I wish I knew how to put up a mask like that." Mentally sighing, Harry turned his head to face forward again to find Snape scowling in his direction, hatred pouring off him in waves. "If your worthless heads are able to retain the information you learned today, it will surely save you from possibly dire consequences in the future." Snape paused momentarily as he noticed the insufferable Granger practically bouncing on the edge of her seat with her hand in the air. Planning on ignoring her, he went to continue when she interrupted. "Excuse me, Professor, but if I recall correctly, didn't you once say that if you ever caught any of us with our books open to this section, even in passing, you would pass out detention and take off at least 25 house points to the offender?" Snape's eyes narrowed. "You told us this last year around Valentine's Day when Lavender and Parvati were giggling over it in class," Hermione said, as if she were trying to trigger his memory. "Of course I remember, you silly girl," Snape snapped, hoping to stop her from going deeper into the subject, as she had a normal tendency to do. "Secondly, do you earnestly want us to learn something from this assignment, or are you just doing this as a twisted way of making fun of Harry?" Harry, along with the rest of the class, stared at his bookworm friend. Her face had taken on the look of absolute seriousness, and he couldn't help but feel thankful for her sticking up for him even against a teacher as horrible as Snape. Snape's jaw seemed to twitch for a moment. "Of course I intend for you all to learn from this, you insolent." "Really? All of us are just Malfoy?" The entire class gasped. Watching the head girl challenge a teacher like that was enough to throw everyone off balance. After a few gaping seconds, Harry snapped himself out of his shock and leaned over. "Herm, as much as I appreciate you doing this, I really think you should stop," he pleaded quietly. But Hermione was having none of this. "Do you really believe Harry would stoop to the level of using a potion to find someone to spend his life with? Even if he did, I highly doubt he would ever choose Mal." "That will do, Granger," Snape roared, but before he could go about taking away points, Ron had his hand in the air. This sight was enough to bring Snape to a stop. The bloody golden trio already knew how much trouble they were in, so why the hell was the redhead raising his hand? It was only out of morbid curiosity Snape allowed the Weasley to speak, and it was something he instantly grew to regret. "What do you want, Mr. Weasley?" "I have something to say, sir, and I might as well say it as long as it's already out in the open. It's true that Harry's gay and likes Malfoy." Whispers spread through the class like a wildfire. Harry's eyes nearly popped out of his sockets at his best friend. What the bloody hell did he think he was doing? But not only that, he also kind of likes you, sir. You see, Harry has something of a masochistic streak in him, and the way you and Malfoy are always picking on him and putting him down just. Weasley, if you value your life enough to avoid a purgatory hell, you will not finish that sentence. Malfoy suddenly yelled as he jumped up from his seat. The entire class seemed frozen at Ron's and Malfoy's actions, even Snape. Harry blinked after several tense seconds and came to his wits as an evil idea came to mind. "Jealous, Malfoy?" he asked smoothly. Everyone's jaw fell open in shock. The only sound to be heard was the sound of Pansy falling out of her chair as she fainted. Did Potter just confirm everything his friend had said? Even Malfoy seemed to be taken back, but only for a moment before his face fell into its signature smirk. "Only if you want me to be, Potter." Harry's eyes widened for a moment before he quickly recovered. "And if I did, well then, I'd have to say too bad. I don't get jealous over scar-headed bastards with no fashion sense whatsoever." The scar-headed orphan with no fashion sense would have attacked the insufferable albino bleachhead right then and there if his best bushy-haired friend hadn't just kicked his leg. "Yeah, keep talking like that, Malfoy, and Harry here might just need a cold shower," Seamus suddenly put in, mistaking Harry's look of pain for something else. Malfoy's face took on a slight pink tinge as the stifled giggles seemed to bring Snape out of his shock. "That's enough. Everyone out. Class is dismissed. And 20 points from Gryffindor, and 1 point from Slytherin." Malfoy turned and stared at the potions professor with a look of betrayal as everyone quickly gathered their belongings and shuffled out of the dungeon as quickly as possible. Harry, however, decided to continue on with this little prank and approached Snape's desk after everyone had left. "Excuse me, sir." Harry put on a mask of eager hopefulness. Snape jumped as he heard the boy's voice and looked up. "What is it, Potter?" "Well, since Ron's just revealed the secret that I've had since the day I laid eyes on you, I was wondering if maybe you could give me detention and make me, Potter, leave." But now, unable to fight off his large grin for very long, Harry hurried out the classroom to catch up with his friends and have a good laugh. Snape slumped in his seat and sighed as he leaned forward and put his head in his hands. He was getting too old for this. That prank Potter and his friends had done was nearly identical to the ones James and his old friends constantly pulled back in his own school days. Damn it, he thought such foolish jokes would be left behind the day they all graduated, but no. Potter Sr. had to go off and have a son to prolong Snape's torture. And then Potter Jr. had to go off and have a son on top of that. Snape could only hope he either retired or was dead in the near future. Either that or pray the little turned out to inherit more of Malfoy's finer genes. Ahem. Speak of the devil, Snape looked up only to have his sight greeted by a furious head of platinum blonde hair. "Can I help you, Mr. Malfoy?" What the hell was that all about? Draco demanded, allowing his anger to get the best of him. Which part? Ms. Granger's inquiry, Mr. Weasley's statement, or Mr. Potter's confirmation? Snape asked dryly. Neither, you dolt. I want to know about the lesson. What the hell were you thinking when you planned this? Snape raised an eyebrow. Mr. Malfoy, I was merely looking out for your best interests. If it weren't for the fact that there's proof right here before my very eyes, I would be inclined to say it was all a large pile of dragon shit. But your son is here, and he obviously exists, meaning you and Mr. Potter somehow come to care about one another in the future. I bloody know all that already. Malfoy snapped. Then you should also have realized the actual chances of you and Potter getting together at all are practically non-existent with the way things are going now. This leaves open very few options for one to guess as to how it actually happens. So you're saying I'd be stupid enough to take a bloody love potion and then not have anyone notice to try and counter it? It's possible. For 19 years. Draco asked skeptically. Snape frowned. What are you going on about? It's only a third year, making it 13 years. Draco smirked darkly. Yes, well, I had a little talk with my brat, as you so kindly put it, and found out a few things about my future. Mr. Malfoy, you are aware that those students had been forbidden to reveal any type of information in regards to the future. If they are caught doing so, the consequences will be quite dire. Snape stated dangerously. My dear Professor Snape, you are forgetting who we are talking about. This child is not only a Malfoy, but a Potter as well. So not only do the rules not apply to him, but he also finds ways of not getting caught. Malfoy said rather smugly. Besides, even if you tried to turn my son in, I'll just say I bullied the information out of him. Ah yes, because a Malfoy would stoop to the vulgar, muggle level of beating his own child. Snape bit sarcastically. Look, just because you and I know how the Malfoy family ties work, doesn't mean the rest of the world knows. Draco snapped as he bitterly remembered the Weasley's words from the night before. Everyone here believes me to be a selfish, hateful prat, and if you do decide to hate my son just because of your grudge against Potter, I will have no qualms about lowering myself to that image if that's what it will take to protect him from your decidedly loose tongue. In case you haven't noticed, Malfoy, you already lowered yourself to that image long ago. Snape said with a sneer. Draco scowled. You know what I mean. You seem awfully protective of someone who's part Potter. Snape said suspiciously. Well, you know what they say, blood runs thicker than water. Draco said with a shrug. Yes, but one would almost think you didn't mind having such a future with Potter. Snape said quietly. Draco frowned at the statement, but remained quiet. Because he can give you the one thing no one else can. The professor eyed the boy before him. Please don't tell me you and he are already together. Merlin, no. Are you mad? I would never approach that goody two-shoes. Draco yelled angrily. Then explain to me why, Draco. Snape demanded as he dropped the formalities. Why are you so bloody curious? Snape leaned forward in his chair. You are aware of how close your father and I are. Draco nodded. And you are also aware that the Owl Post has been shut down. Where are you going with this? Draco asked as his eyes narrowed. Draco, would I be correct in assuming that you plan to keep your father in the dark about your child and your future with Potter? Possibly. Severus sighed. He could tell Draco was not going to be very cooperative with him on this. Do you plan on asking him to the ball? Draco couldn't help but smirk at his professor's twisted curiosity. Well, Professor Snape, if we have nothing important to discuss, I'll just take my leave then. Draco said as he turned to exit the classroom. But just as he reached the doorframe, Snape's voice stopped him. I still fail to see what's keeping you from being as opposed to this as you should be. What can I say? Draco turned to face Snape. Potter's got a good bargaining chip, aside from Gabriel. Good enough to stop you from attempting to squash all these ridiculous rumors flying about. Snape asked skeptically. Because he can give you the one thing no one else can. Yes, well, Draco turned back to the door. I'd be daft to give up the chance for absolute happiness. With that, the student was gone, leaving the teacher to ponder his words. I can't believe it. This has got to rank up there right next to the bouncing ferret. Ron exclaimed happily as they entered the Great Hall. But don't, Hermione. Please. I want to cherish this moment to its fullest, because I know I will never see a day like it again. Ron said as he shut his eyes in bliss. Harry simply laughed at Hermione's put-off look. Oh, go on, Herm. You know it's true. We probably never will get a chance to insult both Snape or Malfoy together like that ever again. I'm glad you see this as a big joke. Hermione said as she sat down. See what is a big joke? A familiar voice asked. The trio looked up to see Gabe, Mac, and a third lean-looking boy, with brown hair and golden eyes, sitting down across from them. Oh, Just these two playing a prank on Malfoy and Professor Snape and losing house points for it. The bookworm quipped. Oh please, Hermione. You were the one that started it. Ron pointed out. Her mouth open ready for a retort. Hermione blushed and quickly snapped it closed as she turned her attention to the meal before her. So what did you guys do? Mac asked curiously. Well, Snape found a new way to torture Harry, but Hermione caught on to it pretty fast. Ron instantly spoke up. So, to keep him from taking points away from her, I intervened. In the most unhelpful way. Harry added. Yes, well, I'm sorry for any new rumors I may have started. What did Ron say? The third boy asked. I only mentioned that Harry might have something of a masochist. Mentioned. You bloody stated it as if it were a bloody fact. And now Snape hates me even more. Yes, but he can't act on it, can he? I mean, now he's got to be scared. He's going to know it was a joke, Ronald. Hermione said as she threw her fork down. As a prefect, I expect you to know better. Oh yeah, what about you challenging Snape's lesson? You're head girl and you should definitely know better. Ron countered. While I am the boy who lived sidekick, so I'm allowed to think the rules don't apply to me from time to time. Wah. You, of all the, Ronald Weasley, you know perfectly well I challenged Snape because he was being unfair. Hermione managed to sputter out. Mum, can you perhaps explain what we're missing out on here? Mac asked. With an impatient sigh, Hermione went on to describe what had just happened in potions with occasional commentary from both Ron and Harry. By the end of the story, all 5 boys were laughing. That was great, Uncle Harry. I can't believe you actually went up to Snape after that. Mac said, laughing. That was not great. It was irresponsible. Oh please, Aunt Hermione. Dad acts like that all the time in the future. Gabe interrupted with a dismissive wave of his hand. Yes, but in the here and now it's completely out of character for him. Hermione argued. Yes, but he's having fun, isn't he? I mean, look at him. Personally, I haven't seen him smile like that since I got here. Gabe pointed. And I know for a fact he smiles like that all the time in the future. Normally, being talked about as if he wasn't even in the room would have annoyed Harry, but Gabe was right. For some odd reason he hadn't felt a happiness like this in ages. Yeah, although that stunt is nowhere nearly as bad as the one we pulled just the other week, the third boy said distractedly with an odd gleam in his eyes. Ron looked up from his plate and over to the boy. So whose child are you supposed to be? What? Oh sorry. Name's Rama. Rama Lupin. The boy stood up to shake Ron's hand. Lupin, you wouldn't happen to be related to Remus Lupin by any chance, would you? Hermione asked curiously. Course. He's my dad. Rama stated happily. 3 mouths fell open in shock. I'm sorry. Did you just say Remus Lupin is your father? Harry asked. Yep. I don't call you, uncle, like this clown, because if we went by generations, you'd be more like my cousin really. Rama said as he jerked a thumb at Mac. But Lupin is old enough to be your grandfather. Hermione said. Rama smirked. You're forgetting that part wolves age slightly differently than normal humans. I'm actually the youngest in my family. Although, considering the year we're in, I'd say my oldest brother, Walcott, is being conceived around this time. Both Ron and Hermione pulled a face. I don't believe it. You mean Lupin finally found someone? Harry asked happily. Yep. And has a family. Yep. And is he living out his life happily and peacefully? Yep. Well, I don't know about the peaceful part considering he has me as a child, but he's definitely happy. Harry beamed. No one else deserved a cheerful life more than his old professor. After living a life of torture and then having his only friends ripped away from him, he ought to have a good ending. Harry felt as if he couldn't be happier for Lupin. Wait a moment. Hermione suddenly said. Hasn't the Ministry banned werewolves from reproduction? Rama's happy-go-lucky attitude suddenly vanished. The Ministry has a lot of things banned. Hermione obviously wanted to find out what Rama had meant, but never got the chance to thanks to Ron. Hey, since Lupin was a werewolf, wouldn't you be one, too? Ron asked. I prefer the term part wolf. Rama said defensively. So, Harry, how have you and father been getting along? Gabe spoke up, hoping to change the subject. If you count today's little fiasco in potions, I'd say rather well. Harry said as he paused from shoveling food in his mouth. Well, at least you were both in on the joke at one small point. Ron put in helpfully. Rama nodded. Yeah, The fact that he just didn't stand up and hex you is a good sign. Harry rolled his eyes. I'm sure. Unfortunately for us, we have potions next, and I'm sure Snape will be taking out his awful temper on us. Max said as he collected his books. So we'd better leave now or we'll be late. Wait a tick, they're making you go to classes. Ron asked looking up. Yeah, we share classes with the other third-year Gryffindors. Gabe said as they all turned to leave. Ron turned to Harry. You'd think with the traumatizing event they just got out of, they'd be excused from classes. Harry simply nodded his head in agreement as his eyes unwillingly wandered over to the Slytherin tables, grateful that Gabe had been too distracted to ask about the ball. Harry. Hey, Harry. The figure ahead either didn't notice, or was walking faster through the crowded halls simply because he was late for class, despite the fact that there was a 15-minute break. Harry. Damn it, Dad. Gabe broke into a run to chase after his Gryffindor father, but as he rounded the corner, he saw that Dad number 2 had once again disappeared. Bloody buggering hell. Gabe cried out in frustration as he turned to kick the wall, resulting in a rather long string of curses. Eluded you once again, Gabe? Rama asked as he and Mac casually came round the corner, in no hurry to keep up with the pursuit. Oh, shut up. Gabe scowled as he limped in a small circle, willing the pain in his foot to fade. I mean really, you'd think he was trying to avoid you or something. Max said with a smile. Which is rather odd. I mean you are his son after all. Rama said in agreement. Yeah, so you know he must be positively itching to talk to you about how he's going to ask Uncle Draco to the dance tonight. The redhead said thoughtfully. Leave off it, or else I'll give you a taste of what I gave this wall. Gabe threatened. What? Self-inflicted pain? Rama asked as he started laughing. Gabe simply scowled as he wondered why these two idiots got the pleasure of calling themselves his best mates, when all they really deserved was a powerful hex sent up their ass. Have you tried talking to Uncle Draco at all? Mac asked, once his laughter had died down. He's been busy with his head boy duties, especially since he's helping put together the dance tonight. And even when he's not busy, that slut Pansy Parkinson is always hanging on his arm. Gabe said darkly. What kind of name is Pansy anyways? Don't her parents know the slang of the word? She needs to accept her bloody future and what? A shrill voice asked from behind the corner. The three boys turned to see Pansy Parkinson practically dragging Draco Malfoy around the corner. Hello, father. Gabe said, ignoring the pug-faced wench dangling on his limb. Draco couldn't help but smirk. The boy did have a point. What kind of name was Pansy, anyways? Hello, Gabriel. What's this I hear you complaining about? Yes, what are you babbling about? I better have heard wrong as I was coming around the corner. Pansy demanded as she forced herself to be a part of the conversation. But once again, Gabe ignored her. I was simply expressing my, Gabe searched for the right word, disgruntled feelings about the lack of time and chance I've had to talk to you today. Especially when I feel like there are important matters to discuss. Especially with that two-canute whore you're practically wearing. He added silently. I see. Well, I'm here now, so let's talk. Gabe simply scowled pointedly at Parkinson. Actually, I was hoping we could talk alone. Very well. Pa. Well, what are you two just standing there for? Pansy demanded at Rama and Mac. You heard the boy. Leave. Mac shrugged and turned to go, having spotted the prefect badge on her robes, but Rama was having none of it. Actually, I think he was glaring at you when he said he wanted to talk alone. Rama growled. Nonsense. Daniel would never ask his dear Auntie Pansy to leave. Pansy stated haughtily. His name is Gabriel. Draco scowled, as his demeanor suddenly seemed to shift. Whatever. Pansy waved her hand dismissively. Now what is it that little Gabby would like to discuss with his auntie? Gabe's mood grew considerably darker than before, his eyes seeming to flash pure silver, as his auntie leaned forward, her face in his. Now listen here you empty-headed bimbo, I never have and never will consider you my aunt or any relative of mine. Father has never pushed for it, and for that I am grateful. As for our discussion, Rama was correct. I want you to leave. Not them, not father, just you. Gabe said quietly in a tone that reminded Draco eerily of his own father. He instantly began to wonder why his son hadn't been sorted into Slytherin. Gabe eyed Pansy as her mouth continuously opened and shut for a good 30 seconds. The look it gave her reminded Gabe of the time his family went to a Japanese restaurant for sushi, and how the fish in the tanks would stare directly at him as if trying to make him feel guilty for the meal he was about to eat. For some reason, his thoughts focused on the sea bass and the way its mouth seemed to be moving a lot like Pansy's was now. Suddenly, Gabe was shocked out of his thoughts by sharp hands grabbing his shirt collar and yanking him forward. "Now listen here, you little pipsqueak. You may not like me, and I sure as Hades don't like you, but there is no way on Salazar's green earth that I am not involved in Draco's future, so you better get used to having me around." The change in Gabe was frightening. The green in Gabe's irises expanded, forcing the silver into a mere outline as his face took on a harsher tone. Draco's eyes took on a deadly glint as he grabbed Pansy's arm, with every intention to pull her back and throw her to the floor. Aristocratic standards be damned, when Gabe beat him to it. The now green-eyed boy shoved the girl back. Hard. Whether he used his hands, or a burst of magic, no one was sure. Pansy would have found herself flat on her back, had it not been for the hand that still forcefully attached to her arm, which was now twisting it painfully. Gabe smirked as he stood with his arms crossed in a truly Malfoy fashion while waiting for his father to help off the floor. His smirk deepened as he noticed Draco making no attempts to be gentle while hauling her to her feet. Taking on the look of his fairer father, Gabe stepped forward with purpose. "See this?" he asked as he pointed to his own face. "Do you see any traces of a Parkinson on it?" Pansy flinched, looking away, causing Gabe to smirk again. "That's what I though. All you see is Malfoy and Potter. No pug. You should get a good look now, because any run-ins we have in my time are not only accidental, but practically non-existent. Personally, I'd get used to it, because you aren't a part of any of our lives. Yeah, and don't think. Just because you've got a pug face you can attach yourself to my family in an attempt to butt in." Rama decided to add. Neither Gabe nor Mac attempted to hide their laughter at Rama's statement, or the confusion that flitted across both Pansy's and Draco's features. Finally recovering, Pansy stepped back and sputtered. How dare you? I am a prefect and will not be treated, or spoken to that way. 20 points from you, 20 points from Weasley, and 20 points from Lou." She stopped short when she spotted Rama's name tag. Once again her face took on the look that reminded Gabe so much of that sea bass, only this time the look was short-lived. "You're a bloody werewolf, aren't you?" she accused. Rama's eyes narrowed as he took a defensive step back. Both Mac and Gabe instantly moved before him, blocking him from Pansy's wrath. Draco recognized Gabe's expression instantly. How many times had he been on the receiving end of it when Potter stepped forward to defend his friends? Pansy stepped back, eyeing the wand that was now in Gabe's hand. He may have only been a third year, but if he truly was Malfoy's child, he was sure to know some nasty hexes. "I'll tell," she threatened as she took another step back. "I'll tell the whole bloody school. No, you know what? Screw the school. I'll find a way to leak all this to the public. Just watch. I'll find a way." With that Pansy turned and stormed off down the hallway. Quote. Draco swore as he turned after the fuming girl. Pansy, wait. Damn it. Obliviate." The three children stood with their jaws hanging open as Draco calmly turned back to them once the spell hit its mark. He'd take care of her later. "What did you do that for?" Gabe asked, his eyes now back to normal. Draco blinked. He thought it would have been obvious. He did that to stop Pansy from blurting his son's friend's secret to the whole school, thus saving their asses. Honestly, you'd think he'd be grateful and not staring at him stupidly wondering why he did it. No wonder Thet was in Gryffindor. "Please tell us you know how to properly cast a memory spell." Mac asked as his eyes never left Pansy, who was currently just standing further down the hall, staring stupidly at the wall. Draco blinked again and looked down at his wand. Shit. Both Gabe and Rama snorted at the sudden humor in the situation, while Mac groaned. "What was going through your head when you cast the spell?" he asked, using the same tone of voice one would use when talking to a 5-year-old. "You know, you all should be a bit more grateful." Draco scowled. "The only thought going through my head at the time was to stop her from telling everyone she came across about this half-breed's little secret." Mac sighed with relief. "Good. Hopefully that'll be enough. She should be fine once she gets over the after effects of the spell." "Anyways, getting back to the subject of me," Gabe said, "Father, can I please talk to you now?" "But, class starts in," Mac consulted his watch, 4 minutes. "Don't worry about it. Rama said as he put a hand on Mac's shoulder to drag him off. We have herbology next. We'll just feed Professor Sprout some sob story about you having a heart-to-heart talk with Harry. She'll buy it. Why not me? Draco asked, slightly offended. Because she actually likes Harry. Hell, all the teachers like Harry. Except for Snape. Sometimes I wonder if that man strives to be difficult on purpose, I mean really. Rama's rant faded off as the two boys left, leaving Gabe and his father alone to talk. So what exactly is so dire that it can't wait until after classes? Draco asked as he crossed his arms. Are you going to ask Dad to the ball? Gabe asked, not even bothering to beat around the bush. Who? Draco asked, slightly taken back. Gabe sighed impatiently. Dad, I mean, Harry. You know, Potter. And why would I want to ask him to the ball? Draco sneered. He still hadn't quite gotten over that humiliating potions experience from yesterday. Because it's a parents' ball. A what? Draco asked. The parents' ball. That's what we next generation kids are calling it. You need to ask Dad. Especially since your attendance is mandatory. Gabe said with a small pout. I still see absolutely no reason to ask Potter to be my date. The option of going stag is quite a lovely one, and I intend to use it. If you're so desperate to have us go together, you might as well have Potter ask me, because I have no intentions of stooping myself to the level of begging Potter to a silly dance. But if Dad's the one to ask, that'll make you the girl. Besides, he's been avoiding me all day. What a pity. Draco drawled in a bored tone. Gabe frowned. Of all the times for both his fathers to be stubborn, why did it have to be now? But it'll be scandalous if you go off dancing with other people while I'm there. Gabe complained. Not as scandalous as Potter not showing up at all. Draco said with a raised brow. Gabe blinked. It hadn't occurred to him that his dad would refuse to show up at all. What makes you say that? He asked. Oh please. It's no secret that Potter hates social events of all kinds, especially dances. He avoids them like the plague. But, no. There's no point in me wasting my time and effort to try and force the golden boy out of his little hole and into the spotlight when he's obviously so keen on staying out of it. Gabe growled. Fine. How about I cut you a deal? I'll prove you wrong, and Dad will be at the dance. Huh. Good luck with that. I'm in. You get Potter to show up looking decent, mind you. I won't be seen with him in his unsightly drags and I'll ask Potter to dance. Draco smirked. But if he says no, that's not my problem, and I won't push it. And if he says yes, then we'll dance. Hell, I'll even acknowledge him as my date just to make you happy. Good. And you can't dance with Parkinson, even if Dad says no. Gabe quickly added. What? Why not? Because she's Goyle's mother, and she's a snotty little. Therefore she's Goyle Sr.'s problem. Please father. Gabe turned on the puppy eyes. Fine. Just stop looking at me like that. Gabe cheered as he grabbed his fallen book bag and started towards class, stopping when he reached Pansy's still dazed form. Oh, by the way, obliviating her wasn't necessary. Most of the students here loved Professor Lupin, so I'm sure they wouldn't have minded Rama at all. The worst she could have done was cause herself to look like a prejudiced idiot to all the other houses. Gabe said, once again using the tone of Lucius Malfoy. Draco shivered as the question once again rose in his mind. Why wasn't Gabriel a Slytherin? Besides, erasing her memory is just mean. Gabe scolded as he turned and left. Ah, that's why. Only a Gryffindor would consider a Slytherin's actions to be mean. Bloody hell. You've tainted our son, Potter. It's all your fault. Draco thought as he grabbed his fallen books and headed over to Pansy. But then, did I just acknowledge him as our son? Harry collapsed onto his bed with a rather loud sigh. It had taken all of his skill and 7 years' worth of knowledge of the castle's passageways, both secret and public, to escape from Gabe's incessant pursuit. And now, with 2 hours left before the ball, Harry decided that the ducking and dodging and even skipping all his meals had been worth it. He was now safely in his dorm, tucked into his bed, and heavily protected by the numerous wards he had placed on his curtains. Not even Voldemort could have reached him if he tried. Feeling quite content with himself, Harry laid back and shut his eyes, planning on spending a peaceful evening doing nothing but lazying around and sleeping, all within the confines of his bed. His plans were interrupted, however, when his stomach gave a loud and painful growl. Harry then decided with a frown that he would have to get up and sneak down to the kitchens to get a bite to eat before the night was over. Preferably halfway through the ball, when nobody would be around to bother him. Drifting back to more peaceful thoughts, Harry's bliss was once again interrupted, this time by a small ripping sound. His curtains had a silencing charm placed upon them, so where on earth could that noise be coming from? Harry opened his eyes and was greeted with the shocking sight of Gabe's head peeking through his canopy, quickly followed by the rest of his body as the boy lost his balance on whatever he had been standing on and fell through the hole he had created. Arg! Gabe! What the bloody hell? Gabe quickly went about extracting himself from the tangle of blankets and sat on his dad's legs, to prevent him from running away. "Hi Dad," he said cheerfully as he sat up. "I told you not to call me that. And what the hell are you doing here? I thought I placed an impenetrable charm around my bed. And why do you smell like turkey?" Harry all but demanded. "Well Dad, I am here because I need to talk to you, obviously. I've been trying to get a hold of you all day, but for some reason, you've been making yourself scarce. You only placed the charms on the curtains, not the balcony, which is why I was able to cut a hole in it and slip in. And I smell like turkey because I brought you some sandwiches, considering you've been skipping your meals," Gabe said as he handed over the meal. Harry glared at his son, but took the sandwiches. There was no denying the point that he was hungry. He gobbled down the first sandwich in silence, eyeing Gabe as the boy simply sat back and watched his father eat. "Well, what do you want?" Harry asked as he started on his second. "I want you to go to the ball tonight." "No." Harry turned his attention back to his meal. "What if I said please? Then I'd have to say, sorry, but no. I have other plans." "What other plans?" Gabe demanded. "Staying here and catching up on some much-needed rest," Harry replied as he stuffed the rest of the sandwich in his mouth. "You can rest at the ball." Harry paused before taking a bite out of his third sandwich to stare at Gabe. "Where's the bloody logic in that? Why don't you want to go?" Gabe asked, ignoring the previous question. "I don't dance," Harry said simply. "No one asked you to dance. I just want you to show up." "Why?" "Because I have the coolest, bestest, most powerful dad in the entire world and I want to show him off to everyone," Gabe stated happily, ignoring the weird look Harry was now giving him. "Why don't you ask Malfoy to go then?" "I already did." Harry paused. And he said that he was already planning on going because he's the head boy and all, but I really want you to come, too. This isn't some sort of scheme of yours to try and get me and him together, is it?" Harry asked suspiciously. "Of course not," Gabe said innocently. "No. Why not?" "Because I don't want to go. Plus people will stare and start badgering me with questions," Harry said with a shrug. "You better bloody well get used to it, because our whole family gets stared at and bothered with a lot of questions in my time." "Well, when that time comes, I'll be sure to take note of that," Harry replied as he fluffed his pillow and propped it up so he could sit back more comfortably. "Damn it, Dad. You really need to stop worrying about what other people think and start living your life for you, everyone else be damned. Now, you're going to that ball, and you're going to enjoy every minute of it, whether you like it or not." Gabe yelled angrily. "Is that so? Who's going to make me?" Harry said defiantly as he leaned back and crossed his arms. Gabe said nothing as he pulled out his wand and pointed it at his father. "What? Going to hex your own father now?" Harry asked skeptically. "You shouldn't dismiss it as such a ludicrous idea, considering I have two of the most powerful wizards of all time as parents. Plus the fact that one of them is a dark wizard, meaning I would know some pretty nasty hexes. For Merlin's sake, Gabe, what's got you so irked that you'd pull out your wand on me? You really want to know?" "Yes. Fine. It's you, Dad." Harry was taken back. "Me? What did I do? You're always flip-flopping when it comes to how you feel about what others say about you. Just yesterday, you acted like you could have cared less when you pulled that prank on Snape and started all those rumors about you being a gay masochist." Gabe yelled as he jabbed his wand in different directions. "And suddenly, come today, you're skittering about the castle avoiding any and all talks about the ball, because you're worried about people looking at you and father." Harry opened his mouth to retort, but snapped it shut as Gabe continued his rant. "Well, I'll let you in on a little secret. In my time, things don't get any easier. Do you want to know why?" "Shut up, because I'm telling you," Gabe snapped as Harry once again went to open his mouth. The ministry knows about me. They know I am a cauldron baby. The same goes for Leaf. So in my time, things are harder because, Hermione was right. Cauldron babies are illegal. So is werewolf breeding. You think you've got it bad now. Just wait until you see what Leaf, Rama, and I go through every day. Especially Leaf. He doesn't know any better when it comes to things like this, and it scares the hell out of him. So instead of you worrying about your stupid little problem, I suggest. Gabe trailed off and looked away angrily. Harry was surprised to see tears in the boy's eyes. It's just that when you act like this, Gabe started more softly than before. You know, in the future you're always telling us how proud you are of all of us and how the reporters and the ministry can go bury themselves up Voldemort's dead ass, because you have us and that's all that matters. But seeing how you are now makes me wonder if you really mean everything you say. Because your words mean so much to us, Dad, and Gabe broke off with a strangled sob. Harry just sat there, unsure of what to do. He knew he should comfort the boy, but unfortunately, parental comfort was the one thing he never really learned how to do. You know, I had to ask the bloody Sorting Hat to put me in Gryffindor. Apparently, I've got this strong Slytherin streak. Gabe smiled softly. I ended up sitting there for nearly 5 minutes arguing with the damn thing to put me in Gryffindor. It wasn't until I threatened to set the stupid hat on fire, it agreed to put me where I wanted to be. Harry couldn't help but chuckle at this. And it still didn't put you in Slytherin. I never knew the Sorting Hat could be such a pushover when it came to idle threats. Yeah, well, the reason I fought so hard for Gryffindor is because, even before you knew I existed, you were my hero. And the reason I keep bugging you about the ball is because you still are. Gabe said softly. Gabe, in case you haven't noticed, I'm a lot of people's hero. Please, Dad, I promise I won't ask anything else of you while I'm here. Harry groaned. All right, fine. You win. I'll go to the bloody ball. Really? Gabe asked, smiling through his tears. Yes. Now get off my legs. They've fallen asleep. Gabe threw himself forward and latched his arms around Harry's neck in a tight embrace. Thanks, Dad. Harry awkwardly returned the hug. This whole family thing was going to take quite a bit of getting used to. Oh, and promise not to ever tell Father what I just told you. He wouldn't be too happy. Gabe said. Which part? The hero bit or the fighting to be in Gryffindor bit? Both, if you don't mind. Sure thing, Harry said smiling. Now come on, we've got to get you ready and we don't have much time. Gabe leapt up and grabbed the curtains, intending to pull them back, only to be stopped by the many wards that Harry had placed on them earlier. With an impatient tug, he turned to pout at his father, who was currently laughing as he pulled out his wand to remove all the charms. As soon as the curtains were free, Gabe bounded off the bed and into the dorm, announcing his good news to everyone. Harry warily climbed out of bed and noted Rama and Mac lounging on Ron's bed as Ron and the rest of the 7th-year boys were currently digging through their wardrobes looking for something suitable to wear. Shower. Now, Gabe demanded as he grabbed Harry's arm and dragged him to the bathroom. Harry simply rolled his eyes before stripping down and hopping into the already running shower. And make sure you use your mango-smelling shampoo. Gabe shouted over the noise of the water. Why? Harry shouted back. Because that's Father's favorite scent. I thought you said you weren't trying to get us together or anything. I'm not. Good. Because I ran out of that shampoo last week. I've been borrowing Ron's since then. What? Gabe shouted in horror. Don't you dare touch Uncle Ron's shampoo. I'll be right back. With that, Gabe ran out of the bathroom and back into the dorms. Where's the fire, mate? Mac asked. Please tell me one of you guys has mango-scented something. Gabe pleaded. The 7th-year boys all exchanged glances before shaking their heads. Sorry. I'm citrus. Dean replied. Cinnamon. Ron stated. I've got cocoa butter. Neville said. Moon petal musk. Everyone turned to stare at Seamus. What? It smells nice. Gabe groaned in frustration. I need mango. Why don't you try asking Lavender? I remember her smelling like mango once. Dean offered helpfully as Seamus nodded in agreement. Who the bloody hell is Lavender? Gabe asked impatiently. Lavender Brown. She's a 7th year. Gabe turned and rushed out of the dorm and into the common room and stood by the foot of the stairs leading to the girls' dorms. Lavender. He waited a few seconds before trying again. Lavender. Suddenly he heard giggling, followed by a, yeah, Bloody hell, she was one of those girls. I need to borrow your shampoo. Gabe shouted. What? Followed by more giggling. I said, I need to borrow your shampoo. Why? Why the hell did she think? Look, your shampoo is mango scented, right? One of them is. Why? Who the hell owns more than one shampoo? Gabe sighed. Because my dad needs to use it. More giggles. Who's your dad? That doesn't matter. Now can I please borrow your shampoo? Not until you at least tell me who you are. More damn giggling. Gabe growled. Gabriel Malfoy Potter. Now will you give me the ink shampoo or not, woman? Gabe shouted over the sudden shrieking burst of giggles that seemed to erupt from more than one girl's dorm. All right, no need to bite my head off. Hang on. Gabe crossed his arms and tapped his foot impatiently. After a few minutes he spotted a bottle of shampoo being levitated down the stairs. About bloody time, Gabe muttered impatiently as he snatched the bottle out of the air. Did you get it? Lavender's voice shouted. Yeah, Gabe shouted back as he ran back to the boys' showers, only to be confronted by the smell of cinnamon. Merlin's balls. Dad, I told you not to use Uncle Ron's shampoo. Well, you were taking so long, I had to use something. Harry argued. Wash that filth out of your hair immediately and use this. Gabe shouted as he tossed the bottle of mango-scented shampoo over the curtain. Ow! Harry cried out as the bottle hit him on the head. What's this? It's Lavender's. Now shut up and finish your shower. Gabe shouted. But it smells girly. Harry complained as he took a whiff of the bottle's contents. It's mango. How the hell does it smell more girly than yours? I don't know. Maybe they add an essence of girl. Where'd you get this from again? Lavender brown. Oh bloody hell. Harry muttered as he proceeded to reshampoo his hair. When Harry finally stepped out of the shower, he was met with a very irate-looking Gabe. Took you long enough. Gabe complained as he led the way back to the bedroom. I'll have you know I'm cutting into my own personal time to get ready for you. You don't have to do that. Harry said as he tightened the towel's knot around his waist. Gabe impatiently began going through his father's wardrobe. Apparently I do. Damn it, don't you have any nice clothes in here? Harry sighed as he walked over. What about this one? He asked as he held up a faded orange button-up shirt that was once Dudley's. That. Please tell me you're joking. Gabe pleaded, looking thoroughly horrified. Harry's clueless face plainly told him he wasn't. Aunt Hermione. Gabe screamed as he ran from the boys' dorm once again. You might want to put on a pair of pants if Gabe plans on bringing up Hermione. Rama said, smiling at Gabe's antics. Harry groaned as he pulled out a pair of boxers and sweatpants and quickly put them on. He had a feeling this was going to take a while. Honestly, Harry, what is Gabe babbling about? Hermione demanded impatiently as she entered the room. She had obviously been in the middle of getting ready with her hair done up and her makeup half on. His clothes, Aunt Hermione. His clothes. Gabe said as he pointed at Harry's wardrobe. What's wrong with his clothes? They look fine to me. Hermione said. Gabe's mouth fell open. Oh hell, not you too. Both Mac and Rama burst out laughing as Hermione rolled her eyes. If you wanted someone to help Harry get dressed, why didn't you just ask one of the guys? I still need to finish getting ready. Because I've seen Uncle Ron's and Uncle Neville's sense of fashion. Point taken. Hermione said as she made her way to Harry's wardrobe. Hey, Ron huffed. Honestly, Harry, the only nice set of clothing you have in here is your old set of dress robes. Hermione tossed those out onto the bed. It looks like we're going to have to transfigure you a nice outfit for the night. We can do that, Ron asked. Yes, we can. Now Gabe, why don't you go and fix Harry's hair while I get to work on his clothes? Gabe smiled as he grabbed Harry's arm and dragged him back to the bathroom, ignoring Harry's protests. There's nothing wrong with my hair. And Ron's complaining, why didn't anyone ever bother to tell me we could transfigure our clothes? On your knees, Gabe commanded as he stopped before his father's sink. What? I need you to get on your knees. You're too tall for me to reach your hair while you're standing. Gabe explained. Oh, right, Harry said as he lowered himself. Gabe's eyes scanned over all the sinks before he sighed impatiently. I don't believe this, how can? None of you own gel. Aunt Hermione. What? Hermione called back. I need gel. Hermione's frustrated cry could be heard as she left the boys' dorm, presumably to fetch some hair products. A short while later, Rama entered, his arms loaded his different shaped bottles and containers. Holy hell, How much gel did she think we'd need? Harry asked as he watched Rama dump the items onto the counter. It's not just gel. There's hairspray, mousse, hair balm, hair wax, anti-frizz stuff, stuff to make your hair soft, stuff to make your hair coarse, stuff to dye it different colors, stuff to make it lighter, stuff to make it heavier. Yes, 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 now which one's the gel? Gabe asked impatiently. Oh, well, none of the girls had any gel, so they gave us all this stuff instead. Rama replied brightly. None of them. What the hell is wrong with you people? Gabe complained as he grabbed the bottle of mousse. Silence then ensued as Gabe began to work on the mess of hair before him. Hey Rama, did you ask anyone to the ball? Gabe asked after a bit. Nah, didn't have time. I was too busy helping you track down Harry. Rama joked, causing Harry to blush slightly. Sorry about that, Harry mumbled. Don't worry about it. Now I can go stag and offer myself to all the girls and not just one. Rama said happily. You are so full of yourself. Gabe muttered. It's not my fault the ladies love me. Oh please. The only reason the ladies love you is because your brother is a prefect and most likely candidate for headboy next year. You have a brother? Harry asked curiously. Yeah, Walcott. He's in Ravenclaw. And they do not love me for my brother. All it takes is for them to look into my eyes and then they're hooked. Rama said. The only reason they're hooked is because when they look into your eyes, they see that animalistic gleam and it scares them to say no. Gabe argued. There. Done. My hair still looks the same. Harry said as he stood up. No it doesn't. It now looks less like a bird's nest and more like you just had the best shag of your life. Gabe corrected. Well, it's better than looking into your eyes and going cross-eyed. Rama said. Gabe scoffed. I'll have you know that it is my charm and good looks that gets me what I want. Now Dad, take off your glasses. But I can't see without them. Harry said as he took them off. Aunt Hermione. Gabe shouted. What is it this time? Fix Dad's eyesight. Gabe said as he dragged Harry back into the bedroom. What? Fix Dad's eyesight? Gabe demanded impatiently. I can't do that. Hermione said. Of course you can. Just wave your wand and say the magic words like you always do. Gabe, fixing someone's eyesight is a lot more complicated than that. You have to know just bad the sight is and the wand movement varies depending on how much the eyeball itself needs to be reshaped. Hermione explained. So? Gabe asked. So, if I tried, there's a pretty strong chance Harry could go blind. I think I'll just wear my glasses, Gabe. Thanks anyways. Harry reached for his glasses. No. Gabe moved away. Aunt Hermione, you have to try. No, Gabe. Why not? He whined. I told you why now stop whining and let me go get ready. Gabe stomped his foot impatiently and glared. You know, out of all my family you are the one who spoils me the least. You're absolutely horrid. Gabe, Hermione tried, but Gabe was on a roll. All I want is for my dad to look his best. And how is he supposed to look his best wearing these? Gabe demanded, holding up the thick-rimmed glasses and pointing at them. Thanks Gabe, Harry said dryly. And now, we're at the most important night of the time while I am here, and you just sit there and refuse to help the cuz. Hermione pointed at the folded pile of clothes sitting on Harry's bed. Father has high expectations, you know. Gabe said, tears filling his eyes as he turned on the waterworks. And I just wanted to help Dad so he could meet those expectations, but I don't know enough magic to do so, and that's why I asked you. And you, look what you did, Hermione. You made Gabe sad. Rama scolded as he put a comforting arm around Gabe's shoulder. With a frustrated sigh, Hermione marched up to Gabe and snatched the glasses out of his hand. I'll see what I can do. Now, get out of here and get ready. Thanks Aunt Hermione. Gabe said happily as he and Rama left the room. Harry and Hermione stood there as they listened to the boys make their way down the stairs. Charm and good looks, huh? Followed by a, shut up. Hermione smiled. You know, for someone who obviously takes so much after Malfoy, he's not all that bad. Yes, well, it must be the Potter charm. Harry said as he picked at his transfigured clothes, examining what had been made for him. I'm sure. Hermione said dryly as she made her way to the door. Now hurry up and get dressed. The ball's already started and neither of us are ready. Ron's probably down in the common room having a fit. With that, Hermione left, leaving Harry alone in the room. Everyone else must have finished getting ready and already be down at the ball. Sighing for the 10th time today, Harry began to dress, hoping he didn't make a total fool of himself like he had a tendency of doing. Draco glared at the door for the 42nd time that night. They were almost an hour into the ball, and his future lover, along with his son, still had yet to make an appearance. Gabriel must be having a hard time convincing Potter to show. The only reason Draco was still waiting was because that Weasley Matt, or whatever, had come up to him shortly after the ball had started and told him Gabriel was in the process of getting Potter ready. The blonde was really beginning to doubt the credibility of these words. I mean, how long would it take a man with such a small wardrobe to get ready? Even if he'd put some thought into it, his limited choices shouldn't take him that long. Mouth drawn into a small scowl, Draco began to scan the room, thinking maybe he had missed the Golden Boy's entrance. He quickly spotted the Weasel donning a rather nice-looking open robe and vest of deep blue along with black slacks and a black shirt. Someone must have finally informed him of how to transfigure clothes. Malfoy smirked. Next to the Weasel stood Granger, sporting a blood-red form-fitting robe that showed off the womanly curves she had acquired over her years at Hogwarts. Despite the lack of exercise and hours spent sitting in the library, her body really wasn't all that bad. Even her normally bushy hair had been done up in an elegant, knotted bun. Seeing how Potter wasn't with his friends, Draco began to scan the rest of the room in search of his intended target, pausing every now and then to examine the states of dress for the rest of the student body. He soon spotted the Weasleys standing with several other redheads laughing at Gabriel's other friend, Lupin, who roughhousing with someone older that looked to be his brother. Both Lupin and his brother were wearing indigo and white robes of different patterns. Feeling a small tug on his robes, Draco looked down to see a large pair of silver-green eyes sparkling back at him. Did you finally give up on Potter? I told you it would be a hopeless case. Draco said arrogantly. Actually, Father, he was just finishing up as I left the common room. He should be here any minute. Gabe said, smiling. I see. Draco scowled. Part of him had been hoping Potter wouldn't show. It would make a good sob story with the ladies, easily making him the center of attention. Oh well. He eyed his son's attire critically. All black? He asked with a raised brow. Yes, well, I wouldn't want to steal away anyone's attention from our main attraction. Gabriel answered mischievously. The head boy frowned slightly, but before he could ask the boy what he meant, the sound of the Great Hall's door opening, along with the rather quick death of the chatter around him, drew his attention away from the subject. Turning to see who had caused such a spectacle, Draco's jaw dropped open in shock and surprise. There standing at the door was none other Harry Potter. His thick round glasses were narrower and wire-framed, stealing away his old innocent schoolboy image and replacing it with one of a proper scholar, ready to learn and anxious to see how his knowledge could be used. He was dressed in smoothly pressed, narrow black slacks that seemed to fit in all the right places and hugged his hip lightly without the help of a belt. His black, button-up dress shirt was partially hidden from view by a bottle green vest with a threaded ivy pattern that clung to his body to show off his Quidditch-trimmed form. That alone was enough to scream noble, feline grace. But his robes, which were the same color as the jaded vest, brought his appearance up to a whole new level of desire. They were open and softly traced down the toned sides of Harry's body. The sleeves hung off just before the shoulder curved down, giving the appearance that it would slip off in less than a moment's notice, ready to be handed to a poor girl who was shivering, or laid out over a puddle for the unfortunate lady who had to cross it. At least, that would be the impression you got from the robe until you noticed his hair. The pitch-black locks no longer looked as if a rabid bat had attempted to nest in them, but had the distinct air of one who had just been shagged. Or better yet, almost shagged, but interrupted at the last second and forced to leave the yearning session, if you took into account the lovely hint of a blush that was currently coloring his cheeks, along with the way his robes clung to his shoulders in hopes of staying on. Slowly coming out of his shock, Draco smirked as he headed over to the stunningly handsome, drop-dead sight that was now his. Noticing all eyes on him the second he walked through the doors, the extremely self-conscious Harry attempted a small smile and failed miserably. Deciding it best not to make eye contact with any of the gawking faces in fear of losing his earlier meal, Harry looked around, taking in his surroundings. The enchanted ceiling showed off a waning full moon resting brightly on a soft cushion of clouds. The rest of the sky was a deep midnight blue, speckled with countless stars and spotted with the occasional cloud. As if that weren't romantic enough, Instead of the usual candles which would have been pointless due to the moon's blinding glow, fireflies were lazily floating about in their place, helping to soften the light. Footsteps in the otherwise silent room brought Harry back to earth. Lowering his gaze, Harry felt himself get swept away once again. Approaching him was none other than Draco Malfoy. The tuxedo black pants clung tightly to Draco's hips, which were swaying ever so slightly in his gait. His own black dress shirt was nearly out of sight, pressed up against his pale skin by his vest, which appeared to be made with fabric real silver and hugged his torso, showing off his sculpted slim frame. It was decorated with black velvet vines that teasingly embraced his stomach, sides, and back, with the unspoken promise of well-developed muscles hidden underneath that begged to be caressed with the softest of touches. His robes were of a deep cashmere black, and were no better off at firmly staying on his shoulders than Harry's were. They, too, were open, and the silver-threaded vines that had snaked their way around the back of the collar and followed the open-edged trail down to the floor before tracing out the robe's ends, teasingly touched the sides of Draco's, while just missing an occasional brush along his hips. The cuffs of his robes were also wrapped in the same silver vine pattern, and one of them was slowly being lifted to his face as a hand softly brushed a strand of loose, blonde hair off to the side where it could take its place to frame his aristocratic, angel-like face. This gave the appearance of a gentleman, who was ready to sweep you off your feet to take you to your dreams and fulfill your deepest fantasies. This naturally brought attention to his eyes, which, instead of their usual gray, seemed to shimmer brightly. It could have been the reflection of his vest that brought out the lighter shade, or it could have the smoldering look that resided in them, which held the untold assurance of nothing less than a romance-filled night. Harry's mouth went dry as the man who was nothing short of an Adonis locked eyes with him. Malfoy came to stand before Harry just as the beginning chords of a dark waltz struck. Suddenly, the crowd of people seemed to fade, leaving only Harry, Draco, and the light of the fireflies. Smiling softly, Draco offered his hand with a small bow. "May I have this dance?" Speechless, Harry may or may not have registered the words said to him as his own hand reached out slightly in reaction to Draco's movement. Taking this as a yes, Draco slipped Harry's hand into his own as he led him to the dance floor through the easily parting crowd. "We are the lucky ones. We shine like 1,000 suns when all of the color runs together." The blonde automatically assumed the leading position as he slipped an arm around Harry's waist, pulling him close as he raised their other clasped hand to the proper height. Taking their first steps together, neither realized they were the only two moving on the dance floor. "I'll keep you company." In one glorious harmony, waltzing with destiny forever, emerald never left silver as the boys slowly sank into each other's eyes, both amazed by what they found. The emotion, the pride, the sheer beauty of it all. Their gazes never wavered as they became lost in their discoveries. "Dance me into the night. Underneath the moon shining so bright. Turning me into the light." The light of the fireflies seemed to cause Harry's green eyes to almost glow against his golden skin. Draco etched the sight into his memory, not realizing Harry was doing the same with his radiating pale face and silvery eyes. The air was filled with an exotic, spicy scent that seemed to leave behind the faintest of trails as the fireflies lazily swung through it, watching the two figures that seemed so entranced by one another. Time dancers whirling past, I gaze through the looking glass and feel just beyond my grasp is heaven. From the side of the dance floor, friends, family, and teachers watched the future lovers moving in graceful unison, and came to understand. Gabe stood tall, his eyes shimmering with pride, his face beaming with happiness. He knew that on some level, his fathers were beginning to not only realize, but see it as well. Sacred geometry. Where movement is poetry. Visions of you and me forever. The two continued to elegantly make their way around the dance floor as memories began to surface. Their first meeting, their first proper introduction, their first time on brooms at school, the detention in the Forbidden Forest, their first Quidditch match. Together, their first official duel, their first fist fight. Dance me into the night. Underneath the moon shining so bright. Turning me into the light. The shadows cast by the wandering light gave Draco a softer appearance, and Harry found himself feeling safe and comfortable in the arms of his rival. The smallest of smiles made its way to his face as he acknowledged this feeling. The loose grip he had on Draco's shoulder suddenly became a bit firmer. Lowering his head and turning it ever so slightly, Harry very nearly came to rest his head on his future mate's shoulder. A warm feeling was spreading through him, from his lower back and hands to the rest of his body, before pulling back to rest in his heart. Dance me into the night. Underneath the moon shining so bright. Let the dark waltz begin. The slight movement on his shoulder pulled Draco's attention out of his own memories and Harry's eyes and onto his partner's face instead. Noticing the content smile there, the blonde could feel a smile of his own growing as his arm, which had been so casually slung around Harry's waist, tightened its hold him with more purpose. Oh, let me wheel, let me spin. Let it take me again. Turning me into the light. The beginnings of a foreign feeling started to trickle into Draco, one that he didn't understand. A feeling of happiness and acceptance among other things. Ignoring the confusion that surrounded it, he decided to instead bask in it and enjoy it while the enchantment happened. Draco released his hold on Harry's hand, but their palms chose to stay connected. Gently pulling the dark-haired boy against his own body, Draco strengthened his grip as Harry faintly loosened his own, their steps slowing as the song's ending chords played, both feeling the magic coming to a close. Harry looked back up into Draco's eyes for a moment before shyly looking back down. Thank you, for the dance, I mean, he said as he slowly pulled himself out of the possessive grip and turned to leave the dance floor. Wait, Draco called out as he grabbed Harry's arm. Harry turned to look at him curiously. Noticing all of the eyes on them, Draco quickly pulled himself together. Do you really want to give the people staring a chance to start badgering you with questions? Draco said quickly. You should stay with me. This way they'll think twice before approaching us. Harry looked around, as if seeing everyone for the first time. He could feel his initial nervousness returning as his body tensed. Yeah, right, he said as he turned and followed Draco off the dance floor, conscious of all the renewed whispers and pointing fingers. The head boy led him to a spot near the snack table to stand as a new song started. Harry noticed Gabe being led to the floor by a dark-haired girl in soft orange robes as several other student couples and future mates started to dance. A small grimace crossed his face as the dancing couples continued to look in his direction and pass gossip back and forth. Relax, Potter. You're tense. And stop acting like I'm leading you to your death, Malfoy said, scowling at the look on Harry's face. I can't help it. People are staring, Harry argued. I know. Malfoy smirked as he grabbed a wine glass full of sparkling cider off of a floating tray as it passed. Hearing the smugness in the S voice, Harry frowned. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Of course. Didn't you know? Malfoy said in mock surprise. My happiness thrives on your misery. Although, all the extra attention I get from it is an added bonus. You need to stop messing with Gabe's mind, Harry said as he turned to glare at his rival, his anger rising slightly. What are you talking about, Potter? Malfoy asked. His voice had taken on a slight edge that went unnoticed by Harry. Don't act like you don't know. Harry scoffed. He always speaks so highly of you, and yet, no matter how hard I try, all I ever end up seeing when it's all over is the manipulative sadist that you so enjoy being. Careful now. Keep talking like that and people might think you hate me. Malfoy drawled. What, and you don't? Harry snapped. I never truly hated you. At least, not until you put my father in Azkaban. After that I loathed you with such a passion that would have put even the Dark Lord to shame. Of course, since the Dementors left and your father put himself in Azkaban. Don't try to pin that one on me, Harry said crossly. No, it was your fault, Potter. If you didn't have to be such a noble Gryffindor, you would have gone to the headmaster. I did go to Dumbledore, Harry interjected. And, Malfoy asked as he lazily lifted his drink to his mouth. And he sent me to Snape. Malfoy's eyes went wide with surprise as he started choking and sputtering on his drink. Harry froze as he realized what he had just said. Snape. He sent you to Snape. The blonde asked incredulously. Not that it matters. I mean, shit, Snape just ended up chasing me away in the end anyways. Harry said, panicking slightly. Malfoy's shocked look quickly melted into one of humor. Huh, whatever you did to him must have been pretty bad if he really chased you off. Harry blushed at the memory. Why do you go off assuming everything was my fault? Because it always is your fault, Malfoy said in a bored tone as he resumed finishing his cider. How? Why is it always my fault? Harry asked. He could feel resentment and guilt bubbling up in his. Oh, honestly, Potter. Don't act so naive. It's your fault because the whole bloody world revolves around you. Perfect Potter, the idol of the wizarding world. How on earth did you miss that one? I don't want the bloody world to revolve around me, Harry said with an infuriated pout. Well, look at that. Looks like we have at least one thing in common then. Look, just because we have one. There you are. Hermione cried out as she wrapped her arms around Harry in a tight hug. You were amazing out there, mate. I don't know how I'm going to be able to top that one, Ron said as he approached to gently pry his girlfriend off the uncomfortable-looking Harry. Please Ron, this isn't a dance competition, Hermione scolded. But he is right, you know. You two looked absolutely wonderful out there dancing together. Harry blushed as Malfoy puffed his out slightly, looking rather pleased with himself. Excuse me. The group turned to see a nervous-looking boy standing in front of them. Harry recognized him as a sixth-year Hufflepuff. He was pretty sure his name was Dorian. You need something, Damien? Hermione asked kindly. Ah, Damien. That was it. Not Dorian. Well, Damien's eyes traveled to each face nervously before resting on Harry's. I was wondering if I might have a word with Harry. Sure. Harry nodded as he took a few steps and broke away from the group. They were still close enough for everyone to hear what they were saying, but far enough away to put Damien at ease. What's up? Damien paused to take a breath. I just wanted to thank you, Harry, on behalf of everyone. Harry blinked. What for? Well, for being so open in your relationship with Malfoy. When the rest of us found out about it, we all felt truly inspired. Damien explained. But I'm not in a relationship with Malfoy, I mean. Not yet anyways. Harry sputtered slightly. And what do you mean by, the rest of us? The rest of us homosexuals, of course. Oh. Harry blushed as he heard Malfoy snicker behind him. Your marriage really brings hope for the rest of us. I mean, before that, we're all stuck having hidden relationships and being forced into loveless marriages just to keep up public appearances. But the children are telling us that you two completely broke down that barrier, and now we can exercise our rights more freely. Damien gushed. At this point Malfoy butted in, uncomfortable with the talk of breaking down barriers and other such radical changes. Yes, well, as nice as all that is there anything you needed? Other than thanking Potter for something that hasn't even happened yet, that is. Malfoy sneered. Well, I was sort of hoping to ask him to dance. Just to one song is all. Nothing big. If that's all right with you, of course, seeing as how he's yours and you two are together and all. Damien said quickly as he watched Malfoy's reaction deepen into what could only be described as enraged possessiveness. Malfoy smirked, glad to see that others were already starting to recognize the fact that the infamous Harry Potter now belonged to him. Well, he drawled as he looked at his fingernails, feigning a look of charitable thoughtfulness. I'd love to, Harry said. He too had been watching Malfoy, and didn't like that look in his eyes one bit. Malfoy's mouth fell open out outrage, only to be furiously shut before falling open again. This process happened several times, but was unable to come up with any argument as he watched Harry and Damien walk casually up to the dance floor, just in time for a new song. Just because I said I was alright with him being gay with Malfoy doesn't mean I'm alright with him whoring himself out to the rest of the school's hidden homosexual population. Ron said, scowling. Ron, I can't believe you just said that. Hermione said in shock. It took a lot of courage for that boy to speak up like that. And just because Harry agreed to him for one dance, doesn't mean he's about to go off and sleep with every guy he sees. He's not like that at all. Plus, he's with Malfoy. That's not what I meant, my own. I mean it's pretty obvious the only reason Harry went out there was to spite Malfoy. That's completely degrading, especially after that dance we all just saw. There's no love in a relationship like that. I really hope you two aren't like that at all once you get together, Malfoy, because even I wouldn't wish something like that on Malfoy. Ron asked as Malfoy brushed past him and stormed towards the now dancing couple. The dance floor was now a sea of bodies as Draco struggled to push his way past. He had nearly made it to his intended target, when someone grabbed his arm. Looking over, Draco saw the face of one of his many girlfriends. I know about all these rumors flying around about you and Harry Potter, but that shouldn't stop you from dancing with me, should it? She asked, leaning closely to speak into his ear. Not now. Draco growled as he wrenched his arm away. Taking a few steps, he stopped, having lost track of what he was looking for. Glancing around for a couple seconds, he quickly found them and stomped over, grabbing Potter's arm. "I'm sorry, but if you'll excuse us, I need to have a word with my future husband," Draco said coldly as he pulled Harry away from a slightly scared Damien. Malfoy ignored Harry's protests as he continued to drag him off to the side before letting go of his arm and whirling around to face him. "What the hell is your problem, Malfoy?" Harry demanded angrily. "That." Malfoy jabbed a finger out towards the dance floor. "What the hell was that?" "That was a dance. I do believe you are familiar with it," Harry shot back. "That was not a dance. That bloody Hufflepuff was trying to seduce you. He had the guts to try and take you away from me. It was to a dance. He was not bloody trying to seduce me, and he couldn't possibly take me away from you considering we aren't even together." "We will be." "What makes you so sure?" Harry argued, spouting the S-words back at him. "Just the other night you were telling me there was no way." "Well, that was then and this is now," Malfoy stated as he crossed his arms stubbornly. Harry growled, but gave in. "You know what, fine. If it makes you feel so absolutely horrible, I won't dance with any more men. Despite the fact that we are not together as of yet." "Good. And you have to run the women by me too," Malfoy said, closing the deal. "What? Why?" "Because, Potter, you may not be mine now, but you soon will be. And I like to take care of what's mine." "Yours." "What's yours?" "Bloody hell, Malfoy, I'm not a possession or something that you can own." "Of course you are. You're my husband," Malfoy said as matter-of-factly. "That's not what marriage is all about." "Yes it is." "No it isn't." "Yes it is. It's about laying complete claim over the one whom you deem worthy enough to be with you for the rest of your life," Malfoy recited. "What?" "No it isn't. It's about love and sharing what you have and spending the rest of your lives together in happiness," Harry explained. Malfoy's face remained blank as he simply blinked. "You know, love, peace, happiness, acceptance," Harry tried. A small frown appeared on Malfoy's face as his eyes gained the unfocused look of one who was thinking or remembering. "Whatever, Malfoy. Now look, I am not." Harry started but was cut off by a sigh from Malfoy. "Look, Potter. I may not understand whatever concept you are throwing at me, but I'm trying. And as much as I hate to admit it, my knowledge of what you're yelling at me ends at what I'm yelling at you. You're mine. And so is Gabe. And I plan to watch out for both of you in my own twisted way. Just trust me on this, alright?" Malfoy asked. It was now Harry's turn to blink as all his anger suddenly left him high and dry. He honestly believed Malfoy didn't have the capability of being civil, and yet here he was, doing something that Harry never thought to be possible. Perhaps there was a chance that all of this would work out after all. "Draco, darling, there you are," a shrill voice called out. Both boys turned their heads to see Pansy slither up to Malfoy's side and tuck herself under his arm while pulling him several steps away from Potter, effectively making herself the center of Draco's attention. "I've been looking all over for you. Why haven't you asked me to dance, yet?" Pansy pouted. "Because, dear, this ball is for the parents. I do believe you have a son with Goyle, and it would be rude and quite ghastly of me to intervene," Draco said politely. "Yes, but Gregory dances so stiffly. He's rather horrid, really. Pansy, I made a promise to my son that I have no intention breaking. You'll either have to put up with your spouse-to-be, or find someone else to dance with. You're no fun, Draco. Promise or no, you sure do bring a girl down. I certainly hope this aversion to the reputation that you so proudly uphold won't go on for long," Pansy said with a small pout as she pulled away from the blonde. "Wait," Draco said. His reputation was at stake and he wasn't about to let it slip. "I'll tell you what, when the ball is over, if you still have not had any fun, I will treat you to a candlelight dinner in my room, complete with music and a private dance for just the two of us." "I don't know, what about your promise to your son?" Pansy asked, feigning thoughtfulness. "The promise was for during the ball. He never said anything about afterwards." Pansy beamed. "Then I guess it's a date. See you." She blew at Malfoy before turning to send Harry an evil smirk as she headed back out to the dance floor. "Trust you, huh?" said a voice. Malfoy turned to see an irate Harry Potter, hurt shining though his eyes. Shit, he had completely forgot Potter was standing there. "So what, was she one of your little possessions, too?" Someone you look out for because she's yours, or someday will be. Harry said angrily. Potter, look. Don't even bother, was all Harry said as he stalked off to find his friends, not even sparing Malfoy a backwards glance. With the polite bow that was expected of a Malfoy Potter, Gabe thanked the girl for the dance before he turned away to search for his friends. As much as he enjoyed all the attention he was receiving, he had a bigger fish to fry. Mac was obviously the ends of the trio, so it would have been logical to find him first, but the mere thought of having to sort through everyone and attempting to distinguish him from the who knows how many other redheads made Gabe shudder. That would take too much work. It would be easier to find Rama than make him find Mac. It wasn't as bad as it sounded. Rama had a natural gift for finding things. Really, he did. Never the one to exploit another's talent, Gabe focused his thoughts and began his hunt. After several unsuccessful minutes, a small pout accompanied by a stomping foot marked the end of that quest. At least, it would have if Gabe hadn't just spotted Rama's older brother, Walcott. Recalling seeing those two messing around at the beginning of the ball, Gabe hurried over, hoping the other boy would help him out. Walcott, he called to get the Ravenclaw's attention. Walcott turned and quickly spotted Gabe. Ah, it's the wicked spawn of Voldemort. Everyone run. The prodigal son of the Dark Lord approaches. He cried out in mock terror while pointing an accusing finger. I told you not to call me that. Gabe said, frowning. Ha, your words have no effect on me. Be gone, you child of darkness. Walcott said, refusing to drop the tirade. Funny. One could say the same to you. Gabe snapped. Touché. Walcott smiled. So what can I do for you, my psychotic little friend? You know, you're lucky you have the moon to blame for your extreme behavior. Gabe said, scowling. At least I have an excuse. What's yours? Walcott teased as he threw an arm around the Gryffindor's shoulder. I am the firstborn son of the greater good and the greater evil. Gabe said with authority. Ah, so you're spoiled. I am not spoiled. Gabe said indigently. Yes you are. Admit it. You're a spoilet. I am not. I'm simply well taken care of. Yeah, whatever. You're rubbing off on my little brother with your whiny attitude, you know. I'm not whiny. Sure you are. Whinge whinge whinge. That's all I ever hear out of you. Gabe growled. Hey, good to see my little brother's been rubbing off on you too. Walcott pulled his arm back to scratch his head. Speaking of, have you seen Rama? What? You can't ask me that. Gabe cried. Walcott blinked in confusion. Why not? Because I was going to ask you the same thing. So what? Are you telling me you lost him already? What do you mean I lost him? He was with you earlier. And he's your little brother, therefore your responsibility. How could you lose track of him so easily? Simple. Like this. Walcott turned, looking to his side, as if expecting someone to be standing there next to him. A look of mock surprise crossed his face when he saw no one there, before he began to look around. Hey, where'd Rama go? Gabe rolled his eyes. See, like that. Walcott said once he was finished with his little demonstration. I don't know why I even bothered to approach you so soon after a full moon. Gabe said sourly. Yep, must you always be so difficult? Gabe asked as he began looking through the crowd for Rama. Yep. Gabe turned to glare at Walcott, but noticed that the other boy's eyes were elsewhere. Are you even listening to me? He asked as he followed Walcott's line of sight. Yep. The trail landed on a girl in sea green robes who appeared to be in her 5th or 6th year, and not from their time. Frowning, Gabe punched the werewolf's arm. Ow. What? I am trying to find your brother and all you can do is stand there and drool over some bird. That is not just some bird. That is Meredith Summerhine, daughter of the man who runs the Cauldron export business, grows up to be a campaigner for our rights, and soon to be a dance partner of mine. Walcott proudly informed Gabe. Whatever. She looks like a Hufflepuff. I'll have you know Helga Hufflepuff was a very sweet and attractive witch in her day. Walcott said. I'm sure. Gabe replied dryly. Walcott laughed as he started to head off. If you want to find Rama, just look out for all the eye-catchers. You know how he's drawn to them like a moth to a flame when the moon's like this. With a sigh, Gabe began to scan the crowd once again, only this time he was looking for girls. He soon spotted the infamous Hoshi sisters, Akemi and Hotaru. Knowing Rama, along with the rest of the male population in their time, had been after the both of them for ages, he decided to keep an eye on them until Rama turned up by their side. Quickly growing bored of this, Gabe's eyes began to wander once again, this time landing on a girl named Maya Star. Remembering how Rama had some weird fetish for girls with names in reference to the night sky, he headed over to her. "Hey, Maya," he called out. The girl turned and spotted him before frowning, causing Gabe to stop short. Why was she scowling at him? "Hello, Gabe. How was your summer?" Maya asked harshly. Gabe paled as he remembered. At the end of the last school year, he had told Maya he'd owl her over the summer. Bloody hell, he had completely forgotten about that broken promise. It was good. This was apparently the wrong thing to say as he watched Maya's frown deepen. "I see," came the icy reply. What, did she expect him to lie? Tell her that his dad's dragged him off to some ridiculous place where he couldn't be reached by owl and his entire holiday was totally ruined due to the fact that he wasn't able to send her one bloody letter. Not very bloody likely. She didn't mean nearly enough to him for that to happen. Besides, compared to last summer, this summer was absolute heaven. Not that he was about to tell her any of that, of course. "Look, have you seen Rama? I just finished dancing with him actually," Maya said. "Right. Thanks then," Gabe said as he quickly headed off, not giving Maya a chance to start a scathing conversation with him. Once he was a safe distance away, Gabe started his search once again, this time spotting Ebony Twilight. Ah yes, the lovely black-haired, blue-eyed walking attitude with mad sex appeal. Gabe smirked as less than 2 seconds later, Rama appeared by the girl's side. "Hello beautiful," Rama said smoothly. "Fancy meeting you here." "Oh yes, it is quite odd for me to be here with the rest of the school, isn't it?" Ebony said sarcastically, eyeing the boy before her. "Huh, let's see you work your way out of this one," Gabe thought as he stood back and watched. "You misunderstand me. I meant here in this exact spot, in my line of vision, where your entrancing beauty has me," Rama trailed off as he took her hand and it, entranced. "How corny," Ebony scoffed. Gabe couldn't help but agree. "The only way I'd ever fall for you would be if you tripped me or something." "Alright then, don't move until I find a cat to put under your feet," Rama said as his eyes began to scan the floor. "Oh come on already," Ebony said as she grabbed Rama's hand and led him to the dance floor, his eyes still scanning the ground for cats. Gabe sneered. "Oh sure." He gets scowled at for not writing a freaking note while Rama gets the hot girl's attention by spouting cheesy lines. There was something seriously wrong with that picture. Gabe thought for a moment, trying to remember why he wasn't out there picking up the entire female population when he remembered. This night was for his dads. Those two better appreciate what he was going through now to help them later on. Wait, all this would be erased from their memory, it all. Gabe's mood worsened. With Ebony, Rama was likely to be busy for quite a while. This meant Gabe had to go through all the redheads to find Mac. Damn. With a groan, Gabe started glaring at everyone. Why couldn't Mac strive to be different and dye his hair purple or something? But no, he had to go off and be proud of his Weasleyness with the hair and the freckles and all, didn't he? The Slytherins were right in calling him the biggest bloody Gryffindor they ever laid their eyes on. Gabe was pulled out of his mental seething by a familiar body with red hair. Cheering silently, he hurried over to the figure before he could lose sight of it. "Mac," he called out. "Hey, Mac." The figure turned. "Ma, oh it's you. Why do you have to go and look like Mac? You need to dye your hair," Gabe said angrily. Ron blinked. What? Can we help you with something, Gabe?" Hermione asked. "Yes. Where's your son? You're Mac's parents, you should be keeping an eye out for him," Gabe said accusingly. "We are," Hermione defended. "We are?" Ron asked, surprised. "You are?" Gabe was taken back. "Yes. He's over there, talking to those pretty Asian girls." Hermione motioned with her head. Gabe looked over and clenched his jaw. "I'm going to kill him. I swear on my mother's grave, I'm going to kill him." I thought you didn't have a mother," Ron pointed out. Gabe spun around, his wrath now directed at the Weasley father. "I have just gone through a tolerating dance with a not-so-good-looking girl who kept stepping on my toes, a bloody werewolf with ADD, me passing up a chance to be in Mac's current position with the Hoshi twins, several death glares from Maya for completely ruining her holiday by not owling her, Rama spouting these cheesy lines only to get picked up by the sexiest girl in the school, and I am left with nothing. Do you hear me? Nothing." This night has been complete crap for me because I am sacrificing it all to make sure my dads get together. Well then, shouldn't you be looking out for Harry and Malfoy, and not Mac and Rama? Hermione asked. Gabe paused. She had a good point. Well, I needed Mac for Hissons. At that moment, Harry joined the group, looking livid. Hi, Dad, Gabe said brightly. Harry said nothing as he grabbed a goblet full of butterbeer off a floating tray and downed it in 3 large gulps. Where's Father? Gabe asked as he looked around, expecting Malfoy to be there. Who cares? Harry said, frowning as Hermione slapped his hand away from another floating tray. I do. Gabe replied as he turned his gaze back to his dad. Harry rolled his eyes. He's over there somewhere. He indicated with a small wave of his hand in a very general direction. Well, why aren't you with him? The smaller boy demanded with a small pout. That's a good question. Malfoy smirked as he suddenly appeared by Harry's side. What the hell are you doing here? Harry asked crossly, taking a few steps to the side to put some distance between himself and the blonde. You're my date, why wouldn't I be here? Malfoy said, dismissively. This was news for Harry. What? I never agreed for you to be my date. Of course you did, was Malfoy's simple reply. No, I didn't, Harry said. I don't ever recall you even asking me to be your partner for the evening. Well, of course I didn't ask. How could I with you going off and being Mr. Elusive for the past few days? Harry scowled, knowing Malfoy was right. That still didn't give him the right to assume. Besides, you agreed to be my date when you gave me your first dance. What? Dad, you really should stop fighting this. I mean, Father's at least making an effort, so you should too. Gabe scolded. Effort. The only reason he's making an effort right now is to cover up his little side escapades. Harry accused. This statement caught the attention of the entire group, along with several bystanders. Harry could feel the stares, but at this point didn't really care as he continued his rant. Oh sure, now you all are interested in what I have to say. Well, good. You better listen, because I'm only going to say this once. And if I hear so much as a whisper of gossip about this later from anyone, I'll hex them so hard they won't be able to sit straight for a week. Harry glared at the crowd that had gathered, as if daring them to do anything. Potter, I really. In colder-than-death glare from Harry shut Malfoy up rather quickly. After several moments of silence, Ron felt compelled to speak. Well, he asked expectantly. Harry suddenly found himself at a loss for words. What could he say? He could tell the crowd about how Malfoy was a complete asshole, but everyone already knew that. He certainly couldn't go and shout out how betrayed he felt when Malfoy turned his back to face Pansy and throw her promises, while all he could give Harry was an, "I'll try." That would sound pathetic and imply he had deeper feelings for Malfoy, which he was quite sure he didn't. He certainly couldn't yell and take his frustrations out on Gabe. It really wasn't his fault for being here in the first place and trying to force peace between two rivals. With a dejected shake of the head accompanied by a small scoff, Harry muttered, "Forget it," as he turned and pushed his way through the crowd, with every intention of leaving. The small audience remained still, in fear of Harry's threat being put into action. The only person who dared move was Gabe as he went to chase after Harry without a moment's hesitation, intent on stopping the black-haired boy before he reached the doors. After several tense moments, Malfoy's drawling voice startled everyone. Well, that went rather well, don't you think? Hermione pulled a face at him as she and Ron both started sending the small group of onlookers off. No sooner had the last person left, than Gabe came storming back, looking twice as mad as Harry did. Without a word he grabbed Malfoy's arm and dragged him off. Sparing each other a glance, Ron and Hermione hurried after the two boys, anxious to find out what this was all about. Can't believe you, of all the stupid, no sense, Gabe was muttering darkly, ignoring Malfoy's half-hearted struggles and Ron and Hermione's cries of protest behind him. Gabe led the small group to the far wall, where Harry was sitting amongst a line of chairs. He was leaning forward in his seat, elbows on his knees, with his head turned to the side talking to Lavender, who was perched on the edge of the chair next to him, leaning in a little too close for comfort. "Move it, fag hag." Gabe snapped at Lavender, the expression on his face dangerous, leaving no room argument. With a huff, Lavender got up and left as Harry slowly rose to his feet. "What was she talking to you for?" Malfoy asked coldly. Harry said nothing as his gaze left Lavender's. departing form to meet Malfoy's narrowed gray eyes. Malfoy found himself temporarily stunned by the barely contained intensity of the green eyes boring into his when Gabe broke the spell. "You," he said, pointing at Malfoy, "explain yourself." "Look, Gabe, I told you it really doesn't matter." "Yes, it does." Gabe interrupted Harry, still keeping his scowl on Malfoy. "If you're expecting me to apologize for not being able to break a habit that I've had for the past 5 years in less than 2 hours. You promised me. It was totally in the guidelines of the promise." "I really? What guidelines?" "There were no guidelines. You." "Fine. Loopholes. Loopholes. You can't sit there and find loopholes." "Yes, I can. I'm the fruit of your loins. You can't use loofo." "What? You can't talk to me like." "I'll talk to you however the hell I." "You most certainly will not. I'm your." "I'd like to see you try and ground." "I can deduct house." "No you can't. You have no reason for mouthing off to head." "I'm trying to talk to my father and not the poncy, pig-headed git that he once was." Silence reigned as Malfoy blinked. "Then, I am not poncy. You're as poncy as they come. I don't know how no one saw. If I'm poncy, then that makes you part poncy as." "Oh, very mature. You can't even." "I don't know what's wrong with you people confusing high living. Dad's supposed to be the childish one and here you are. You're in the wrong time era if you want." Guys," Harry asked, looking back and forth between Gabe and Malfoy. "Don't know what he saw in you and with the way you act." "I can act however I want. See this badge? You need to fess up and take responsibility." "Don't know what I was thinking when I created you. Honestly, you're always like this and it. I swear you're just here to piss me off." The two voices suddenly chorused together as both boys stood glaring at each other, wearing identical glares. Right then, Harry glanced over to his friends, hoping for some help, but Hermione seemed shocked into silence. Ron, on the other hand, seemed highly amused as he continued to look back and forth between the father and son, almost as if hoping for more arguing. Seeing that he was on his own on this one, Harry took a small step forward, hoping the two wouldn't burst into another yelling match. No sooner had he had that thought, both Malfoy and Gabe snapped their gazes away from each other to Harry, their expressions clearly demanding he choose a side. "Well, you both bring up some pretty good points." Harry swallowed nervously. "I'm really not sure what I see in Malfoy. He is arrogant, and pig-headed, and snobby, and get on with it, Potter. A downright git. But so are you, Gabe." At this point Malfoy and Gabe looked as if they were ready to team up against him, so Harry quickly continued. "And I know you want both of us to act like the fathers you have, but neither of us are really ready for that role just yet. I mean we're still trying to get used to the idea of each other. But we're trying our best, Gabe. You've got to believe me." "Yeah, you should have seen them before you came along." Ron finally spoke up. "Remember that first day in the corridor when Malfoy threw Harry against the wall? They were like that all the time. You really should let those two move at their own pace, Gabe," Hermione said softly. Gabe's eyes narrowed malevolently as he took in what everyone was saying. But despite his angry appearance, his lips had formed into a small, quivering pout. Malfoy noticed this and threw his hands up in exasperation. "If our effort isn't good enough for you, then we'll just try harder," he said as he put an arm around Harry's lower back and pulled him close. "See, I'm trying harder already." Gabe simply blinked at both fathers. Deciding they didn't look convincing enough, Malfoy turned and wrapped his other arm around the front of Harry's waist while pulling him closer still, so that Harry's side was pressed against his own stomach. Hey! Harry cried out as he stumbled sideways into Malfoy's sudden embrace. His protest was cut short as Malfoy began to nuzzle him hair. "Wait, nuzzle. Malfoy, what are you doing?" Harry asked as he attempted to lean away. "You smell nice. Sort of spicy, yet exotic. If I knew you had smelled this good before, I would have made it a point to sit closer to you in class." Malfoy replied as he moved down to nestle Harry's neck before shifting up to just behind his ear, as if trying to find the exact source of the heavenly odor. Harry frowned at this before realization quickly sunk in and his eyes widened while his face turned a lovely shade of red as he renewed his struggles to get out of Malfoy's grasp. Both Ron and Hermione burst out laughing while Gabe simply beamed, glad that all of his hard work was truly paying off. Just then, a pretty dark-haired girl wearing light blue robes approached the group. She appeared to be around Gabe's age and had lightly tanned skin, high cheekbones, and large eyes that matched her dress. After smiling politely at everyone, she turned her attention to Gabe. "Hey, Desire," Gabe said smiling. "Lo, Gabriel, I notice you haven't been out on the dance floor very much. Is there something wrong?" Desire said in a voice that seemed happy, yet concerned at the same time. "No, nothing wrong at all," Gabe said as he glanced over at his fathers who had stopped their snuggling fight in favor of watching this new girl instead. "Then I guess it's appropriate for me to ask you why you haven't invited me to dance with you yet." Desire teased. "Well, you see, I would, but Parker. Forget about my brother. He doesn't own me. Besides, I'm the one you'll be dancing with. Not him," Desire said firmly. Gabe sent a pleading look at the older students. While the boys just stared back seemingly clueless, Hermione understood. "Who's your friend, Gabe?" she asked, keeping her eyes on the girl. "Right, this is Desire Weiner. She's a second-year Slytherin," Gabe said as he stepped into his role as a gentleman. "Desire, this is my Aunt Hermione Granger, head girl for her generation, my uncle Ronald Weasley, Gryffindor prefect, my dad, Harry Potter, and my father, Draco Malfoy, head boy." "I see. Well then, Mr. Potter, Mr. Malfoy, I hope it wouldn't be too much trouble if I borrowed your son for a bit," Desire said as she latched onto Gabe's arm, preparing to drag him away. "What house did you say you were in?" Malfoy asked. His tone was casual enough, but the look he was giving the girl was the same you would give when examining a slab of beef. Slytherin, sir." Desire tried to meet his piercing gaze and failed miserably. "Well then, by all means go ahead and dance. We won't stop you," Malfoy said smugly, glad that he was able to put the young girl in her place so quickly. His fate sealed, Gabe decided to make the best of it as he plastered a bright smile on his face and led Desire into the throng of moving bodies. Ron turned and grinned at Hermione before dragging her after them, ready to dance. "You have no sense of other people's emotions, do you?" Harry asked as he pulled out of Malfoy's embrace once his friends were out of sight. "What do you mean?" Malfoy asked. Gabe clearly didn't want to go with the girl, yet you. "What are you talking about? Why wouldn't he want to go with her? She was pleasant enough and a Slytherin on top of that," Malfoy said, dismissively. "Yeah, but she could have been a downright horrible person underneath," Harry argued. "What makes you say that?" Harry rolled his eyes. "Looks can be deceiving, Malfoy. Funny. I could have sworn you said something like that the other day about my own looks, and yet here you are dancing with me and having a downright gay old time," Malfoy said with faint amusement. "Oh please, the only reason you're enjoying all of this is because I admitted to finding you somewhat attractive," Harry said crossly. "You do not find me somewhat attractive. You find me drop-dead gorgeous." "What? I never said that." "Well, you certainly didn't say that you only found me somewhat attractive." "Merlin, you're vain," Harry said disbelievingly. "I am not vain. I simply know that I look better than somewhat attractive," Malfoy said with the smallest of pouts as he looked out towards the dance floor. Harry blinked, unable to believe that he was about to stroke Malfoy's ego with his next words. "Fine. I'll admit that you are rather handsome on most days, not that I notice or anything. I just happened to overhear the girls gush about it in the halls." Malfoy turned his head back to face Harry. "And, well, tonight I really couldn't help but take notice of how attractive you truly are," Harry muttered as his eyes did a quick takeover of Malfoy's form before looking away in an attempt to hide the blush that was forming across his cheeks. Malfoy smirked. "You're not all that bad to look at yourself, you know. Maybe if you just tried harder on a day-to-day basis, I'd actually have some real competition for the girls' attention." Harry frowned. "What? Oh, cheer up about it. Then you'll know they'll be after you for your looks and not just your name," Malfoy said. "I really hope we're not raising Gabe to be like you," Harry said darkly. "Why? Like you would be a better role model, selflessly risking your life to save the world then running to hide under your rock when the glory tries to follow you. Honestly, Potter, I have never met someone with a more contrasting personality than yours. The last thing we need is a schizophrenic son," Malfoy said with a roll of his eyes. Before Harry could even think up of a retort, Max suddenly appeared in front of them, somewhat out of breath. Finally, Max sighed in relief. Hey, Mac. Did you need something? Harry asked. Yes, now come on. Mac demanded as he grabbed both Harry's and Malfoy's robes and proceeded to drag them towards the dance floor. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Malfoy cried when the manhandling didn't stop. I demand you unhand me this instant. No time. Mac replied as he shoved his way past an increasingly difficult crowd. It was then that Harry noticed the bodies they were pushing past were not dancing, but all peering curiously at something in the center of the dance floor. After several unsuccessful attempts to break through the crowd, Malfoy finally lost his patience. Will you bloody plebeians get out of my way? There's nothing to see here. Malfoy snapped. Don't you give me that look. Do you have any idea who I am? I'm Draco Malfoy. I'm head boy, now get out of my way before I have Harry Potter here hex you. At the mentioning of this, the crowd finally began to part, mostly in favor to turn their stares to the infamous pair of seventh years. Most of the faces were unfamiliar to Harry, which meant they probably weren't from this time period. You'll have me hex them, huh? Harry muttered. Do shut up, Potter. It's a means to an end. Malfoy said with authority as he moved forwards with ease. Harry said nothing as he glared at Malfoy's back, hoping to burn a hole in it. Or at least singe his perfect hair. Huh. The reaction that Harry pictured Malfoy having if his hair suddenly had burnt, split ends was enough to make Harry snort. That snort was quickly turned into a cough when Malfoy turned to sneer at Harry. At that moment, they finally reached the center of the spectacle. There stood an extremely pissed-off Gabe with clenched fists and narrowed eyes. Behind him was Rama, who was poised, ready to fight if need be, and growling if Harry's eyes and ears were working right. Across from Gabe stood another boy, most likely in the same year. His height was about average with a slender build. His face was very well structured and had high cheekbones that gave him a rather nice appearance. His lightly tanned skin caused his icy, extremely pale, blue eyes to stand out sharply from the rest of his features. His hair was light brown and seemed to stick out in every direction, although one would not call it messy. It reminded Harry of a certain type of Muggle cartoon. Anime. That was the perfect word for it. The livid boy facing Gabe had light brown, anime hair. Behind the boy was what Harry assumed to be a group of his friends, all of them glaring and cracking their knuckles menacingly at Gabe and Rama. The first thought that jumped into Harry's mind was, Slytherins. What part of, stay away from my sister, do you not understand? The boy with the cold cerulean eyes asked. Gabe smirked darkly. Well, Parker, considering the fact that she's only your half-sister, I'd say. But Gabe never got a chance to finish what he was saying, because at that moment, the boy whipped out his wand and shouted something unintelligible. Without even thinking, Harry had his own wand out and knocked Gabe out of the way as he threw up a shielding charm that bounced the curse back and into the group of intimidating students, where one boy was unfortunate enough to not duck out of the way in time. Harry later found out that boy was transported back to his own time from the hospital wing, still out cold. What is going on here? Malfoy asked regally as he eyed the scene before him. I really would expect better from fellow Slytherins. The group of Slytherins, currently huddled around their unconscious friend, frowned a bit but said nothing. You, Malfoy said as he turned his full attention to the one Gabe had been arguing with. What is your name? Parker Weiner. The boy stated neutrally. Answer me this, Weiner. Why, pray tell, were you hurling such a dangerous hex at my son? Malfoy's voice grew deadly as he growled out the last three words. Parker's eyes went wide at the statement before quickly narrowing into a scowl. Harry could practically see all the thoughts flying through Parker's head, none of which were voiced out loud. Finally, Parker seemed to settle on the wisest path to go. Forgive me, Malfoy. I simply let my anger get the best of me. Malfoy frowned. He appeared to be studying the boy, whose head was currently lowered in a small bow. Harry had a feeling Malfoy was debating on giving the boy the worst punishment he could dish because he nearly killed Gabe, or letting him off because he was a fellow Slytherin. Oh, the suspenseful conflict. You are fortunate, considering you are not from this generation, so it is not my place to punish you. Malfoy finally said. Parker looked up in slight surprise, as if he could hardly believe he was getting off so easily. But rest assured, I will be talking to not only Professor Snape about this, but the headmaster as well. I'm sure they will find the proper punishments for your actions. Now take your friend and get out of my sight. Harry sighed, wondering if Malfoy would actually stick to those words as he watched the group of Slytherins gently pick up their fallen comrade and leave the Great Hall. Well done, Mr. Malfoy. 10 points to Slytherin for handling the situation so well. Harry groaned as the greasy voice reached his ears. Only Snape would award points to the house that attempted to harm a fellow student. Oh well, Harry decided to consider himself lucky for not getting points taken off for deflecting that curse instead of having the shield absorb it. Thank you, Professor, Malfoy said as he turned to face the group of teachers that was only just beginning to break through the tight-knit crowd. I am assuming you will be talking to Weiner later on. Rest assured, Mr. Malfoy, it all will be taken care of, Dumbledore said, as he appeared next to Rama and Mac, who were currently helping Gabe up from the floor. Now then, I believe we have all had enough fun for one night. I wish you all a good night's rest, since tomorrow is another day. Taking that as their cue to leave, students grumbled as they slowly shuffled out of the Great Hall. Gabe sulked between Rama and Mac as they followed Harry and Malfoy out. Oi, where are you going? Rama's voice broke through Gabe's daze. Malfoy turned. To bed. Where else? You're not going to walk Uncle Harry to the Gryffindor common room? Mac asked. What? And why would I want to do that? Malfoy asked. You guys, I don't need. Harry started. Because he's your date and if I remember correctly, a Malfoy strives for nothing short of perfection. Rama said, effectively cutting Harry off. Malfoy's eyes narrowed. Besides, you'd want to set a good example for Gabe at least. Oh, for the love of Helga. Come on, Potter. Malfoy snapped as he grabbed Harry's arm and stormed up the staircase, leaving a snickering Mac and Rama behind. Well, that was fun, Rama said smiling. Oh yeah, loads, Gabe said sarcastically as he trudged up the steps. Ah, go on Gabe. Don't let that little fight get you down, Rama said as chased after Gabe. Yeah, at least you danced with Desire, Mac helpfully put in. Rama frowned. Yeah, but she's the reason he got in trouble in the first place. I never did trust her. Whatever. You're just jealous, Mac said airily. Ha, Rama barked. And why would I be jealous? Because Gabe and I snagged ourselves some rather nice dates for the night. Mac haughtily replied. Oh, and who was your date? Rama asked. The Hoshi twins. What? There's no way they would even agree to be seen with you, let alone dance with you. Rama cried. Just because they were my date doesn't mean we had to dance. Aha. You can't call them your date when you walked up to them and simply started talking to them. Mac blushed while Gabe snorted. Did you know that Hoshi means star in Japanese? Gabe asked conversationally. Yeah, well, it also means good piss in some other Asian language. Mac muttered darkly. Rama laughed. Ah, we'll let you have this one, Mac. Why? You did better, Mac asked. I don't know. I mean, it all depends. Rama teased. Do you find Ebony Twilight to be better than Two Hot Asians? You're lying, Mac gasped. Gabe, he's got to be lying. There's no way. Gabe scowled. He's not. I saw the whole exchange. How the hell did you manage that? Mac asked. He spouted some of the worst lines that I have ever had the misfortune of hearing, and then she dragged him off to the dance floor. Gabe said angrily. It had to be some sort of setup. Mac said. It most certainly was not. Rama said. It had to be. How else did you end up by Gabe's side so fast when he was in trouble? You're forgetting what I am, Rama said with authority. Girls throw themselves at me for a taste of the wild side, and when I sense danger, I leave them in a heartbeat to go off and save the day. I ran into Maya earlier, Gabe said, effectively changing the direction of topic. Maya, star, the one you promised to write to over the summer? Mac asked. Yeah, Gabe said miserably. You forgot, didn't you? Rama's voice was filled with amusement. Gabe groaned. She acted as if I ruined her whole summer. Really? That's odd, Rama said thoughtfully. I always thought a summer without Gabe would be heaven. Mac burst out laughing as Gabe growled and tackled Rama to the floor, where the two began to wrestle. After several moments, Rama easily gained the upper hand and had Gabe pinned in a hold that was impossible to get out of. Admit it. You're horrible company, Rama said as Gabe continued to struggle. I am not. Come on. Just say it. Never. The sound of someone clearing their throat caused all three boys to freeze and look up. Above them was the half-opened portrait of the fat lady, who looking down on them with a raised eyebrow. Next to the painting stood Harry and Malfoy, both watching the exchange before them with amused expressions. Right, Rama said as he quickly scrambled up. And that's how you exorcise a poltergeist without the use of magic. Oh, Max said understandingly. I'll keep that in mind. Gabe croaked as he rubbed a sore arm. So, what are you two still doing out here? Well, I was about to go to bed when you three showed up. Harry said, one leg still resting on the picture step. You can't go to bed yet. Rama said. Why not? Because you two still need to good night. What? The two seventh years cried out in horror. There's no way I'm being a Gryffindor. There's no way I'm being a boy. Gabe pouted. But Dad, it's the perfect ending to the perfect night. No, Malfoy said stubbornly. We only agreed to acknowledge each other at the ball. The ball is over. Therefore this night is over. Ah, please. Gabe pleaded. Are you uncomfortable because three minors are here? We can fix that. We'll leave. The three boys scrambled into the common room, pushing Harry out of the way. See, leaving. But instead of closing the painting all the way, they left it open a small crack and were peering out. Both Malfoy and Harry stared at this. What? Gabe asked defensively. You guys, there is no way we are going through with this, now move so I can come in. I'm tired and I want some sleep. Harry said. No, you can't come in until we see A. Max said as he reinforced his grip on the picture. Yeah, doesn't even have to be a real. Just a peck. Gabe added. Malfoy frowned and opened his mouth to complain, but his words were drowned out by the three boys' encouragements of, do it, come on, let's see some action, and, already. Will you shut up? You're going to attract attention. Malfoy hissed angrily. All the more reason to hurry up and do it. Rama shouted, once again prompting the shouts of support. Harry was panicking. Malfoy was right. Already he could hear the muffled, questioning voices from inside the common room. He also knew that unless Hermione or Ron came to that door, he had no chance of entering. But he didn't want to wait and see if his friends would show, because by then there would be a crowd, and that was the last thing he wanted. But, damn it, he didn't want to Malfoy. He looked over at the blonde and was slightly alarmed to see him leaving. Wait, he cried out, grabbing Malfoy's arm. Where are you going? Malfoy turned. Merlin, Potter, don't tell me you actually want me to you. Well, no, but, Harry turned towards the Gryffindor entrance, where the fat lady seemed to be struggling to keep the surge of students from swinging her open and smacking her against the wall. Hurry up, we can't keep them off much longer. Shit. In a moment of quick reaction, Harry whirled back around to Malfoy. Grabbing both of Malfoy's arms for support, Harry quickly reached up and planted a small peck on Malfoy's jawline. Before a blush could even properly form, Harry turned to leave, only to have Malfoy grab his shoulder. You call that A, Potter? Slightly shocked, Harry turned, only to have his lips crushed against Malfoy's. Heat spread from Harry's cheeks, to the rest of his face and down to his neck. His whole body seemed to tremble as Malfoy softened gently moving his lips against Harry's, whose own nerves were a bit too on edge to respond properly. Harry was dimly aware of a loud applause as Malfoy softly ended releasing his hold on Harry's waist. When did he wrap his arms around me? Malfoy kept his hands on Harry's elbows until he was sure Harry could support himself. Smirking slightly, Malfoy bowed his head to the audience that had gathered before turning to go, leaving a dazed Harry behind. Harry groaned. That was really all he could do at the moment while crossing the grounds to Hagrid's hut. Well, that and sigh. So sigh he did. Ever since last night's bloody, in Harry's mind it was sexual assault, his teenage life had gone to Hades. That single act had to be the worst disaster he would ever come across in his social and very public life. And it was all Malfoy's fault. It was always Malfoy's fault, now that he thought about it. It was Malfoy's fault first year when Harry lost 150 house points while trying to save Hagrid's dragon. It was Malfoy's fault second year that Ron ended up heaving slugs. It was Malfoy's own fault third year when his arm was mauled by Buckbeak, leading to the hippogriff's near execution. It was Malfoy's fault fourth year when he rebounded Harry's hex at Hermione. It was Malfoy's fault fifth year that got Harry banned from Quidditch for life. Well, technically it was Umbridge's fault, but for now the full blame went to Malfoy, considering he was the one Harry was most angry towards at the moment. It was Malfoy's fault sixth year when Harry. What? Harry snapped. Stop making that face. Hermione scolded. Harry blinked. What face? That grimacing scowl. It really doesn't suit you. Yeah, mate. It makes you look like you're Snape trying to do an impression of Umbridge. Ron said helpfully. Thanks, Harry said dryly. Hermione snorted, causing both boys to look at her. Sorry, she said laughing. It's just, try to image Snape doing impressions. It was then Ron's turn to let out a snort, followed closely by a reluctant Harry, who was struggling to stop the snickering from escaping. He was supposed to be in a permanent bad mood, and this was not helping. The trio's spirits ended up lightening considerably as they all started doing impressions of Snape, along with the rest of the Hogwarts staff. Ron had the other two in gales of laughter by the time they reached Hagrid's door with his expression of the Muggle Studies professor when Fred and George had asked her to explain to them the concept of proper broomstick handling in Dr. Freud. Well, it's good to see you three in such happy spirits, Hagrid said in greeting as he invited the Gryffindors inside. I'm sure it's only temporary, Hermione said, glancing over at Harry as she sat down. Oh, and why's that? Hagrid asked as he started to clear off the table for tea. Ask Harry. He's why we're here in the first place, Ron said smiling. Almost instantly, Harry's mood darkened once again. I may not be no expert on the subject, but when trying to cheer somebody up, shouldn't they avoid what makes them miserable to begin with? Hagrid asked. Not in this case, Ron said as he shoved Fang away from his lap. The whole incident was hilarious. Actually, Hermione nodded in agreement. Harry's just being stupid about it is all. Harry glared at the two people sitting across from him. And they called themselves his friends. Surely it wasn't all that bad, Hagrid said as he poured everyone their tea. Harry's scowl deepened as his friends' faces broke into identical grins. Well, you see, it all started last night when... Last night, Hermione cut Ron off. If you want to start at the beginning, you might as well start when all these students showed up. Nah, it was all under control then, Ron said dismissively. Harry snorted as Hagrid looked confusedly between the two. Hagrid, you've heard about Harry's son, correct? Hermione asked. Avenue, Hagrid said proudly. And, congratulations, Ari. That's wonderful news. You haven't heard the half of it, Harry said miserably. Hermione frowned at Harry's attitude. Really now, you should be happier at the thought of Gabe. I am happy, Harry said in a depressed sort of voice, causing Ron to snort into his teacup. Ye certainly don't sound it, Hagrid said. What's wrong? Well, Hermione said hesitantly, have you heard the rumors that have gone along with it? I might have heard something about 'em, but I never paid much attention, Hagrid said. Right, well, basically the rumors, which are completely true, Ron added, state that Harry isn't Gabe's only father. Hagrid frowned. Wait, wouldn't that make Ari? And that Malfoy happens to be the lucky man, Hermione said over the sound of Harry thumping his head on the table. Malfoy? Why mean Draco Malfoy? Lucius's son, Malfoy? Hagrid asked. Two heads nodded in confirmation. And, it's all true, Harry groaned. It seemed to take Hagrid a few seconds to collect himself as it all sunk in. Well, that certainly is a twist, if I do say so myself. It gets better, Ron said brightly as he helped himself to more tea. You see, Gabe hasn't stopped trying to set the two up since he got here. And it's done wonders for them, Hermione added. They've stopped fighting in the halls. Only 'cause Harry's been avoiding Malfoy, Ron said, earning him twin glares. And then, at the ball. Blimey, Ari. Don, tell me you went with, Hagrid asked. He did, Hermione said. Oh, you should have seen it. They danced together and everything. Even I got to admit, that was amazing, Ron said. I hate to say it, but you two almost make a decent couple. If you're going to tell him what's wrong, then get to the bloody point already, Harry snapped. Ye mean to tell me ye enjoyed dance with Malfoy? Hagrid asked teasingly. Feeling the bright blush covering his face, Harry went back to thumping his head on the table. Right, so at the end of the night, they did the most disgusting thing known to mankind and Ed. Disgusting, huh? You weren't complaining the other night about Ing being disgusting, Hermione cut in, causing Ron to turn red. You Ed Malfoy? Hagrid asked. No, Harry said. Honestly, Gabe and his friends decided to pressure Harry and Malfoy to in the loudest way possible, and ended up drawing a crowd. Hermione said while sending Harry a reproachful look. Yeah, and once there were enough people there, Malfoy decided to try and Harry's face off. Ron said. He did not. Came the combined reply of both Harry and Hermione. Everyone turned to look at Harry with varying degrees of shock etched on their faces. Hermione cleared her throat. Is there something you'd like to share with us, Harry? Merlin, don't tell me you enjoyed that assault. Ron said. Of course not. Harry denied vehemently. It was gross. Besides, I'm not even gay, so there was no way I could have enjoyed it. Both Hagrid and Hermione exchanged a look. You sure about that, mate? Because by the time we got there, you still seemed pretty out of it and. Of course I'm bloody sure. There was no way I could enjoy it. And do you want to know why? Harry exploded. Because you've decided you're not gay. Ron asked. Because he bowed. He bowed to the bloody crowd as if it were all some spectacle. Harry ranted. It wasn't even a real. Hermione blinked. So what? Were you expecting it to be all flowers and music like in the movies? I hate to burst your bubble, Harry, but this is Malfoy. To be honest, I'm not at all surprised that things turned out that way. Harry glared at the bushy-haired girl as she rolled his eyes at his expression. Don't give me that look. It shouldn't be such a news flash that Malfoy is a complete bastard. Harry turned his glare down and aimed it at his teacup. He knew Malfoy was an asshole, no one needed to tell him that. But he had only told his friends half the reason of why he was so riled up. It stemmed from the fake. The fact that Malfoy had decided to him to show off in front of everybody, only to walk off and go meet up for his date with Parkinson was what really irked Harry to no end. Who the hell does that poncy ferret think he is, going off and pulling a stunt like that? Well, at least everyone will start talking about the instead of the whole being gay issue. Ron said happily. Oh yeah, Harry said sarcastically. Having Colin chase me around with his camera asking if Malfoy and I would again since he missed it is much better than people accusing me of being something I'm not. You aren't honestly going to try and say that you're still not gay, are you? Hermione asked. And what's that supposed to mean? Harry demanded. How can you go on denying your sexual orientation when all the facts are pointing right at it? You know, Hermione, technically since he and Malfoy aren't really together yet, he can still say he hasn't turned gay just yet. Ron said. No, just yet. No, turning. I'm not gay and that's all there is to it. I never have and never will like boys. I like girls. Harry said stubbornly. Harry, you have a son that looks like you and Malfoy merged into one being. How can you? No, I don't have any son. That was all just a horrible dream. See what I mean by him being stupid? Hermione said accusingly. There is nothing stupid about being straight. Harry hissed angrily. Get it through your head. You are obviously not as straight as you thought you were. You have a son to prove it. Hermione said harshly. She was starting to get fed up with her friend's stubbornness. Nope. No way. Not gay. No son. Not happening. Harry said. At that moment loud banging was heard at the door followed by a shouting voice. Oi Hagrid. You there? I'm looking for my dad, Harry. Sweet Salazar, I'm gay. Harry groaned as he covered his face with his hands. Hermione simply rolled her eyes at Harry's dramatics as Hagrid got up to answer the door. Hey Hag, whoa. You look different. Gabe's voice could be heard as the door swung open. Don't worry, it's a good thing. Mac explained. In our time you're missing a few limbs and stuff from the war. Oh, right, was all Hagrid could really say. Hey, Dad, I've been looking all over for you. Gabe said as he invited himself in. Max snorted as he entered behind Gabe. I've never seen anyone less excited to see their children, he said as he looked around the table. That's because Hermione has been trying to drill into Harry's head the fact that he really is gay. Ron said as he leaned back into his chair. He's gone into extreme denial ever since last night. A loud bang was heard as Harry let his head fall to hit the table. Harry, stop that. The last thing you need is an unsightly bruise. Hermione reprimanded. Yeah, because that unsightly scar is more than enough. Max said, earning him a glare from his mother. Sod off, was the muffled reply. So why are you guys out here instead of up the common room relaxing? Gabe asked casually. Have you been in the common room at all this morning? Ron asked. You can't relax in there. Why not? Gabe questioned. Because of you, Harry said looking up angrily. You and your stupid werewolf friend. Where the hell is he anyways? Rama. He's probably back with Walcott for one reason or another. Max said offhandedly as he watched the bats sleeping on the ceiling. Those two are really close, aren't they? Hermione asked as she sipped her tea. Max snorted. They're only close because they need to keep each other in line when it comes to not shagging everything with a pulse. Just because he was flirting with so many girls at the ball last night doesn't mean he's really that bad. Hermione scoffed. Yes he is, Max said. His mother has a bit of Vila in her blood. While that may do wonders for the females, males with Vila heritage simply go stupid and horny. Gabe laughed. Yeah, and since he's also a werewolf, he goes permanently stupid. Hermione frowned. But I though Vila males were resistant to most girls, which is why the females have the allure. Max shrugged. Something about cross-breeding magical creature blood makes it all go wacko. He may not get the Vila looks, but he's still got some of the allure. That, of course, goes straight to his head. Gabe chuckled. We've decided that his allure actually backfires on him and that's what makes him so horny in the first place. His own allure? Ron asked, confused. Yep, Gabe said as he watched Mac bang one of the rock cakes against the table. How about we head over to the kitchen for a bite to eat? Mac said casually as he set the pastry back on the plate. Hermione sent Mac a reproachful glare. We're perfectly fine right where we are, thank you. Why can't we go back to the castle? Gabe asked. Because we're hiding out, Ron said as he glanced over at Harry, whose head was still buried. Why? Well, you guys remember what happened last night after the whole incident, right? Ron asked. You mean the congratulations party? Gabe said. Of course, we started it. Another loud groan was heard from Harry that all but went ignored. Was the party really necessary? Hermione asked. Gabe looked shocked at her exasperated tone. You act as if it weren't. Hermione simply gave Gabe a pointed look. It was totally necessary. Gabe argued. Not only was there a cause for celebration, but Dumbledore cut the ball short to begin with, so everyone had extra steam they needed to blow off. He wouldn't have needed to end the ball early if you hadn't gotten into that fight. Hermione stated. It's not my fault Parker hates me for no apparent reason. Gabe grumbled as he slouched down in his chair. No, but it is your fault that the little after-party got completely out of hand. It did not. Yes it did. Someone spiked the pumpkin juice, people were off singing vulgar songs in a drunken haze, booze were being set up, which is totally against school regulations without the headmaster's approval, crude drawings had to be removed from the walls. All right, I'll admit the crude drawings on the wall went overboard, but only because those were of my father's and rather disturbing to look at. But those were done by some drunk fifth years. At this point Harry's head snapped up. What drawings? Oh, nothing to worry about. Aunt Hermione was able to banish them before they started to move. Gabe said dismissively. What about the theme song you decided to assign for there? Ron asked accusingly. Both Gabe and Mac exchanged an evil grin before breaking into a loud song that sounded much like an Irish jig. Oh. 'Twas the perfect end to the perfect night. And it happened at my door. Potter, our own golden boy. Getting ed by the Slytherin whore. Though a sight for sore eyes. No prouder could we be. 'Cause at. Stop. 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 Hermione cried out, effectively cutting off the two boys singing. Both boys stopped, looking wide-eyed and innocent. I'm goin' get some of my keeper duties done. You four feel free stay as long as like. Hagrid said as he headed out the door. I can't believe there's a song. Harry groaned after Hagrid left. Cheer up, Harry. It really isn't all that bad once you get used to it. Ron consoled. But there shouldn't even be a song to begin with. Harry exclaimed as he glared over at Gabe. You can't get mad at us for that one. Finnegan was the one who made it up. Gabe said in defense, although he seemed a little tipsy at the time. Although, the galleon to hear the tale from a first-hand witness booth was my idea. Max said thoughtfully. I made quite a bit of money from it too. There were even a few girls who came round to hear the story twice. How could you run a booth when you were over helping me make the little clay figurines? Gabe asked. Oh, I had Creevy take my place after it got boring. He was more than happy to do it all for free too. Max said. Clay figurines? Harry asked. Yeah. We were able to create one, thanks to some make your model art kit, and use a multiplying charm to produce about 40 or so more. Gabe explained. We're down to our last 5, and the offers we've been receiving are rather high. I can't believe it. I've got a bleeding underhanded schemer for a son. Harry said, disbelievingly. Do you have any idea what I've had to go through this morning because of all the stunts you pulled last night? Not really. Gabe answered. We were off to see if father went through with what he promised Parkinson last night. Oh, Harry said as his anger morphed into reluctant curiosity. Taking pity on her friend, Hermione asked for him. Well, did he? Judging from the way Pansy was screeching at him when we arrived, I'd have to say no. Gabe said happily. Either that, or he got her pregnant. Max said. Gabe glared at his friend. It was the first one. What makes you so sure? Mac challenged teasingly. Were you even listening to what she was shrieking while we were in there? Sorry, mate. I was more concerned about dodging the poorly aimed shit that was being hurled at your father. Wow, she must have been really angry. Hermione said. Yeah, from what we gathered, she left the dance early to sneak into father's room and set everything up since she had a feeling that he might not follow through on his promise. Gabe said with a shrug. But I guess she didn't plan on him not coming back to his room at all that night. Wait, he didn't go back to his room. Where did he go then? Ron asked. He kept yelling at her that he went out for a walk, but that's pretty hard to believe since he was out all night. Max said as he rested his chin on his palm. I'm just glad he wasn't with Pansy all night. Gabe said as he began to spin one of the rock cakes on the table. As the rest of the group lapsed into silence, Harry couldn't help but realize that he was glad too. The potion being applied to the scratch stung, causing Draco Malfoy to scowl as Madame Pomfrey dabbed the wound clean. Don't you give me that look, young man. I'm not the one who threw a vase at your head. The nurse snapped. Draco's glare deepened, but he did as he was told and redirected his fury to the stone floor instead. It's not like he had asked Pansy to hurl his 13th century Ming vase at his face. Anyone could have told her that his skull wasn't nearly as fragile as the priceless pottery once was, before it had shattered. That stupid shrew. Who on earth gave her the right to wreck his furnishings? Better yet, who gave her the right to enter his room? His private sanctuary. His fortress of solitude, which took 6 years' worth of hard work to earn. Nowhere on that door did it say, Pansy Parkinson. Oh no. All that was carved into the beautiful mahogany woodwork was, Head Boy Dormitory, and then, underneath that, engraved into a highly polished silver plaque was his name, Draco Malfoy. Nope, no Pansy on his door. Not even a hint of A, P. P was such a horrible letter anyways. After all, only the most crude and plebeian of words started with it. Such as, Pratt, or, Poop, or, well, Potter. Draco paused as his thoughts turned to Potter. The source of all his troubles. The very bane of his existence. The reason behind his visit to the infirmary this morning. Despite his air of confidence, last night's had shaken Draco deeply, and had given him much to ponder over. Whereas Harry's knees turned to goo, Draco's insides had given a sharp jolt before turning to mush. What was worse was that the jolt didn't disappear. It simply relocated itself in his groin, where it began to churn and throb before dying as the two boys separated. Never in his life had Draco experienced such an intense feeling of lust in so short a time. And from with a boy, with Potter. Luckily for him, Draco wasn't nearly as virginal as the golden boy and was able to keep his desires hidden behind his usual facade as he turned and faced the crowd. But once he rounded the corner and disappeared behind the tapestry, the Slytherin sex god found himself gasping for breath as his heart demanded to be noticed whilst pounding in his. Naturally, the reaction to all of this was, what the bloody? Not understanding, nor liking for that matter, the way his body was behaving, the head boy decided to take a nice long walk to help clear his head, and perhaps deduct house points from any students unfortunate enough to cross his path. And so, Draco began his hours of aimless wandering throughout the countless passages of the castle. Now, just because these wanderings were aimless did not mean they were mindless as well. For the first time in his life, Draco found his thoughts to be focused, rather than drifting from snide idea to snide idea. And his mind was centered on none other than Potter. Where had the boy learned to like that? And why were his lips so soft? Without intending to, Draco found himself thinking about the ball and the one dance he and Harry shared. He found his mind recalling the curve of Harry's lower back against his arm. The warmth of Harry's hand on his shoulder. the heat radiating from Harry's to his own. The feel of complete peace as Harry's head on his shoulder. What had really gotten to Draco was the foreign feeling of guilt that struck him from the look of betrayal in Potter's eyes after talking to Pansy. A part of him had been amazed at the fact that Potter obviously cared a whole lot more than he let on. He was even more shocked that he had given chase to Potter without a second thought. The Slytherin had never experienced regret or guilt, and had decided right away that he didn't like it. That would probably explain why he was so compliant to Potter and Gabriel's wishes for the rest of the evening. As unsettling as the thought might have been, it was slowly becoming clear to Draco that his feelings for the Gryffindor ran deeper than he realized. He certainly hoped he wasn't so agreeable towards his son in the future. That child was growing up to be a first-rated, spoiled. No. While Gabriel showed obvious signs of being well taken care of, he seemed to lack the complete air of dignity expected of a Malfoy. But despite Gabriel's laid-back attitude, Draco noticed that he still received the respect he deserved, a trait which he hated to admit that was most likely inherited from Potter. But what was it about Potter that attracted those around him? Draco had a strong suspicion that even if there was no Dark Lord, or boy who lived, title people would still hold Potter in the highest of regards. But why? Surely it wasn't based on his appearance. True, he was in his school robes most of the time, but his thick black, round-rimmed glasses, disheveled hair, and often, elsewhere, expression gave the impression of Potter being a total slacker. And on the weekends and holidays it was worse. Potter would go strutting about wearing horribly styled Muggle clothing that didn't fit him at all. What kind of person makes friends in that attire? Sniggering with amusement, Draco recalled a prank he pulled on Potter during the Easter holidays last year that involved him transfiguring Potter's belt into a frail bit of string which snapped instantly, forcing Potter to walk around, gripping his pants to prevent them from completely falling. Sight of a frustrated and struggling Scarhead had been great amusement for Draco until Thomas offered to give Potter a spare belt. Bloody noble Gryffindors. Although, Draco had to admit that Potter did clean up quite nicely for the ball. The green vest did help accentuate his lithe form, and the way his pants hugged his hips, very nice indeed. But that was beside the point. The point was, what was it about Potter that Draco would soon find himself irresistibly attracted to? Draco ended up spending the rest of his late-night stroll pondering this, and didn't even think of heading back to his dormitory until he noticed the pale sky through one of the castle's many windows, marking the start of a new day right before the sun would rise. It was then that Draco suddenly realized how tired he was as he trudged through the lower dungeons back to Slytherin common room. Muttering the password, Echo's love, to the bare stretch of stone wall, Draco weaved through the high-backed chairs and made his way to the door marked, Head Boy. He had it firmly set in his mind that he would sleep until lunch. Maybe even have one of the house elves serve him his own private brunch. The Slytherin didn't feel like dealing with his son and company when he woke up. However, upon entering his room, thoughts of a blissful slumber were brought to an annoying halt. There, sitting on the bottom corner of his bedspread, clad in the skimpiest of powder-pink silk night lingerie, was none other than Pansy Parkinson, currently leaning against the bedpost, fast asleep. Frowning in confusion, Draco struggled to recall why she was there. It clicked when he looked towards the fireplace and saw the silhouette of a round table, candelabra whose candles had long since burned out, wine glasses, a fondue set which explained the smell of chocolate, and an assortment of fruits. All of which added up to a promising night of ecstasy. Oh, bugger. Deciding he was too tired to really care about the fact that he had forgotten about his little rendezvous with Pansy, Draco chose to leave the girl sleeping where she was as he stripped off his suit, put on some cashmere pajama pants, and climbed into bed. Flinching back to reality as Madame Pomfrey poked at the bruise on his arm, Draco was sorely reminded that leaving Pansy there had been a grave mistake. The loud sound of items crashing accompanied by an enraged cry had ripped Draco away from his dreams and back into the real world. Jumping up into a sitting position, the Slytherin was halfway to retrieving his wand when Hisson decided to wake up and realize the source of the noise. Pansy was awake. How lovely. Pansy, what bleedin' were you doing? Draco yelled. Let it be known now that the young Malfoy was not a morning person. Instead of jumping in fear, or shrinking away in fright like any normal person would have done, Pansy whirled around and glared at the boy in bed. You promised to meet me after the dance. You promised me. Draco scowled, leaning back against the headboard as he rubbed the sleep from his eyes. It was too early for this shit. Yeah, so. It was at this point that Pansy scooped up a handful of fruit and began hurling them at Draco one at a time, using them to punctuate the words she was shouting. I was waiting for you all night. Draco scrambled out of bed in an attempt to get away from the now rotten bits of food, dragging his blanket along to shield himself. Pansy, would you stop? Hey, give me a chance to speak, woman. The onslaught stopped, but only because the fistful of fruit had run out. Look, I know I told you that we would get together after the ball, but some scuffle happened and I was called away for headboy duties. Draco lied smoothly as he tossed the blanket back on his bed. Then why didn't you stop by here first to let me know you couldn't make it? Pansy asked. Turning to his wardrobe to pull out some clean clothes, Draco shrugged. I was with McGonagall most of the time and didn't have a chance to get away. Oh, I didn't get back until the sun started rising, and by that point I was so exhausted, and you looked so charming sleeping there like that. I just couldn't bring myself to rouse you, Draco said as he pulled on a fresh pair of pants. No sooner had he calmed the potential explosion, the door to his room burst open. 'Cause at that time, off was Ron, getting snogged by Herman, but that's not what our song's about. So listen and I'll tell of how their son showed up one day and made their life a living hell. Morning, father, Gabe shouted over the din his two friends were making. Now please imagine my surprise when news had reached my ears. Gabriel, what the? About the Malfoy-Potter legacy. That happens in 19 years. According to their son Gabe. Oi, shut it, Draco bellowed, effectively putting a stop to the song. Gabriel, what are you doing here? Well, I was hoping you would come up to breakfast with us and sit with Dad. Gabe answered simply. Come up to, you mean to say breakfast hasn't even started yet? Draco demanded. Nope, not for another half hour. Gabe stated with a glance at the grandfather clock in the corner. This gives you plenty of time to get ready. Mouth open with rage, Draco turned to Pansy. You woke me up half an hour before breakfast is even ready. This time, Pansy did flinch. It was a well-known fact amongst the Slytherins that Draco Malfoy did not like to get up before halfway through the morning meal, and would only allow himself to be presented in the Great Hall for the last 45 minutes of breakfast, no ifs, ands or buts about it. Everyone, even the Gryffindors, left it at that, in fear of their own safety. Draco's morning mood was not something to be reckoned with. But just to forewarn you, Dad isn't exactly in the best of moods right now, which is kind of odd. I mean, you'd think he'd be over the moon after that, but he's gone and… What? Pansy sharply interrupted. Oh, you haven't heard about it yet? Rama asked innocently. Seamus Finnegan made a whole song about it and everything. The boys opened their mouths to break out into the song again when Pansy stopped them. Who did he? She asked dangerously, her eyes flickering judgmentally from the three boys to the half-dressed man standing near the wall. Draco snorted. Who cares? Like I'm really interested in Scarhead's personal life at this ungodly hour. Gabriel, why don't you and your friends wait outside while I get dressed? Hey, you called Uncle Harry Scarhead? Mac exclaimed. That wasn't such a waste after all. Oi, who said it was a waste to begin with? Gabe asked, clearly offended. It was Dad and Father's first official together. It qualifies as a momentous occasion, not a waste. Brilliant, Rama said, ignoring Gabe. Now if we can just get them to do a little more than just a quick next time. You ed him, Pansy shrieked. The flames in the fireplace suddenly erupted, licking the mantle. While Draco was used to her tantrums, her magic levels going out of control like this suggested she was truly enraged. Oh please, that was hardly my fault. Draco argued. Whatever happened to the scuffle and headboy duties? At this point, objects began to rattle, as if caught in an earthquake. Okay, so that wasn't exactly true. Hey, watch it. Draco jumped to the side as Pansy picked up one of the wine glasses and threw it at him. So I suppose, McGonagall, is now some kind of secret code for telling me you were really with a stupid Gryffindor all night. Pansy's voice shot up an octave as random items began lifting themselves up and flying around, smashing against walls, bookshelves, or the occasional human bodies. Ow. Pansy, watch it, I wasn't with him all night. Geez. Oh, not all night. So you were with him for most of the time then? No, not most of the time, all I did was drop him off at his common room. And him, Pansy added. Yes, that too. Ow. Bloody hell. Pansy, will you calm down? Then where were you the rest of the night? Out for a bloody walk. Out of the corner of his eye, Draco noticed the three Gryffindors exchange glances before quickly shuffling out of the room in fear of their very lives. All night. Yes. Draco hissed in pain as one of his books flew off the shelf and smacked him in the arm. Do you really think I'm that stupid? You were with someone else, weren't you? Pansy accused. I was by myself all night. Now will you please drop the dramatics and stop breaking my things and put them back where they belong? Pansy ignored him. Ever since your son showed up, it's like you've completely forgotten that I even exist. What? You've been hanging on my arm non-stop. How the hell am I supposed to forget that you're there? How do you even know he's your real son? Just because he claims to be, you've gone ahead and agreed with everything he's told you. You've hung out with the enemy. You've even gone and turned gay. It's like you're his little lap dog. I am nobody's lap dog. Draco snapped fiercely, causing the crystalline figure flying past his ear to explode. Oh, you think so? Then explain to me your actions these past few days. Everything I've done for Gabriel has been of my own free will. Draco argued. Does that include Ing Potter? Pansy spat venomously. Draco opened his mouth to answer and then paused, realizing he wasn't quite sure. True, the situation itself had been forced, but his lips had met Potter's on his own accord. Pansy took the silence as a confirmation to her question and with an enraged cry, picked up the Ming vase and hurled it at Draco's head. She accompanied this with screams of, I hate you. And, with Potter of all people. And, you Ing scum. And other rude phrases as well. Once he was able to blink the stars away, Draco gently touched his forehead to find that it was bleeding. He looked up, feeling slightly dazed, to see Pansy mindlessly throwing everything within reach in a number of random directions. Staggering slightly, Draco tried one last time to reason with her, but when she accused the Malfoy line of being nothing but a bunch of pompous lapdogs for whoever has the most power, and suggesting that Lucius' relations with the Dark Lord penetrated deeper than simple boot-licking, Draco snapped. Not even bothering to pause and think of the repercussions, the head boy pointed his wand and hexed Pansy with the first 10 curses to exit his mouth, including, but not limited to, Protega, Silencio, Impedimenta, Petrificus Totalis, Densagio, Incarcerus, and ending with Stupefy. Draco then proceeded to pull on his shirt, storm out into the common room, dropping the threat that if anyone were to so much as enter his room with the intention of helping the unconscious wench before he calmed down, they would not only lose their ability to produce an heir in the most painful of ways, but also to be plagued with a wrath 1,000 times worse than the Dark Lord could even dream of. With that promise left hanging in the air, many students simply peeked into the head boy's room to see the damage that had been caused as the blonde made his way to the infirmary. Although Draco was sure he would be in a bad mood the rest of the day, he couldn't help but smirk at the number of Gryffindors that seemed to be occupying a great number of beds. It appeared that he wasn't the only one to lose his temper this morning. While Madame Pomfrey finished tending to his wounds, Draco entertained himself by staring defiantly at the few Gryffindors enough to look at him as if his presence there was some sort of consolation to them. They had no right to assume that just because Potter had sent them, along with everyone else, to the hospital wing that he was the reason Draco was here as well. But then again, telling them that a mere girl was the cause of his visit wouldn't do much to help his situation. So Draco decided instead to examine the destruction Potter had caused, and was somewhat disappointed to note that while all the spells and hexes were quite strong and impressive, none of them were dangerous in the smallest sense and would leave no lasting damage behind. However, it was the sight of a sour Seamus Finnegan entering the wing with hot pink hair tied in several places with bright green bows, scantily clad in a classic, bright blue tutu that finally cracked the Slytherin's foul mood. One simply could not look at that sight without laughing. As Madame Pomfrey left Draco's side to see what was wrong with the Irishman, Seamus simply replied, "I can't get it off," causing the head boy to fall back against his pillows, howling with laughter. Seamus sat down in the bed next to Malfoy's, glaring as he waited for the Slytherin to stop laughing. After 5 minutes, he lost his patience. "I'll have you know your boyfriend did this," he snapped crossly. Another 8 minutes went by before Malfoy was able to draw enough breath to speak. 10 points to Gryffindor, he said while wiping the tears from his eyes, ignoring the previous statement. I don't think anything Potter has ever done has had me laughing this hard. And if it were in my power, I'd give 50 points to whoever got you sent here, because I'm sure it was more than worth it. Seamus retaliated. This put a quick stop to Draco's remaining chuckles. Once I was through with her it wasn't her, Seamus asked with a raised brow. Enough out of you, Mr. Malfoy. You've been healed, no potions were taken, so you don't have anything to dawdle around for. Madame Pomfrey snapped, interrupting the two boys' argument. I'm overworked enough as it is. Oh, but with the amount of students showing up this morning, perhaps it would be best if I stayed around to help. Draco offered as he slid out of bed. The head nurse opened her mouth to answer, but was distracted by a loud boom and a puff of purple smoke. You silly girl, I warned you not to try and dispel those away by yourself. Honestly, I don't know what's gotten into young Potter this morning to go about hexing everyone in his path. Draco watched with mild amusement as Pomfrey hurried off to go and fix whatever problem the girl had gotten herself into before turning his attention back to Finnegan. So, what exactly have you all done to piss off your golden boy? Draco asked smugly, watching as Finnegan tugged at the leotard material clinging to his body. Hey, you can't blame me. I was drunk off my ass last night. Finnegan argued. Is that so? I was told you made a song. Draco said, allowing a bit of amusement to show through his voice. Yeah, that was pretty clever. Seamus said wistfully before shrugging. So we sang a few songs, rubbed your very public in his face a bit. Got a little carried away with all the joking, nothing too unpleasant. I see. And by tomorrow whatever the hell happened will have blown over, and each and every one of you will have forgiven Potter, and you all will go back to being jolly good friends. Draco sneered. Actually, it'll be most of us who'll be apologizing. Should have known better than to tease Harry when he's in a bad mood. Merlin, this is what I hate about all you Gryffindors. Always so noble, ready to stand up and take the blame. It makes me sick, Draco said in disgust. Well, you obviously don't hate us all that much if you're going to end up with Harry in a few months. Finnegan said as he went to relax against his pillows. Just because I'm going to end up shagging Potter in the near future doesn't mean I'll hate him any less. Draco said sullenly. At this, Finnegan sat up. If you do anything to hurt Harry, he growled. Please. Have you seen how happy-go-lucky our son is? Draco snorted, dismissing the threat. Point taken, Finnegan said as he went back to his previous position. At that moment the doors to the infirmary opened, and Draco looked over to see Crabbe and Goyle hauling in an unconscious Pansy. Glancing at the clock, the blonde was pleased to note that they had waited at least 45 minutes before bringing her in. Sweet Rowena, what happened to her? Madame Pomfrey asked as she hurried over to the bed where Pansy's body had been dumped. Both boys glanced over at Draco, who took his time in sauntering over. Looks like she got on someone's bad side this morning. Draco commented lazily as he motioned for his two cronies to join him as he exited the hospital wing, feeling much better than when he had arrived. Of course, life never was meant to be so simple, and after a few minutes of walking in smug silence, Goyle opened his mouth to speak. Draco, you're not mad. What? Why on? Oh, do you mean about Pansy? I'm not angry anymore, but I have no intention of forgiving that for quite some time. Draco said with a wave of his hand. Crabbe and Goyle exchanged a look. Well, what about Potter? Crabbe asked. What about him? You aren't mad about being with him. Draco stopped walking and turned to glare at the two Slytherins. You've been thinking about my affairs again, haven't you? What have I told you about minding your own business? It's not that, Goyle quickly said. It's just that last night, while dancing with Pansy, she kept talking about how you didn't seem to mind the idea of spending the rest of your life with a Gryffindor. I see, Draco said thoughtfully. And what do you two think of it? Goyle shrugged. Well, the way I see it, if I end up with Pansy, I don't really care who you shag. Crabbe nodded in agreement. And be discreet about it. We don't want any trouble from our families if they hear about your, well, lifestyle choices. Draco frowned at the way Crabbe said, lifestyles, but decided to let it drop. So, what do you see in Potter? Goyle asked hesitantly, afraid he had already used up Draco's daily quota of tolerance. Draco's eyes narrowed, recalling the hours of pondering he had spent on that very subject. That's a good question, he said as he turned and began to stride off. Where are you going? Crabbe called after him. To find the answer, was the reply. And then, while I had Mac in a headlock, like this, Leaf came running over yelling, I've got a better idea. I've got a better idea. And jumped into the pile, but then Rama grabbed him and Potter. Both Gabe and Harry stopped and turned, the rest of the group following suit. Father, Gabe proclaimed happily as he released Mac from his hold and rushed towards Draco. Hey, can we go to Hogsmeade for lunch? You, me, and Dad. And Mac, and Rama and Walcott. Oh, and Aunt Hermione and Uncle Ron, too. Mac rolled his eyes. Why don't we just rent a room at a tavern and throw a party? Hey, that's a great idea. Can we, Father? But it's not even a Hogsmeade weekend, Hermione pointed out. Gabe scowled darkly at his aunt before his face lit up again. Then can we go to the kitchens for a bite to eat? Oh, better yet, we can have a picnic down at the Quidditch pitch. I can show you my moves and you guys can show me yours. Not right now, Gabriel. I need to have a word with Potter, Malfoy said, his eyes momentarily leaving Harry's to glance down at his son. This action resulted in a double take. Why are you grinning at me like that? You love him. What? Oh man, Mac, this is brilliant. Just think, it could be this talk that leads my fathers to getting together. This is gargantu momentous, Gabe proclaimed as he grabbed the front of his best friend's robes. This is history in the making. I need to find Rama. He won't want to miss this. Is he always like this? Ron asked worriedly as he watched the Malfoy Potter release Mac and pull Harry towards Draco before pushing them both off down the hall. Actually, we discovered a while ago that if you top an omelet made with the eggs of a cockatrice with blueberry syrup, strawberry syrup, maple syrup, honey, and powdered sugar, and then try to magically remove the blueberry syrup without the knowledge of the proper spell, you get some weird, extremely tasty concoction that's totally different from what you originally started with, Mac explained as they followed the boy and his two protesting fathers down a set of steps. The best part of it is that the effects of it don't kick in until later during the day. Ron frowned. So, it's what Gabe had for breakfast. He'll basically buy on something equivalent to a sugar rush for the next 4 to 5 hours. They serve as cockatrice eggs at this school? Hermione asked, clearly horrified. No, but it's not that hard to get your hands on some. When we first did, last year, we weren't sure what to do with them, Max said with a shrug. But then Rama suggested making an omelet, and since cockatrice eggs normally taste really nasty, we added the toppings and the rest is history. So you're saying that Gabe is high? A sugar high, Mac corrected. That's still extremely dangerous. Hermione scolded. You boys have no idea what you're eating, and yet you eat it anyways, just for kicks. And this is exactly why we haven't told any of you about half of the things we've done in our time, Max said before jogging to catch up with Gabe. Ron leaned towards Hermione. I think our son just blew you off. Hermione simply glared at her boyfriend before turning on her heel to march off in the opposite direction. Ron sighed as he went to chase after her, Mac watching them both leave before turning to the group before him. Gabe, they can't really talk with you shoving them up and down random halls. Gabe stopped at Mac's words. Good point. Okay, you two talk, and Mac and I will be over here. Both Harry and Draco watched as their son dragged Mac halfway down the hall. This is ridiculous, Draco muttered as Gabriel waved, indicating they were good to go. Come on, Potter. What? Why? Where are we going? Will you let me go? I can walk by myself, you know, Harry complained as Malfoy grabbed his arm and dragged him down the nearest staircase. Yes, well, we wouldn't want for you to get lost now, would we? Malfoy sneered as he opened a door that led to yet another set of stairs, refusing to let up his hold. For your information, I haven't gotten lost at this school since the beginning of my first year, Harry said indigently. After several more stairs, hallways, and random doors, they arrived at a lone corridor, eerily decorated with torches, chains, and several dreary tapestries with pictures so faded, it was practically impossible to make them out. Where are we? Harry asked, looking around apprehensively. The dungeons, a few halls past Professor Snape's private quarters, the Slytherin answered simply. And where are Gabe and Mac? And Ron and Hermione? Harry frowned, only just noticing their absences. Malfoy smirked, stepping well into Harry's personal space as he put a slender, pale finger against Harry's lips. Shish. Listen. Harry blinked as he strained his ears. In the distance he could hear water dripping, but that was it. No muffled footsteps from other students or echoing laughter reached this far corner of the castle. The silence seemed to press at his very being. "They're gone," Malfoy said quietly as he removed the offending finger, his eyes lingering where they had held the Gryffindor's lips immobile, while his tongue swiped at his lower lip unconsciously. Harry blushed as his lips tingled where they had been touched. Mentally scolding himself for such a reaction, Harry glared at the blonde. "What do you mean, they're gone? If you did anything to them. Honestly, Potter, did you see me do anything? All I meant was they couldn't keep up, so we lost them," Malfoy argued. "And why did we want to lose them?" Harry shoved his hands into his pockets for easier access to his wand, just in case. "Sweet Merlin, you're dense." Malfoy rubbed his temples. "I want to talk to you. Alone." "All right then, talk," Harry said stubbornly. "Actually, I was hoping for something more along the lines of an amiable conversation." "Why?" Harry asked. "Well, if our future is as fine and dandy as Gabriel claims it to be, there's got to be a reason for it." "That's funny. I thought Gabe said the reason was love." "Exactly," Draco said, ignoring the sarcastic tone. "And if we truly do love one another, there has to be a reason why." "We don't love each other, Malfoy," Harry said darkly. "Not yet, we don't," Draco corrected, examining a faded tapestry in front of him with a bored expression. Harry stared at the cloth as well and thought he could make out a minotaur within the obscurity that was supposedly a tapestry. However, the creature he believed he saw was covered in dark stains that looked suspiciously like blood, so he wasn't too sure. "This is stupid," Harry burst out after a few moments. "You seriously want to stand here and have a talk with me, also you can get to know me better to see if we're really as compatible as Gabe insists." Draco turned his head. "We can always walk and talk, if that's what you prefer," he said as he moved over to the next tapestry. Harry snorted, but followed along regardless. "Why don't you just go pick up a magazine or newspaper like everyone else? I'm sure my life story is printed out about once every week." "Don't think so highly of yourself, Potter," Draco said with a sneer. "If your life truly only consists of what they put in the papers, then I pity you." "Why? What did they say about me?" Draco turned to look at Harry, his expression asking, "Are you serious?" When the Gryffindor simply stared blankly back, Draco sighed as he turned his attention back to the tapestry. "They all portray you as some sort of golden boy. Savior of the wizarding world, destined to defeat the Dark Lord and bring us out of these dark times for good." Harry shifted uncomfortably at Malfoy's choice of words, but otherwise remained silent as he followed the boy over to the next tapestry. "You're like the Messiah, worshipped by all the pitiful Muggleborns and half-bloods. You have no choice in the matter because it's expected of you. It's almost as if you exist only in being. No personality to truly define you. Nothing to connect others with who you really are." As Harry listened to Draco's words, the image on the tapestry in front of them seemed to become more apparent. Despite the centuries of accumulated dirt and grime, there was no mistaking the halo of golden threads near the top, nor the outstretched position the figure was. "We're looking at a medieval, Muggle picture of the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. But I've seen you, Potter," Draco continued, snapping Harry's attention away from the image before them. Gray eyes bore into green. "I've watched you from afar, and I know that they're all wrong. There's nothing special about you. You're nothing more than an ordinary boy with a charismatic personality that not only draws everyone in, but fools them as well. You make them think that everything will be alright when in reality, you're just as lost as the rest of them." "I think you've been watching me a little too much, Malfoy," Harry said, taking a step back. "You're digging into this way too deep." "Hardly. If you weren't so thick-headed and Gryffindorish, you'd be angry at them all for following you mindlessly like a flock of sheep." "Well then, let's be glad the Sorting Hat put me in Gryffindor," Harry said as he headed over to the next tapestry, hoping to change the subject. Behind him, Draco snorted. "Like it would have put you anywhere else." Harry shrugged. "Just think, if it had put me in Slytherin, we could have been the best of friends, shagging like bunnies while terrorizing all of Hogwarts, or we'd still hate each other and have split the Slytherin house in two with our rivalry for power while having wild, angry sex, filled with bloodlust, on the side." Why do both of those scenarios contain sex? Draco asked with a frown. You can't really escape fate, can you? I'm living proof of that, although I haven't exactly done much to try to get out of it. S2, considering I specifically asked the Sorting Hat to not put me in Slytherin. You really hated me that much? Draco asked softly. What can I say? You're a total prick. You know, your blunt manner is making this really difficult. Then why are you even trying? Harry challenged stubbornly. Because our son. Don't you give me that excuse. Despite Gabe's presence, you pretty much went on with life as normal before the ball. That's just it. Don't you dare try to deny it, Potter, but during that dance you felt something. I know because I felt it too. Although I'm starting to believe all I felt was contentment at how pleasant your company can be. When your mouth is shut. Draco proclaimed. What? If you enjoy me more when my mouth is shut, then why did you chase me around after that? I wouldn't have had to chase you if you didn't keep running away. That's completely beside the point. Both boys glared at each other, neither one willing to address what the actual point was. Draco was the first to break eye contact. If by some cruel twist of fate I did fall in love with you, and you did become mine, I would follow you to the ends of the earth, regardless if you remembered me or not. So following you around the ball was really nothing in comparison. You would? Harry asked, thoroughly surprised. Yes. My grandfather did the same for my grandmother when she ran off to be another man's mistress. Harry decided against making any comments on that statement. Well then, I guess it's good that I'm so hard to fall in love with. A downright pain in the ass. Perhaps you were right earlier when you mentioned the angry sex. Please, I was joking then. Besides, any sex I have with you would result in some major lifestyle changes. Draco raised a brow, still insisting that you're straight as an arrow. I don't need to insist anything because I am. Oh really? Care to test that theory, Potter? Draco challenged, his smirk looking dangerous as he moved closer. What? Wait a minute, are you telling me you're not straight? Harry asked. You're gay. I prefer to call it elegantly curved, Malfoy stated airily, advancing towards the suddenly cowardly Gryffindor. Oh come now, don't look so shocked. Why do you think I'm not as opposed to this as everyone thinks I should be? I'll admit there's some selfish reasoning behind our pairing as well, but I won't get into that knowing it will just piss you off. But I've seen you date girls. Harry exclaimed as he backed away. Yes, and that would make me bisexual now, wouldn't it? Harry stood staring at Draco in shock, unable to move as the blonde came closer still, reaching out to gently trace the tanned column of flesh along the side of Harry's neck. Malfoy did blokes. Harry felt like kicking himself for not realizing it sooner. He had been too wrapped up in his own emotions to notice how Malfoy was taking all this. That would totally explain why the Slytherin wasn't as aghast as he should have been. It would also explain why the Poncy git was so poncy to begin with, but that was beside the current point. But who on earth had Malfoy been with? As far as Harry knew, most, if not all, the boys here were straight. At least, according to J.K., author of Hogwarts Admission Criteria, and quoted from time to time by Hermione. Although, standing here now with a good, close-up look of Malfoy's face, sneer of disgust missing, Harry was forced to truly admit how handsome the vindictive little bastard really was. His features were actually rather soft, his face was perfectly proportioned, no overly large eyes, small lips, or anything like that, and why did he have such a perfect complexion at their age? A sudden spark of desire churning in his gut brought Harry back to reality. At some point Malfoy's fingers had decided to travel downwards and were now dangerously low on his stomach, zenly making paths against the tensed muscles hidden underneath the oversized shirt. Harry drew in a quick breath. Malfoy, what are you doing? Obviously something you enjoy, Draco replied as he took a small step forward, purposely brushing his thigh against the that was trying to make itself known through the tent in the Gryffindor's pants. Harry jumped back as his cock twitched at the attention it so happily received. He would have backed up several more paces had Malfoy not grabbed his hips in what could only be described as a death grip, although the pain was lost to the heat Harry was feeling all over. Scared, Potter? Malfoy challenged, leaning in to speak softly into Harry's ear. Afraid of your body enjoying my touch? The hold on Harry's hips loosened experimentally, and as soon as it was apparent the raven-haired boy wasn't about to back away, Malfoy moved in, his gently pressing into Harry's. Harry's was struggling to pull a coherent thought together. Hell, at this point even a nonsensical, "monkeys lick my griffin" would have been welcomed. But every last ounce of attention had decided to focus itself on Malfoy's actions, and had done so without even asking Harry for his permission first. Are you so homophobic that you're scared to receive such wonderful pleasures? After all, if it feels good it shouldn't matter whom the source is, correct? Malfoy asked as his hands made their way inside the Gryffindor's jacket so they could better trace along Harry's sides. This action didn't last very long as the Slytherin quickly found himself wanting more, dragging his fingers down the hem of the hideous shirt to try and quell this suddenly raging fire that was demanding more fuel. Skillfully, and sensually, Draco brought his hands up under the shirt, as his fingers were seared by the hot flesh. Funny, isn't it, that kind of thinking that leads to bestiality? Harry cursed his voice for coming out so shaky. Draco, who had been placing butterfly s along Harry's neck and jaw in an attempt to get him to open up more, paused. He then opened his mouth and bit down on the Scarhead's neck. Hard. Ah, shit. Careful, Potter, Draco spoke harshly into Harry's ear. That sort of talk could lead to a discussion about Hagrid, and I can promise you that is a territory neither of us would ever want to dwell in. A quick, strategic swipe of the foot turned and stumbled Harry into the nearest wall, where Malfoy bit him again, only to lick the spot immediately after while simultaneously forcing his thigh between Harry's legs. A groan erupted from the Gryffindor's throat once again, without his permission, I might add, as his head was thrown back, and Malfoy decided then and there that he should use his tongue and teeth more often. I can be a beast for you, Potter, Malfoy said as he pinned Harry against the wall with his lower body, hands continuing their flesh-on-flesh exploration of Harry's tensed stomach. The Gryffindor's muscles shuddered under the gentle, padded touch of the ministrations. I can be rough and easily inflict pain. But along with it, I can bring you to new heights of ecstasy that you have only ever dreamed of. Hearing such promises, along with a distinctly hard something, Harry was almost hoping it was Malfoy's wand pressed so near his own distinctly hard something caused Harry's eyes to widen as his gaze snapped down to the blonde before him. Both boys stared into each other's eyes, their breath coming out in ragged pants. Several strands of hair had slipped, falling into Draco's eyes as if in a feeble attempt to lower the intensity of the molten silver gaze that bore hungrily into Harry's soul. Green eyes could see the barely contained lust that was begging to be unleashed, and Harry was startled to realize that Malfoy would not continue this without his consent. All he had to do was move. Perhaps bring his head tentatively forward, or even shift his hips ever so slightly to the right end. Hello? Is anyone down here? The moment was gone, broken by the sound of Gabe's voice being carried down the corridor. Gabe, the second voice sounded slightly exasperated. I'm telling you, Mac. I heard something. Malfoy pushed himself off of Harry, moving to stand several feet away with his back turned in. An obvious attempt to recollect himself. Running his hands through his hair, Harry cursed the fact that his whole body was trembling. Hello. Gabe, did it ever occur to you that if they're not answering that means they want to be left alone? Dad. Father. Brilliant. We've been looking everywhere for you. Gabe said happily as he rushed forward. Harry managed a half-hearted wave as the random thought of monkeys lick my griffin entered Hisson. Gabe stopped when his father didn't turn around. Glancing over at his dad who was still slumped against the wall, Gabe frowned. Have you guys been fighting? He demanded angrily, hands poised on his hips. Harry's eyes flitted over to Malfoy, who was slowly turning to face everybody. No. We're fine, Gabe. Good. Gabe's mood instantly brightened. I'd accuse you guys of snogging, but you two are obviously nowhere near that level, thank Godric. I get enough of that eyesore back in my time. I mean really, the number of times I've walked in on you while at Hogwarts alone is enough to scar me for 10 lifetimes. You guys have a house and Dad's private living quarters. Use them once in a while. Both Harry and Draco watched as Gabe turned and left the hall as he ranted, confident that everyone would follow. He's a bit hyperactive at the moment, Mac explained as they started moving down the hall. It'll wear off eventually. Maybe it already has, Malfoy commented as the three rounded the corner to see Gabe standing frozen at the other end of the corridor. Father. Dad. Gabe shouted as he turned and came running back. You're not going to believe this, but I think I just saw Grandfather. Both Harry and Malfoy exchanged confused looks. But my dad is, Harry trailed off as realization sunk in. You mean Lucius? Lucius Malfoy is here. Harry looked over at Draco for confirmation, but the blonde was already hurrying down the hall to peer around the corner. The three remaining boys held their breath, waiting to see if Gabe's statement was true. Draco's quiet cursing, as well as the dull thud of his fist hitting the wall, told them that it was. Gabe's eyes widened. I haven't seen him since I was 4. Do you think he'll recognize me? Gabe, you haven't even been born yet, so how could he possibly, Gabe? Max shouted as his friend took off down the hall. Grandfather, I'm going to kill Rama for leaving me to watch after you like this. Max shouted as he and Harry chased after the Malfoy Potter, both realizing the potential consequences of Lucius and Gabe meeting, and neither of them liking it. Grandfather. Grandfath MMBR. Potter, will you shut him up? Draco hissed. Harry decided against dignifying that with a response, seeing as how he had already caught up to the boy and had his hand firmly clasped over Gabe's mouth. MMMGHMMR. MMGHMM. Not that it helped much. Add to that the amount of struggling and flailing Gabe was putting into his attempt at freedom, and any idiot could see how poorly of a job Potter was doing. Potter, I'm kind of, ouch, busy at the moment. Harry snapped. Mac, can't you put a silencing charm on him or something? Why can't you? Because my hands are full. MMMPH. Grand MMGHR. Harry looked at the young Weasley pointedly. You can't seriously expect me to hex my best friend. Mac demanded, completely scandalized. It's not a hex, it's a, oh, for the love of. Potter, they're coming. GHMMPHMR. MMMPH. Gabe, shut it. Shit, he bit me. GRANDFA. Stupefy. Harry stood holding Gabe's now unconscious form in his arms while staring at Malfoy in shock. You just hexed our son, he accused disbelievingly. Malfoy glared as he headed back down the hall towards the group, his expression clearly saying, keep your mouth shut. This apparently didn't register with Harry and Mac as they continued to gawk at Malfoy. You just hexed our son, Harry repeated stupidly. Before Draco could reply, Professor Snape rounded the corner, followed closely by Lucius Malfoy. What is going on here? Snape asked coolly after taking a quick look at the situation. These two boys were in an argument, Draco lied smoothly. The redhead hexed the other one just as I arrived. I was about to take off points when you arrived, sir. And why is Mr. Potter here? Snape's narrowed eyes were fixed firmly on Draco. Merlin, was this man trying to get them caught? I don't know, sir. I hadn't the chance to ask, Draco said as he cast a glance towards his father, who was currently studying Gabe with a frown fixed upon his face. Who are these students? Lucius asked, his distance too great to properly read their name tags. A couple of troublemaking third years, Snape replied boredly. 25 points from Gryffindor for fighting. Potter, take that student up to the infirmary immediately. All Harry could do was nod as he shifted Gabe so that the boy could be carried bridal style. Max silently followed along, waiting until they were well out of earshot before muttering, if he had told me Snape was there as well, I would have hexed Gabe quite happily. Excuse me, Professor Snape. Headmaster Dumbledore wishes to see you right away. Severus paused, teapot hovering above an empty cup, waiting to be filled. Slowly, he turned his head to face the portrait that was acting as a messenger. Soderwigmus, he began slowly, in case you couldn't tell, I happen to be a bit busy at the moment entertaining some guests. Can't it wait? I'm sorry sir, but he said it was urgent, Soderwigmus proclaimed, the curled ends of his mustache bouncing with dire importance. Go on, Severus. Lucius' cold, quiet voice spoke up from his place in a high-backed chair within Snape's private living chambers. Draco and I will still be here when you return. With an impatient huff, the potions master set down the teapot and strode towards the door. My apologies, gentlemen. I'll try to keep this brief. Draco simply scowled, the message, you had better, coming across quite clearly to his professor. The last thing the Slytherin currently needed was to be stuck alone with his father. Especially when he had a million secrets that currently needed to be kept. Silence reigned with the exception of the roaring of the fire and the tinkling of fine china as Draco went about serving the tea. It quickly became obvious that Lucius' mind was elsewhere, and Draco couldn't decide if this was a good thing or not. At least it meant he hadn't shown up with a specific objective, which would make it easier to distract him from unwanted topics. Draco, Lucius began, staring into the fireplace. Who were those students? The ones you claimed to be fighting before we arrived. Teacup frozen halfway between his mouth and the table, Draco blinked. I don't precisely recall their names, but I do know that one is a Weasley and the other was just some bloody mad Gryffindor. Is that so? I wasn't aware of any more Weasleys after Arthur's daughter, the older Malfoy said, turning his head to look at his son. Well, with so many children, it gets hard to keep track of them after a while, Draco said, careful not to miss a beat. Lucius smiled. Yes, that's true. It's a pity their family is so poor that they can hardly find the time for more acceptable activities. Draco couldn't really say anything to that statement considering what he had been trying to do in the hall mere minutes earlier, so he settled for a noncommittal sound as he returned his attention to his tea. What about that other boy? Isn't his hair against school regulations? His father asked, once again denying him a taste of Professor Snape's famous spice mint tea just as Draco's cup hovered mere centimeters away from his lips. Potions mishap, I think, Draco answered after a moment. I'm assuming he fancies his new style, which is why it hasn't been changed back. And, the Slytherin shrugged. I find it rather becoming of him, actually. Lucius scowled deeply. This was obviously not the answer he wanted to hear. Personally, Draco would have preferred his son's hair to be thoroughly blonde and his eyes to be distinctly gray, as it was a sign of his aristocratic lineage as a Malfoy. But as long as the boy didn't totally look like Potter, Draco supposed Gabriel's freakish looks would be okay. Do we know his parents? Lucius asked, interrupting Draco from his thoughts. No, I believe he was born to Muggles. Is that so? Lucius said airily. Pity, his face reminded me of yours while sleeping from when you were younger. Touché. Draco set down his unfinished tea. Enough with the small talk. Why are you here, father? Is it so wrong for me to grow worried after not hearing from my only son for a few days? Lucius asked with a sigh. A highly skeptical look was sent his way in response. Oh, for heaven's mother's been nearly frantic since you never owled her after she sent you that yellow silk robe she picked up while we were in China. She believes you to be offended by the color and would like for me to point out that yellow was the color of royalty in ancient China and she wasn't even thinking about the Hufflepuff colors when it was purchased. Draco smirked. I know that, but can you honestly see me wearing something so bright? I suppose you're right. A long, suffering sigh was sounded as Lucius put down his teacup. Looks like I'll have to try to return yet another one of Narcissa's purchases behind her back. Just be glad mother doesn't keep track of half the things she buys. Cheers to that, Lucius said as he helped himself to a second cup of tea. However, while your mother's concern is understandable, and in every way expected, I myself found it odd when you suddenly stopped replying to my owls as well. Draco froze, mentally cursing himself for not thinking up some kind of excuse earlier on, in case this problem should arise. After properly admonishing himself for his lack of planning, he moved on to mentally curse himself for not being able to think up of a valid explanation on the spot. Damn it, why did Dumbledore have to go and call away Snape right when he really needed the professor? The funny thing was, as soon as I began to wonder about this, Dumbledore owled all the school governors by the way of Pigeon Sand, announcing it to be Owl Appreciation Week, and that all the students' owls were being granted a week-long vacation at Minnie's Bird Hotel in Cannes. Owl Appreciation Week. That sounded like something Granger would. Yes, it was all the head girl's idea. Her greatest ambition is to be a rights campaigner for all living things that have no desire to have a campaign started in their name to begin with, Draco lied smoothly. When in doubt, blame the frizzy-haired mudblood. Sorry, I would have warned you about it, but I didn't think Granger was serious when she first told me about it, and I certainly didn't expect the professors to go along with it when she pitched the idea to them. I'm not really surprised. Dumbledore always has been a bit on the asinine side, Lucius commented as he sipped at his tea. Draco snorted. That's the understatement of the century, father. Personally, I think that half of the things he lets his students get away with is purely for his own twisted sense of entertainment. And here people wonder why I've been trying to get him out of this school for years, Lucius murmured partially to himself. So, enough about the politics of school. How is Pansy doing? Draco's light mood darkened. She's in the infirmary, he said with a shrug. And may I ask as to why? She pissed off the wrong people, came the reply. Lucius stared at his son for a moment, fighting the urge to groan. Draco, I understand Pansy can be a bit irritating at times, but do you remember that Mingvei's mother gave to me, claiming it to be a family heirloom? The young blonde interrupted. Yes, if I recall correctly, it's one of the few gifts from your mother that you actually appreciated, aside from the sweets. Well, it's currently in about 1,000 pieces all over my bedroom floor, said Draco coldly. What? Pansy decided to chuck it, as well as several of my other possessions, at my head when I went to bed at an hour she didn't approve of. Sweet Merlin, doesn't that girl realize that's one of the few pieces Narcissa has left of her side of the family? Probably not. Perhaps I should have a talk with her parents. If she believes she can get away with such a temper tantrum, her upbringing is obviously below caliber. You've hardly left me in a position to complain, Draco retorted, obviously still sore over this morning's events. My apologies, gentlemen, Severus announced as he entered the room, firmly shutting the door behind him. Now then, Lucius, shall we continue with our previous discussion? Ah yes, that reminds me, Draco, you might want to start preparing yourself. Before the year is out you will be offered the chance to support your beliefs. And so the wheels of destiny were put into motion. Any doubts Draco may have harbored about Gabriel truly being his son from the future vanished with his father's words. Now all he had to do was wait to see how long it would be before Potter allowed himself to be shagged senseless. Thank you, father, I will, Draco said as he stood. Now if you'll excuse me, I have a prefect meeting to attend. And for how long will that be in session? Lucius asked. I'm not sure. It's more of a luncheon really, why? I see. And what are your plans for tomorrow? A meeting with the headmaster, homework, and trying to make peace with Pansy. The last one was more to placate his father than anything else. Personally, Draco figured if he could get the girl to give him the silent treatment for at least a day, he'd be in heaven. I plan on staying here for a few days. Perhaps you'll find time for dinner with me tonight at the Nocturnal down in Hogsmeade where you and I can chat a little more. The elder Malfoy shot a glance at Soderwigma's portrait, openly. It wasn't a request. Of course. Good. I'll meet with you at the entrance hall at 6. Do try to be on time. And with that Draco knew he had been dismissed. He was quite proud of himself for being able to keep his composure until he was at least 10 meters away from the door. Heart pounding and body weak with relief, Draco thanked Merlin, the school's founders, and every other deity he knew of that his father was only here because of his mother. But then again, he did say he would be hanging around for the next few days. Even if Lucius was here as a half-assed attempt to calm his mother, Draco was positive it would take an idiot to not notice the fact that the school's student population was now doubled. With that in mind, the head boy changed directions and headed straight for the infirmary. Doodle do. Doodle do. Doodle do. He's still out. I barely even put any strength into the spell. Harry whirled around at the familiar voice, his eyes instantly narrowing. You. What the hell were you thinking hexing our son? You. I was saving his life, you Nimrod. In case you haven't noticed, he's the spitting image of the both of us, and if we were all to have stood in a line like that, my father would have figured it out right away, Draco hissed. Oh really? Lucius Malfoy, Mr. Stick up my ass, would have figured out that Gabe is our son from the future and that he came to exist because our love, that apparently develops sometime this year, is just so deep that it will survive all sorts of tests, trials, and wars. Draco blinked. Yeah, what? Malfoy, the truth is so far-fetched that there's just no way. Why is Gabriel still sleeping? Draco asked, changing the subject as if it were nothing. Hey, you can't just. Harry once again found himself cut off, this time by the sharp look Malfoy gave him, followed by the flickering glance off to the side. It was then that the Gryffindor remembered that they were not the only ones in the room. With a sigh, Harry let it drop. Pomfrey woke him up in seconds, but with the way he's been bouncing off the walls all morning, she decided to put him back to sleep 2 seconds later with a sleeping draft. For some reason, that just made things worse and Mac mentioned something about cockatrice eggs to her and she just about went ballistic and stupefied Gabe right on the spot and said he was going to be out for the next several hours until she could find something to counteract his breakfast. What? He consumed cockatrice eggs? Draco exclaimed. I guess so. Why? Is that bad? Harry asked, shifting a bit as his answer was simply a furious stare that clearly said, "Duh. Forget it, Potter." He obviously received hissings from you. Scowling, Harry was ready to retort when he noticed Malfoy looking around the room. "Where's his Weasley?" "Mac went to go find Rama," Harry answered, vaguely wondering if he should be worried that he knew whom Malfoy meant without needing to think about it. "Good. Now we don't have to worry about them eavesdropping." "Eavesdropping on what?" "Come on, Potter. We need to talk," Malfoy said, grabbing Harry's wrist and dragging him towards the door. "Oh no. No way," Harry exclaimed, planting his feet firmly on the floor. "Don't you dare think I'm going to fall for that twice in one day." What are you talking about? Last time you said, we need to talk, you dragged me off and tried to me." "Oh please, you can't the willing," Malfoy scoffed, letting go of Harry's wrist and crossing his arms. "What? Who said I was willing? In case you don't recall, Malfoy, I told you I'm straight. And in case you don't recall, I never heard the words, 'Stop,' 'Don't,' or 'No,' escaping your lips, which I purposely left open to see if you would in fact defend yourself," Malfoy defended, quite pleased to see the bright blush stain across Harry's cheeks. "If we're going to talk, then I want your word that we're not going to do anything but talk." Draco rolled his eyes. It was quite clear that Potter missed the innuendo in his own words. "You have my word as a Slytherin," Draco replied, glaring as if to dare Potter to challenge his honor. When all Harry did was move to the door, the blonde found himself momentarily startled. He had fully expected the Gryffindor to at least mutter, "Yeah, a lot of weight that holds," or shake his head, or something to that effect. But acceptance was different. Acceptance was, "Nice. Oi, ferret, are we going to talk or what?" Harry called out from the doorway to the infirmary. "Don't call me a ferret, Scarhead," Draco snapped, quickly going to catch up. The two walked in silence until they were a fair distance away from any nosy ears or curious eyes. "So, it's about my father," Draco began, cutting Harry off from his awkward attempt at a start for a conversation. "Lucius, what about him?" Harry asked cautiously. Draco turned to look at Harry incredulously. "What do you mean, what about him?" "He's here, you idiot." "I noticed. So aren't you the tiniest bit disturbed by his presence?" "I've sort of developed this thing where I don't get nervous while standing in the presence of those who have tried to murder me on more than one occasion. I'm not sure where I picked it up really. How the hell can you be making jokes at a time like this?" Draco shouted, completely losing his composure. "I don't know what you're getting so worked up about," Harry said calmly as he leaned back against the stone wall, shoving his hands into his pockets. "He's just here for a little conspiratorial meeting with Snape down in the dungeons." "He's here for the rest of the weekend, Potter," Draco growled out. "What?" Harry yelped, jumping up. "Oh, glad to see we're finally on the same page panic-wise." "He can't do that." "Can he do that? He's a school governor, he can do whatever the hell he pleases," Draco said, assuming the position the Gryffindor had been in moments before. "And that includes showing up unannounced on the school grounds just to see how things may be going. So what should we do?" "I will be going out to dinner with my father at 6 tonight while you find a way to keep Gabriel and company entertained up in your common room for the rest of the weekend." "What? Why do I have to do all the hard work?" Harry complained. "Because he's your son," Draco answered simply. "And under no uncertain circumstances are you to tell him that my father will be here for the next few days." "Why not?" "Potter, I highly doubt Gabriel's excitement at seeing his grandfather was purely cockatrice-induced. The last thing we need is him sneaking around trying to catch a glimpse only to get caught in the act." "Yeah, all right," Harry agreed. "Do we know exactly how long Lucius will be staying?" Draco shook his head. "For as long as he feels like. The whole reason he's staying in the first place is because Dumbledore told him all our owls are taking a vacation in some bird hotel over in France." "Are they really?" The Slytherin almost snorted at the stupid question before he realized that they probably were, what with knowing the way Dumbledore worked. "Also," Draco frowned, trying to think of the best way to form his words. "It would probably be best if we distanced ourselves until Father leaves. Will you be okay with that?" Harry blinked. "You know there's no way Gabe will allow that." "Well, he's just going to have to accept it, isn't he? It's not like we have much choice in the matter." "We have plenty of choice in the matter," you're just doing things in a typical Slytherin fashion and sweeping things under the rug only to pretend it wasn't there in the first place, Harry said moodily. What, Potter, I'm trying to save our necks. You should be overjoyed at the prospect of not seeing me for the next few days. Oh yeah, I'm overjoyed, thrilled, even jumping for joy, Harry snapped back sarcastically. What is with you? Nothing. I'm just fine and dandy with my life turning in complete circles ever since Gabe showed up and you being around me nonstop. I'm pretty sure I've overdosed on enough Malfoy nest to hold me over for a bit. So yeah, I think a few days without you will do me some good considering I'm about to spend the rest of my life in your pleasant company. Well, do you have a better idea? Harry stopped. Silence reigned for a good 10 seconds. Yes, you should just let Gabe meet Lucius and get it over with. What, Morgana, Potter, are you insane? What's wrong with my idea? All we have to do is tell Gabe not to mention anything about you and me or the fact that he's related and it should all be fine. He'll know, you idiot. When we were having tea he told me that Gabriel looked like me when I was younger. Not only that, but he's onto that Weasley as well. So, what do we have to gain by hiding? Only our lives. Need I remind you of Father's connections? You honestly intend for me to believe that you Father would hand over your life as if it were nothing also someone else can profit from it? Malfoy flinched as if he had been hit, his eyes wide. And what about Gabe? Harry continued. Lucius should be thrilled at the fact that he has a grandson. He would just throw that away as well. When Malfoy remained silent, Harry snorted. If you ask me, you're more ashamed than I am of this whole torrid affair. You coward. And with that, Harry turned and walked off. Unbeknownst to both boys, a brunette and a redhead withdrew their gazes from behind the knight's armor further down the hall to exchange worried glances. Doodle do. Doodle do. Doodle do. Gabe continued to sit back and simply glare at the figure before him. Sorry. Gabe blinked once, twice, for good measure. What was that? I said I was sorry, Parker repeated through gritted teeth. I know you consider yourself to be a prodigy wizard and all, but it's not your fault that I'm in here, Gabe said, feeling a tad bit confused. Unless you sabotaged my breakfast. Parker simply scowled, starting to regret the fact that he had even bothered. I'm talking about when I tried to hex you at the ball, you idiot. Oh yeah, Gabe said as a look of dawning comprehension quickly transformed into an angry glower directed at the brunette in front of him as he was reminded of the incident. Don't give me that look, Professor Malfoy. Potter blocked it. It's the thought behind the action that counts, Gabe countered, crossing his arms. Then shouldn't the fact that I'm trying to apologize account for something? Why are you apologizing anyways? You missed me. Plus you never apologize. Well, Castor's still out cold and I didn't mean to put that much strength into the spell, but you really pissed me off. Abernathy's still out. Gabe snorted. Parker, you've done the entire student population a huge favor. The hex was originally meant for you, dumbass, Parker reminded him. Yeah, what were you thinking throwing such a strong hex at me? Well, if you'd stay away from Desire like I told you. I did. She was the one to approach me. Do you really expect me to believe she physically dragged you onto the dance floor, put you under Imperio and made you dance with her? Well, yes. Gabe tried. Merlin, I can't believe you. Parker exploded. I come to visit you in the infirmary and try to be civil and I even go as far as apologizing for my actions last night and yet you insist on continuing to be the thick-headed idiot that you always act like while around your moronic friends. Grabbing the chocolate frog he had originally placed upon the nightstand when he first arrived, Parker turned and stomped off, rudely brushing past Mac and Rama who were just entering through the infirmary doors. What was that all about? Rama asked as he approached the Malfoy Potter's bed. I think I offended him, Gabe answered simply. Mac rolled his eyes. Mate, I think your very existence offends him. But never mind that, has Madame Pomfrey given you the potion yet? Right on cue, the bustling nurse approached the trio. Here you are, Mr. Malfoy Potter. Be sure to drink it all and wait a few minutes in case of any side effects. After that you're free to go. Mac and Rama patiently waited as Gabe downed the drink. It tastes like blueberry syrup. And then continued to wait as the side effects kicked in, causing the boy to cluck like a chicken for a full 10 seconds, much to the amusement of the room's other occupants. Once that was through, the wolf and Thane took a deep breath. Gabe, we've got some big news you might want to know about. Doodle do. Doodle do. Doodle do. Gabe groaned as he collapsed back against the infirmary bed. Will someone please tell me my life here is just one horrible joke? Should I be worried that I've heard those exact same words out of Harry's mouth? Rama asked, earning him a light punch from Mac. Ow. Well, it's true. Yeah, and it's also beside the point, pug face, Mac scolded. So my grandfather is really here? Gabe asked, his eyes focusing on the ceiling. Yep, and he's not leaving anytime soon. Not for a few days, according to Uncle Draco. And they're going out to dinner tonight at 6. Affirmative. And my father's had no intentions of telling me any of this. Not a one. And why can't I see him again? Because you're a little shithead who will butt in and blab everything, putting the fate of the entire world at. Rama trailed off at the angry looks he was receiving. I mean, because you're the Malfoy Potter's precious son and they wouldn't want to risk you getting hurt. Nice save, bonehead, was Mac's dry response. Then, turning his attention back to the boy on the bed, he asked, so, what do you want to do? There's no way in hell I'm about to let all my hard work be put to waste with them avoiding each other, Gabe said, glaring at the ceiling. Well, we don't really know how much time we have left here. Then we'll just have to take some drastic measures, won't we? Gabe stated, pushing himself back up into a sitting position. And just how drastic are we talking here? Mac asked skeptically. We'll strike tonight. Mac and Rama exchanged another glance. Strike? How? And who? I don't know. Mac, you're the ins, you figure it out. What? But this isn't even my problem. If you didn't want to help, you shouldn't have blabbed everything you overheard to me then. Gabe argued. Mac sighed in defeat. Well, I suppose it would be easiest to target Uncle Harry considering we're going to be stuck with him for the next few days, but then again, he'll probably be on his guard and have my parents with him at all times to help keep us from doing any funny business. I have an idea, Rama suddenly announced, leaning forward to prop his elbows on the side of the bed. It's guaranteed to work, but you're not going to like it. And it'll cost ya. That's the crappiest proposition I've ever heard, Gabe said, snorting. Rama simply shrugged. Do you know where your father's going to eat dinner? If they're going to Hogsmeade, it'll be the Nocturnal. That's where he always takes me when he visits Hogwarts. Oh, then I guess my plan really will work. Rama stated, sounding surprised. What, you mean you weren't sure at first? Mac asked. Well, I was sure, but I didn't have the information needed to go through with it at first. What's your plan? Gabe asked curiously. It starts by getting a little help from my brother. Now here are the instructions to how my father orders his meal, Gabe said while handing Walcott a small bit of parchment. Instructions? Yes. He orders the same thing every time and he's very particular about it, so make sure you don't screw up. If you do, he won't eat the meal and he'll throw his drink in your face and cause a huge scene and get you fired, which would be a bit awkward considering you don't even work here in the first place. Are you serious? Well, not about the drink in the face part. But he really will refuse to eat his meal. At most he might pick at it. And maybe push his vegetables around to make it look like he's eating them. Walcott glanced down at the parchment. A dash of sugar rubbed into the salmon immediately after cooking, broccoli cooked with cheese, but have the cheese removed when done, a splash of, Remind me why I agreed to this stupid plan again. Because you're my big brother and you love me. Rama offered helpfully. A deadpan stare. Alright, fine. You're doing this because you're sick of me getting stuck in these hairball schemes, and with you here to help us out in the first place saves us the trouble of getting caught, Rama said in a matter-of-fact tone. And getting yelled at by you later on. Man, you guys are going to owe us big when this is over, Walcott groaned. That still doesn't explain why I'm here, Bakura Higurashi, Walcott's best friend, said tersely. You're here because you'll follow my brother to the ends of the earth thanks to your undying love, Rama said in a mockingly sweet voice. What was that, you punk? You wanna say that again? Oh please, anyone with eyes can see that you have the hots for. Rama was cut off as Bakura grabbed the front of his shirt. You talking like that is why Cindy broke up with me in the first place. Will you guys shut up? And damn it, Rama. Stop teasing Bakura with those ridiculous fantasies of yours. Gabe hissed. You're going to get us caught. Rama had the decency to look scandalized. Fantasies. Don't forget the very likely possibility of us being thrown out, Mac added helpfully. For the record, I'd rather be thrown out now than end up getting caught later on, Walcott said dramatically. Yes, well, we didn't drag you along for your opinion, now did we? Gabe drawled as he peered around the large plant to spy on all the dining customers. Yeah. Were you able to get what I asked for? Yes, Gabe answered as he pulled out a small vial from his robes. Professor Malfoy Potter's hair? Walcott asked almost skeptically, taking the vial. Yes. The elder Lupin examined the black strands of hair. Now are you sure this is your dad's hair? Yes. Because if it isn't, bloody hell. Yes. Mac was stupid enough to rip them right off his bloody scalp. Gabe snapped impatiently. My idea was not stupid. Mac exclaimed, completely appalled. It was genius. It got Uncle Harry to kick us out of the room, didn't it? That relieves us of all blame when he can't find us later on. Don't say that as if it were part of your original plan. Ignoring the arguing friends, Walcott handed the bottle and instructions over to Bakura before sending him off. Hey, why are you giving that to him? Rama asked. Believe it or not, I didn't drag Bakura along just to look pretty, Walcott replied, causing his brother to snort in disbelief. Scowling, Walcott continued. He's here to take the place as garçon. What? But I thought you were going to play the waiter. And risk getting caught. Are you nuts? How would you get caught? Draco Malfoy would recognize me, Walcott said simply. We're in the past, dumb ass. He doesn't even know you exist yet. No, but he knows about you, and there is such a thing as family resemblance. What are you talking about? We look nothing alike. Walcott simply rolled his eyes in response. Well, if Bakura is going to be slipping the potion and doing all the hard work, what are you here for? To distract their waitress, Walcott replied with a wolfish grin, his outfit transfiguring into a waiter's uniform as he turned to leave. Hang on, shouldn't we review the plan one last time? Rama hissed out in a whisper as his older brother ignored him and stepped out into the open. There isn't really that much to review now, is there? Mac pointed out. We wait here, they slip the potion, and we all leave. Although, personally, I wouldn't mind leaving now. What exactly is the potion? Gabe asked curiously. Rama simply smiled. No need to worry about such trivial things. The point is this plan is guaranteed to work. You've got my word on it. Doodle do. Doodle do. Doodle do. Regardless, as head boy you shouldn't be receiving detentions to begin with. Draco covered an annoyed scowl by taking a drink from his wine glass. He couldn't believe his father was still hung up on that. It wasn't as if he was the first head boy to get detention. In fact, if he remembered correctly, Potter's father, James, was infamous for getting detention when he was head boy. Problem was he was just as notorious for escaping trouble as well. But still, it was rather shameful to see the school's top student receive detention not once but twice. And the school year was barely even 2 months in. To be completely honest, the first one was poor planning on his part. He hadn't been mindful of his surroundings when he had gone to goad about his new position to Potter, and as a result, Professor McGonagall was positively beside herself as she dished out 2 detentions, one to Malfoy for not acting as a head boy should and one to Potter for being stupid enough to rise to the bait, making them stand there for a good hour and a half while lecturing them on the expected behavior of model students and how they should know better. The second detention was purely the Weasel's fault, and yet the punishment had still somehow landed on himself and Potter. He wasn't even sure how that one had happened, but he did know that it involved lipstick, pantyhose, and some vague insult pertaining to freckles. Draco scowled, finding himself angry all over again. If detentions because of the Golden Trio were going to be a continuing trend, Gabe's predicted love factor was going to be an impossible accomplishment. Not that he wanted to fall in love with the dark-haired idiot or anything. Deciding to discontinue this train of thought, Draco returned his attention to his father, who seemed to be studying him intently. Not one to be intimidated, Draco met the gaze unwaveringly. You do know how proud your mother and I are of you receiving the position for head boy, don't you? Lucius began, weighing his words carefully. It is a position of great responsibility and would seem to be the perfect place if you were to choose to follow in my footsteps of whom you support. Draco took note of the pause and nodded to show that he understood perfectly whom his father was talking about. However, you becoming head boy has also somewhat hindered your chances of accepting the mark before the school year is over. What? Why? Draco asked. Because you are now far too close to Dumbledore and too inexperienced to properly carry out any tasks that may be given. He has his eye on you, no doubt, and even the slightest change in your behavior or habit will put him on alert, Lucius answered in a factual tone. So, the option of choosing sides has been eradicated because I've done the best I can at school to achieve the top position in my class, which by the way should have made me the perfect candidate for the job. Draco said somewhat furiously. I shouldn't have tried so hard, is that what you're telling me? No, it was more of a mistake on my part. You simply do not have the experience needed to slip past Dumbledore's guard. If I had pushed you to accept the mark perhaps even as early as 2 years ago, things would be much easier than they are. Now, Draco frowned thoughtfully as the conversation paused while their meals were placed before them. Both men scowled as they noticed that their waitress was now an Asian waiter with long black hair that had been dyed red and tied back in a simple ponytail. It was unusual for the restaurant to change waiters in the middle of one's meal, but their previous waitress had been completely incompetent, so neither man was in the position to complain. And so they remained silent as the man went about his duties. Glancing down at his order, Draco mentally thanked Merlin that this waiter was able to get his meal right. Actually, upon closer inspection, the Slytherin noticed that everything, right down to the 5 tomato slices to be placed on the side with a hint of olive dressing spurted across them, was absolutely perfect. He was amazed. Despite the high caliber of the Nocturnal, they had always seemed to mess up in at least one aspect of his order. But this, if Draco had been any lesser of a man, he would have thanked this waiter and praised him for a job well done. Instead, he made a small noise of approval, ignoring the displeased look on his father's face, not really caring that the older Malfoy's meal didn't get nearly as much attention as his own. The two ate in silence for a moment before Draco decided to continue a thought he had from earlier. If I were to lose my position as head boy, you will do no such thing. Lucius snapped with absolute finality. Well, so much for that idea. I do not want you lowering yourself for this. Draco remained silent, taking a sip of his wine. How hypocritical of you, father. His thoughts must have shone through because Lucius scowled and put his fork down. But before he could open his mouth to speak, Draco was quick to interrupt. You told me that the purpose of this dinner was to discuss my future allegiance with the Dark Lord before I graduate. Now you're telling me I'm not allowed to join the cause, let alone support it. Do try to use Yorin once in a while, Draco. Did it ever occur to you that one of the possible reasons Dumbledore agreed to you being head boy over the nomination of Potter was to keep a closer eye on you in hopes to help eliminate the threat of attack from the students themselves? What? But my grades and... Lucius held up a hand, instantly silencing a suddenly seething Draco. I never said that was the reason, I simply said it was a possibility. But if we consider this possibility, then your destiny has been made far greater than I have ever hoped for. That is, if you play your cards right. Draco nearly growled in confusion. Rather than simply lap in the luxury this position grants you, I want you to use it to actually help the student body, Lucius attempted to explain. Draco blinked. Help, he repeated slowly, as if the very word itself was foreign to his vocabulary. Which it was. The students. Yes. Use your power to actually earn real respect from your peers. Make even that muggle-born head girl doubt whatever assumptions she may have of you. Granger. You want me to make friends with Granger? No. When the time comes, I want you to have her be unsure of where your allegiances may lie. Make it appear as if you were a neutral player in this war. And what good will that do? Potter's always suspicious of me, regardless of my actions. Forget about Potter, what you are aiming for is much bigger. Bigger than Potter? Draco asked skeptically, taking another bite of his meal. For one crazy second, Draco entertained the idea that this conversation was about sizes. Just how big was Potter, anyways? It would be rather hilarious if he had substantially small genitalia, definitely something to be embarrassed about, and it would make for excellent teasing material. Potty's puny pecker. Hey, but then again, according to Gabe, they were supposed to be stuck together for the rest of their lives, and for all intents and purposes, Draco did not want to be with someone with a cock the size of a Tootsie Roll. It was more than likely that Perfect Potter had a monster of a cock, which, besides being a major turn-on for some unknown reason, would be somewhat frustrating. Draco took pride in his size, and if he was smaller than the Gryffindor, it would only amount to yet another area the Scarhead outshined him in. Hopefully, he wasn't a natural in the bedroom, but then again, knowing Draco's luck, he would be. Whether or not that was considered a good thing was something that couldn't make up his mind on. That's it. If Potter had a big cock, Draco was cutting it off. This is much bigger than Potter. Oh good. Potter's was safe then. Wait, what? Potter is just one person over whom the public's opinion is easily swayed with a simple tabloid. You will be winning over the entire wizarding population. Right. The conversation. What had they been talking about again? So what you will eventually obtain is power that is beyond both good and evil, Lucius explained. Power in its purest of forms. People will both fear and respect you, some believing you are great and good, and others believing you are great but evil. Do you understand what I am getting at? Yes, Draco said, entertaining the idea of being even more powerful than the Dark Lord when it came to swaying the general opinion of the population. And all I would have to do is appear to help people and claim to be of neutral standing while secretly supporting the Dark Lord. Something to that effect, yes. I don't think such an act will fool Potter, no matter how dense he tends to be, Draco said in an almost sulky tone. This has nothing to do with Harry Potter, Lucius admonished. But father, Potter is a key player in this war, and if I were able to. Draco, you have not been able to win him over these past 6 years. It's time for you to get that idiot of a boy out of your head for 2 seconds and focus on bigger and better things. The Slytherin barely managed to bite back, nothing's bigger and better than Potter, and instead fell silent, scowling at the fact that he had thought such a thing, let alone nearly blurted it out. Mentally counting to 3, Dracoshian barked out a laugh, proud that it could, in fact, go more than 2 seconds without thinking of Potter. Never mind you that he tended to count like a Cornish pixie hit with a vit charm. Draco knew how easily the wizarding world was taken in and persuaded by power. He also knew that Potter tended to be the exception to that rule. Why? Because the idiot was a stubborn jackass, that's why. If you tried to push him, he'd pull just to spite you. So in conclusion, it was only natural that Potter would start pushing away with all his might once Draco decided to become a respectable being. But if the blonde didn't bother to try and pull him in, what would become of the Golden Boy's reaction? He would stumble. He would stumble because there would be no counter force for him to be fighting against. If Draco let it well enough alone, Potter would surely be the one to come to him to demand what the hell was going on. And if, in reply, Draco simply opened his arms and shrugged, Potter would once again stumble. And in that split second of loss and confusion, Draco would make sure that Potter stumbled into his bed where he would shag him raw and senseless, making it so that the Gryffindor wouldn't be able to walk straight for a week. The only problem with that plan was that Potter tended to be quite vocal about being straight. So any jumping into sex would more than likely be considered. And raping Potter would probably end up being more dangerous for Draco than for the Golden Boy if primal, defensive magic came into play. The blonde frowned, bringing his train of thought to a screeching halt. What the hell? He wasn't a rapist, so why the bloody was he even contemplating the risks involved in it? With Potter. In fact, Draco reviewed his mental dialogue. Why on earth was he even thinking about betting the idiot in the first place? Actually, now that he was consciously aware of his thought process, sex with Potter was a pretty tempting idea. No, it's not. Draco admonished silently. He was still supposed to be mad at him for the harsh words he had said earlier. So any thoughts of rewarding that Neanderthal with mind-blowing sex, let alone giving him the pleasure of seeing the Slytherin's godlike body, was bad. Very, very bad. But then again, if he were to use sex as a punishment, he would be the one getting pleasure out of seeing Potter's OWND and more than likely godlike body. Draco managed to stop himself from groaning by shoveling another forkful of food into his mouth. Merlin, what was wrong with him? Why was he suddenly sexually obsessing over Potter? Potter was as virginal as they come. He would have to take things slowly if he ever wanted to get anywhere with the Scarhead. But how to slowly seduce Potter without getting hexed was the question. Meanwhile, back at Hogwarts. You gave my father a lust potion. Wigladius. Ah. Come on, Gabe. Be reasonable. Rama pleaded as he dived behind a desk to avoid the hex that had been aimed at his head. I mean, you're always complaining about how their flare is never dying, so. Wadiwasi. So I figured why not give that flare a head start. You idiot. My parents don't need a bloody lust potion. They're bad enough without one. But you're the one who complained about needing to force them together. If anything, you should be thanking me for my genius. You're Gra. Mac, can you believe this guy? Gabe shouted, pointing an accusing finger in Rama's direction. The redhead looked up from his relaxed position in a chair in the far corner of the room. Considering how his mind works. Yeah, I can believe him. Gabe's mouth fell open. How can you be so nonchalant about all of this? My dad is going to be D. You can't the willing, Mac stated simply, looking as bored as ever. What do you mean, willing? My dad wasn't given the same potion was he? Oh Merlin, I'm gonna die. Rama, please tell me you didn't slip my dad any potions. Calm down, Gabe. Rama isn't that stupid, Mac said reassuringly. Besides, he didn't have a chance to do such a thing. What? How would you know? Gabe demanded. His mouth suddenly fell open as realization dawned on him. You knew about this. Well, it doesn't exactly take a genius to figure it out. Stupefy. Mac joined Rama behind the desk as the hexes once again started flying. Oi, what the hell? That hex is dangerous. Better you than me, mate, Rama said, ducking behind another desk as the redhead narrowly avoided a Petrificus totalis. Why am I getting the more serious hexes? Mac complained. This wasn't even my idea. Because you knew about it and did nothing to stop it. Why would he want to stop it? It's a good plan. Rama rather stupidly defended. A good plan. My father's ing is a good plan. That's it. Gabe tossed his wand aside and let out a battle cry. Die. He yelled as he jumped over the desk and pounced on top of the unsuspecting brunette on the other side. Cautiously, Mac crawled out of his hiding spot to observe the scuffle that was now going on. He knew that he should help out his friend, but with the heat no longer directed at him, he felt very little motivation to do such a good deed. These are my fathers we're talking about. So, they're young. They have needs and urges too. They've always had needs and urges. Well, now they have raging hormones. Which is exactly why they don't need a lust potion. Especially my father. It's like his hormones never died in the first place. With a sigh, Mac decided it was time for him to intervene. Honestly, why didn't the Doggin defend himself? His face was turning blue, for Salazar's sake. Gabe, don't you think you're overreacting just a bit? He asked. No, Gabe growled. I think both of your deaths are perfectly within reason. Mac rolled his eyes. It's not like Uncle Harry and Uncle Draco are going to end up doing anything they wouldn't normally do. Geez, gain a little enlightenment. Gabe turned to glare at Mac, releasing Rama from his chokehold. Enlightenment. I have all the bloody enlightenment I'll ever need thanks to those two. Hey, I've got an idea. Let's enlighten our local genius for a change. What do you think, Rama? I think see, he agrees with me, Gabe said, cutting Rama off. It was probably a good thing as well, considering the werewolf had been about to say, I think you're off your bloody rocker. Mac frowned. What do you mean, enlighten me? I'm as enlightened as they come. Oh really? Gabe grinned. So Mac, have you ever given any thought as to why your parents keep disappearing ever since they started dating? Maybe where they're going or what they're doing. Mac blinked for a moment before it hit him. Oh Merlin, he cried, his hands flying to his head. You asswipe. You violated my Godric's balls, I'm scarred for life. Gabe, you bastard. Remind me to never forgive you for this. The Malfoy Potter simply smirked as he turned his attention back to Rama. The brunette's eyes widened fearfully. You can't use your mind games on me. I'm immune. More like too stupid, Gabe snorted. So says the idiot that blindly trusted my plan in the first place, Rama shot back. Speaking of your plan, how do you intend to fix it? By hoping Draco doesn't realize that he's been given a lust potion in the first place. Rama tried but then decided to change his answer from the look on Gabe's face. Or maybe by warning your dad to avoid Draco at all costs and then find Draco and tie him down to a chair using some of Filch's chains that we'll have to swipe from his office. Just how potent of a potion did you give him? Mac asked incredulously. Nothing that bad, Rama answered. I mean, it's not like Harry'll get D or anything, I think. Gabe's eyes narrowed at the quiet addition. What do you mean, you think? Well, there's always that magic chaos theory that all of our professors tell us to consider. Right, Mac. Keep me out of this one, Mac replied. Rama, just exactly which lust potion did you administer to my father? Gabe demanded dangerously. Well, I don't know. Something that needed the essence of Vila, but we didn't exactly have that ingredient readily available, so we sort of improvised by pulling the needed essence from Walcott and myself. You what? And since we're part werewolf as well, Rama trailed off nervously as Gabe started to advance on him. You know, Mac interrupted loudly, helping to avoid a potential disaster, rather than argue about the mechanics of it all, shouldn't we by trying to find Uncle Harry? Both boys blinked as the tension, anger, and fear suddenly vanished from the room. Merlin's beard, Mac, you're right, Gabe exclaimed as he turned and rushed towards the door. Hang on, Dad, I'll save your virginity yet. Rama stood up slowly. I think it's best we don't ask, Mac said as they followed Gabe out the door. Doodle do. Doodle do. Doodle do. Harry sneezed as he rounded the corner of yet another empty corridor. In retrospect, it was probably a bad idea to have ordered the three boys out of his sight, especially since he could not find hide nor hair of them now. After all, there were only so many places within Hogwarts where a Weasley, a werewolf, and a part Malfoy could hang out. And then add to that the fact that the Marauders map was missing. Harry wondered if he should be worried about this impending sense of doom he was currently experiencing. Shaking it off, he proceeded to check all the classrooms and possible hidden passages within the hallway. When they all turned up void of human life, the Gryffindor decided it was high time to get vocal in his search. Gabe, he called out as he headed down the stairs to another part of the castle. Mac, Rama, I promise I'm not mad about earlier. Gabe, Harry checked his pockets, I've got some chocolate frogs. We can have them later after we play Quidditch or something. Potter. Harry momentarily froze at the sound of Malfoy's voice before Hisson kicked into gear and told him to search for a place to hide, despite the fact that there wasn't one. The last thing he wanted was a confrontation with the blonde when he didn't know the whereabouts of their son. Although, judging from Malfoy's tone, the blonde already knew about this little bit of information. All right, time for Operation Play Dumb and Deny Everything. Can I help you, Malfoy? Harry asked coolly, mentally preparing himself for. How the hell am I supposed to seduce you? Not that. What? It's impossible. Malfoy ranted, throwing his hand about in a dramatic motion. I've thought up every possible scenario and they all end badly. Even the really hot and raunchy ones where I almost have you begging for it. The Slytherin ran his fingers through his hair as he let out a frustrated cry and turned to kick the wall. Against his better judgment, Harry grew concerned. Malfoy, are you all right? Then it hit him. Wait a tick, what do you mean I beg? Do I look like I'm bloody all right? Malfoy demanded as he turned back around and threw himself back against the wall. Sweet Merlin, I've never been this hard without some sort of physical stimulus, ever. Harry's eyes widened at the bold declaration as his gaze unwillingly snapped down to the front of the Slytherin's trousers. Sure enough, the rather impressive outline of a more than likely painfully hard could be seen straining against its cloth confinement just to the left of the zipper. The temperature under the Gryffindor's collar suddenly shot up 10 degrees, turning his cheeks a bright crimson color that oddly complemented his green eyes. Looking away, Harry cleared his throat. You might want to go somewhere and take care of that. Take care of what? Draco asked, arching his brow in question. Harry shot him a dirty glare. Your problem, he growled. Draco smirked and pushed himself off the wall, slowly advancing on his rival. Oh, and what problem might that be? In a flash, Harry had his wand out and was jabbing it uncomfortably under the smooth jaw. Touch me with that thing and I swear I'll hex it off. Draco scowled, moving his head to the side and out of immediate danger. However, he was not about to be deterred so easily. Not now. What's wrong, Potter? You weren't so against it earlier. Yeah, well, you caught me off guard then, Harry said, repositioning his wand so that it was now aimed at Malfoy's face. Draco took a moment to once again frown at the offending wand before his eyes sparked with a sudden idea. To Harry, it looked more like an evil glint. Come on now, Potter. Draco dared another step closer. Aren't you the least bit curious about how good another person can make you feel? About how good I can make you feel? No. Now will you?" Harry trailed off, his eyes expanding to the size of saucers. After speaking, Malfoy had proceeded to nuzzle Harry's wand before parting his lips slightly and slipping his tongue out to run it up from the midpoint of the wooden stick to the tip in the most provocative of manners. Malfoy was licking his wand. Malfoy was licking his wand as if it were a certain sex object. Malfoy was licking his wand as if it were a... Harry's jaw fell open as his blood rushed south. "Ma Malfoy!" he cried, snatching his now violated wand back and wiping it off on his pant leg. "What the hell has gotten into you?" Draco shoved the Gryffindor back against the wall, trapping him there with his body. "One time, Potter. That's all I ask. Just one chance and that will be it. No strings attached. Look, I really don't think. What are you doing with your hands?" Subtle persuasion, Draco muttered against Harry's ear, his hand splayed against the raven-haired boy's abdomen and slowly moving lower. "Why a loud gulp. "That's not very subtle if I've already noticed it," Harry squeaked. "I could be much more obvious if you prefer," Draco said, parting Harry's legs with his knee to give himself room to fully settle. Harry let out a surprised gasp as his body was suddenly aligned perfectly with Draco's, their stomachs, and hips meeting one another as if they had been created to meld together in absolute harmony. That is, if harmony was what you called this throbbing ache between his legs that seemed to be sapping the strength from his knees. Draco furthered his ministrations by softly tugging the edge of Harry's earlobe with his teeth before dragging his tongue up the side of the Gryffindor's neck. His hand began to explore what it could of the clothed, before coming to an abrupt stop at Harry's stomach where it tightly grabbed his shirt. "Potter, Harry," Draco corrected, his voice heavy with need. "Do you want this?" Harry opened his mouth to reply, but his voice caught in his throat. Did he really want to say no? After all, it was only one time. Draco's head was currently buried in his shoulder, but Harry was sure that that same look as before was in his eyes. That barely contained lust that caused them to shine a brighter silver. The Slytherin sensed Harry's hesitation and stilled, not even breathing as the Gryffindor slowly brought his arms up to hold onto Draco's sleeves. "Malfoy," Harry breathed out unsteadily, unsure of what else to say. But no more needed to be said. Draco pounced on the barely there consent, ravaging the golden boy's neck for all that it was worth. Merlin, he could not get enough of that taste. His hands moved up under the Gryffindor's shirt, his touch no longer gentle and padded, but desperate and demanding, leaving trails of fire as they pressed up to the toned. Harry was fighting for breath. He felt as if his strength would give out any second and send him crashing to the floor, but he couldn't quite care. Never before had he experienced something that felt this good. And then Draco pushed his hips forward. Suddenly Harry wanted more. So much more. He pushed his hips back, answering the Slytherin's unspoken call, letting out an unexpected as his met the pressure of Draco's own. This only fueled the blonde even further as he moved up from Harry's neck to his lips, where the two readily met in a fierce battle for dominance where neither cared who won. Harry moved his hands to grip the back of Draco's head, as if making sure the blonde wouldn't end until he was good and ready. The movements of their bodies grew more harsh, noises of pleasure escaping their throats at irregular intervals. Draco moved his body back a bit, his hands dropping down to grip the waistband of Harry's pats, fumbling with the belt buckle and zipper before one hand dived down past the dark curls and firmly grabbed the throbbing shaft. It felt thick beyond reason and was already slick with precum. Almost instantly, Harry let out a sharp gasp that turned into a throaty that echoed in Draco's head as the Gryffindor's muscles seemed to spasm, causing him to push his hips forward so that he could feel even more of that raw pleasure coursing through his being. His hands scrambled down, yanking Draco against him by the waistband of his pants, still yearning for the hard feel of the cock against his own. Draco was more than eager to comply to such a demand, once again pinning Harry to the wall by the hips as he momentarily allowed himself to be lost in the throbbing ecstasy that thrummed in time with each push he made with his. "Yes," he hissed. "Oh yes, 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 NNNHHH." Draco once again began to attack Harry's neck, yanking the hideous Gryffindor robes from the other's shoulders for better access to rip off his shirt. The Slytherin could hardly be bothered with buttons at this point, but he did his best with his trembling fingers and managed to undo at least 2 buttons before giving up and ripping the shirt open. The idiot who invented buttons deserved to be murdered in the most painful of ways. He wanted to feel Harry's, to taste it, to claim it, he wanted it all. His lips moved down, nipping an ink past the collar bone, fingers teasing nipples as he licked the small indent between defined pectorals on a heaving, tracing over each of the 6 muscles on a quivering abdomen, tugging at the skin that lined the bottom of the belly button, exhaling over the happy trail of fine, dark hair that led down to his ultimate goal. He paused only for a moment as he reached the waistband of plaid boxers, sparing a moment to frown at the impeding cloth before looking up to lock eyes with a green gaze so intense it made his cock twitch in fierce anticipation. Making sure that gaze didn't leave his own, Draco suddenly slowed his frenzied pursuit and almost lovingly reached into the front slit of the boxers to pull out his new favorite plaything. It was here that the Slytherin broke eye contact to fully take in what he was sure no other person had the honor to see before. Hardened by lust yet softer than velvet, Draco had to admit that Harry's cock truly deserved to be worshipped. His fingers gently traced over its skin for a moment before he glanced back up to make sure green eyes were still locked onto him before leaning forward with an open mouth to run his tongue along it the exact same way he had with the wand. Harry gasped as his body now felt what his wand had earlier experienced. Was it supposed to feel this good with so slight a touch? Shit, was it even normal for him to be this close to? Ma, Harry swallowed loudly. Malfoy. In reply, Draco ran his lips over the head before bringing his mouth completely around the throbbing shaft. Ah, Harry cried, his body curling forward. If Malfoy was going to be a dick about it, the Gryffindor decided, he just wasn't going to try warning him then. Merlin, he couldn't believe this was happening. He couldn't really bring himself to care, either. He just wanted to, yes, almost. And then, resounding through the corridor, was a voice so terrifying that it even caused Draco to freeze in his ministrations. In the bloody name of Saint Mungo, Snape cried out, whirling around to leave before remembering he was a professor. And turning back. What the hell is going, Potter? Take your appendage out of Mr. Malfoy this instant. Harry Potter, the boy who lived and fearlessly faced the Dark Lord on multiple occasions, nearly wept as Draco Malfoy, the prick that was known for disrespecting others, actually listened to the order and scrambled back until he hit the opposite wall, very much looking like the victim he was not. I'm a dead man, Harry mentally said as his legs finally gave out, allowing him to slump down to the floor to await whatever punishment he would surely have to endure. Gabe was fairly certain that his face looked frighteningly similar to that infamous Muggle scream painting. His eyes had to be the size of Quaffle's and he was pretty sure that was the stone floor he was feeling under his jaw. It was official. He was scarred for life. They might as well just ship him off to St. Mungo's now, before he snapped and started publicly displaying signs of his impending doom into the lethal, as in, no cure, magical or other, would save your mind from certain nasty imploding stage, known as absolute insanity, that was caused by watching your parents go at it. His father was licking his dad's wand, for Merlin's sake. What the bloody hell was wrong with the man? He didn't know where that wand had been. He needed to take his mouth off of it this instant. He could get magic cooties or something. Magic cooties? What are you, 6? Mac asked incredulously, turning his head to face Gabe, who hadn't realized he had been mumbling out loud. Does your father usually go around licking random wands? Rama questioned, not moving from his spot of peering around the corner at said parental action. Gabe groaned, moving away from the corner and leaning back against the wall. I don't want to answer that. Well, at least he's nodding on it, Mac said helpfully. Because I'm pretty sure the wand would react. Shut up, shut up, shut up, I do not want to discuss this, Gabe hissed sharply, fiercely shaking his head back and forth. Hey look, Harry stopped him. Rama stated happily. Gabe, you can look now, it's safe. Oh wait. What's happening? Draco's got him pinned. Wow, he really seems to know what he's doing with his hands. Really? Mac asked, his attention now peaked. Let me see. Gabe's jaw fell open. What the hell is wrong with you two? Those are my parents over there. Yeah, and judging from the way Uncle Draco seems to be humping Uncle Harry's leg. Gabe clamped his hands over his ears and screwed his eyes shut. No. He was joking, Gabe. Nobody's humping anyone, yet. Really? Then what's going on? Gabe asked despite himself. I think they've stopped. Hope and happiness soared through the roof. Really? Yay, oh, wait, no. Now they're snogging. What? Both Mac and Rama whirled around, fiercely shushing their irate friend. Do you want to get caught and hexed to an early grave? What do you mean they're snogging? Gabe hissed furiously. They were supposed to be stopping. Well, apparently Harry gave his consent. What? Why would my dad give his consent? Is he insane? Would you rather have this be non-consensual? Mac asked logically. Yes, because then we would have a good excuse to interrupt them and put a stop to it. Does this mean you have no intention of stopping it now? Gabe groaned, slumping down the wall while muttering a long string of curses. This was not supposed to be how things ended up. They were supposed to have found his dad before his father had even appeared back at Hogwarts, apologized for their earlier behavior, and then gone into hiding up in the Gryffindor common room until morning. Maybe even throw in a game or two of exploding snap. A safe, normal evening among students, with nothing sexual in the picture. Merlin, why hadn't he asked about the potion before it was too late? Wasn't it his father's rule to not trust any potions until you knew about all of their effects? Why didn't he listen to his father? Why? Especially when his sisters had the habit of experimenting with various potions and targeting whomever happened to be nearby, Akathi guinea pigs. He knew better, damn it. Mentally clasping his hands in prayer, Gabe attempted to strike a deal with whatever higher being there was out there. If he got out of this with his sanity intact, he would listen to both his parents for the rest of his life. And he would be nice to his sisters, Jasmine and Rose. And he'd be even nicer to his younger brother Leaf than he already was. And he wouldn't go swiping cookies from the cookie jar at home anymore. Well, maybe he would, but he would stop blaming it on Dobby. But that aside, he would stop sending flirtatious smiles at Desire whenever Parker was around, just to piss the other boy off. And he would try harder in potions. Really, he would. Man, they're really getting into it, Rama commented, his attention still glued around the corner. Oh, look, now they're humping. Merlin's balls, it's like they can't get enough of each other. They're not even missing a beat, Mac said, joining in on the running commentary. Wow, Draco's really got some talent there, Gabe. He just undid Harry's buckle and stuck his hands in his pants without breaking rhythm. It was at this point Gabe stopped listening. Curling himself into a ball and clamping his hands over his ears, he began to recite the rules of Quidditch and how to break them. Hey, Rama, is it always this intense? Mac asked wondrously as they watched Draco slowly lower himself down to his knees. Not just them, I mean, but sex, stuff in general. Rama shook his head. It usually depends on who you're with. Do you think they're still like this back in our time? How should I know? Asked Gabe. Gabe. Oi, Gabe. Rama turned around questioningly. Gabe. He's ing it. I don't believe it, he actually put it in his mouth. Mac exclaimed suddenly, eyes wide in absolute astonishment. Rama took the time to glance back to see what he missed before turning his attention back to his traumatized friend. Gabe. Hey, come on mate. Stop muttering to yourself. Is it over? Gabe asked, slowly lowering his hands. Not really. That, apparently, was not the right answer. What do you mean, not really? Are they going at it again? Oh Merlin, please don't answer that. Please just tell me they've decided to move on to another location. Or that they've disappeared into thin air. Oh, better yet, just tell me that this has all been one horrible dream. Gabe, Mac interrupted, his attention now on his friend. You're babbling. No, see, babbling is good, Gabe explained. Because this means I'm making constant noise, which means I don't have to listen to you two talk or hear whatever sounds my parents might be making down the hall. So as long as I pay attention to nothing but my own voice, I'll be fine. See, this is my method to keep myself out of the psych ward. Brilliant, isn't it? Rama and Mac exchanged glances. Seems more like something that would put you in the psych ward if you ask me, Mac muttered. Gabe, if you really don't want your fathers to end up getting together this way, all we really have to do is interrupt them, Rama said. And that will really be enough to stop my father in his current state. I'm sure if we make enough noise about it, more people will show, and maybe that would be enough to stop your father, and cause enough ruckus for us to escape with Harry. A rather loud caused all three boys to jump. Can we please just leave? I don't want to hear my father's getting off, Gabe pleaded, burying his head in his arms. Yeah, all right. Let's go, Max said, standing up before offering the Malfoy Potter a hand. In the bloody name of Saint Mungo. Gabe, Mac, and Rama all froze as a voice scarier than death itself echoed down the hall. What the hell is going on? Never before had the world seen three boys run any faster. Doodle do. Doodle do. Doodle do. Would have made my life much more easier if he would have just expelled you back when I suggested it. Harry winced, trying his best to look like he was paying attention to whatever Snape was yelling at him about. However, this was made difficult by the fact that he was still hard and horny. If he didn't take care of his problems soon, it wouldn't be pangs of pleasure that he'd be experiencing with every shift in his chair. To make matters worse, Malfoy knew. And he made it obvious that he knew by the looks he kept sending Harry's way, as well as the subtle licking of his lips as he played with his wand, which he had rather conveniently pulled out of his pocket and placed on his lap. And damn it all, the Gryffindor couldn't keep his eyes away from the spectacle. One particularly provocative stroke caused Harry's eyes to snap back to his own lap, where his face turned beet red. His cock had visibly jumped at the display he had just witnessed. Merlin, he needed to get out of here. Professor, Malfoy voiced in an overly smug manner, effectively pausing Snape's tirade. Potter's looking a little peaked, wouldn't you agree? In reply, Snape simply raised a brow and looked over at his extremely uncomfortable student. Perhaps it would be best if I escorted him to the infirmary. Now, Severus wasn't stupid, especially after having been close to the Malfoy family for more years than one would have normally liked. Not to mention the fact that he had known Draco since the boy was in diapers and had never been oblivious to any of his antics, but rather chose to turn a blind eye. But this, Severus looked back from Potter in time to see Draco smirk as he licked his lips in a hungry manner. Let Potter be escorted away by that. I think not. Potter's fine, but he looks feverish. I am not feverish, Harry snapped. Potter, it's my duty as head boy to look out for the well-being of my fellow students, and if I say you're feverish, then you're feverish. And I say you're bloody delusional if you think I'm going to let you escort me anywhere. I'm perfectly capable of taking care of myself, thanks. Fine, stay here. That works for me. See if I care whether or not you're writhing in pain later on. If you'd learn to accept my help, I'd have your writhing in place. I'm fine. Are you really? Malfoy asked, feeling quite self-assured of the answer. After experiencing something like that, you really think you can go back and finish the job by yourself? It was times like these Professor Snape really wished he were out of the proverbial loop. Especially when he saw Potter hesitate to answer. I'll just find someone else to help me. Harry replied lamely. Malfoy's eyes narrowed dangerously. You'll do no such thing. Oh yeah, and just how are you going to stop me? Harry challenged. I'll hex the other guy's bits off. Never before did the blonde look so serious. Snape had a feeling he would follow through on the threat as well, if left unchecked. Wait, what the hell makes you think I'll go to a guy? Harry demanded, thoroughly horrified. Because you don't want to see what I'll do to make a girl cry, Malfoy stated darkly, traces of his rumored evil upbringing laced through his words, causing a suppressed shiver to run down the Gryffindor's back. Are you two quite finished? Snape asked, reminding the two students of his presence. The effect was rather instantaneous. Both boys fell completely silent, Harry out of pure embarrassment that his most hated professor had just heard their entire exchange, and Malfoy out of pure loathing of the idea that Harry would even think to suggest that he would go to someone else to finish what they had started. Good, Snape stated once it was clear that neither had anything more to say to the other. Now, as much as I absolutely abhor to, I need to know the facts on this before I can dish out any form of punishment. Harry blinked. Was Snape actually giving him a chance to defend himself? Casting a somewhat nervous glance over to see if the blonde was going to jump at this opportunity, Harry was quite startled to see that Malfoy was still sulking from the earlier warning of finding a different partner. Well, I was walking along the halls when Malfoy suddenly appeared and, started snogging me. Even to his own ears that sounded way beyond lame. Why couldn't the truth sound more exciting when it actually mattered? Snape's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Mr. Malfoy. Malfoy looked over with obvious disinterest that seemed to border on feigned annoyance. It's like Potter said, he was wandering about the corridors when I appeared out of nowhere and proceeded to jump his bones. Snape pulled a face of disgust. He really didn't want to ask this, but was it consensual? Harry blanched when he realized the question was being addressed towards him. Of course it was consensual. Malfoy interjected heatedly, nearly jumping up from his chair in fury. How the bloody hell else would I have managed to get his cock down my throat? Just what exactly are you accusing me of, Professor? You mean besides practically lowering yourself to the level of whore, with the position I discovered you and Potter in? Severus decided it was probably best for all parties involved for him not to voice such thoughts. Instead he said, as a professor, I'm bound by certain obligations to ask such things after seeing certain situations. Much like the one I had the misfortune of witnessing between you two. It was consensual, Draco growled, sending his rival a scathing glare, as if daring him to say otherwise. Harry, however, was no longer paying attention to the current trail of conversation. Hands clasped firmly between legs, he was busy doing his best not to make any notable movement. Damn Malfoy and his overly eager tongue. Tongues were for talking and tasting food. Not licking blazing trails down one's abdomen or tracing up the large vein that was on the underside of one's, only to pause just below the head where the foreskin was pulled back to dip said tongue in and apply the most glorious pressure to that one sensitive spot which felt absolutely delicacy, bloodying hell. Sir, may I please be excused to use the bathroom? Harry practically pleaded, interrupting whatever conversation or argument Malfoy and Snape had been in the midst of. Malfoy looked over and smirked. Need a hand there, Potter? He asked, his anger disappearing in favor of sexual teasing. No. How about a mouth, then? Or maybe, a wand? Harry sent the blonde the most malicious glare he could manage in his current state, refusing to even dignify that question with a response. The head boy grinned, he actually grinned. What the hell? Was this all some sort of bloody game to him? Before turning his attention back to the potion's master. Professor, I need to use the restroom, too. Harry's mouth fell open furiously. No you don't. And how would you know? Do you honestly think you're the only one suffering? Yes. Harry answered seriously. You always grumble and whine as if it's the end of the bloody world at the slightest hint of discomfort. I'll have you know that I've had this raging boner since dinner, whereas you have only been hard since I. Don't either of you know how to keep your mouth shut? Snape interrupted, nearly positive that he would get a hernia or some other painful malady just from listening to the highly unwanted amount of information his best and worst students felt the need to share. 1 point from Slytherin, Mr. Malfoy, for not controlling your libido, and 20 points from Gryffindor, Mr. Potter, for being easy. Now, both of you get out of my sight. Harry cast a nervous glance towards his blonde counterpart. Both of us, sir? He asked uncertainly, completely oblivious to the unconcealed insult and the fact that he should be mad about it. His subconscious chose to, instead, worry over the illusion he continued to hold of the need to protect his masculinity. Would you rather stay? Snape asked, his tone clearly indicating that he wouldn't allow such a thing either way. The Gryffindor mentally swore. If it were any other teacher, he'd be begging to be dismissed separately. The idea of Malfoy waiting for him by the door was downright not happening. Harry looked around, thoroughly confused. Did Malfoy already leave? Another 6 or so glances confirmed it. Malfoy was gone. Maybe he was more desperate to get off than he really let on. Rushed out of the room by Snape's drilling stare, Harry headed down to the nearest bathroom, fully intent on relieving the throbbing pressure between his legs that was causing him to walk like a constipated old man. Bursting through the door, Harry spared a quick glance around the gloomy and shadowed dungeon bathroom to make sure he was alone before locking the door behind him and heading for the nearest urinal, stalls be damned at this point. Unbuckling his pants with less than steady fingers, he told himself that he wasn't doing this because he wanted to, but because it had become a necessity. Because Malfoy had pushed him to this point with his heated words and sultry touch. Note to self, thinking about Malfoy while pleasuring yourself is forbidden. Punishment. Mental anguish later if you don't stop now. With that in mind, Harry paused, his hand holding his cock as he tried to focus his thoughts on something pleasurable to jack off to that didn't include the Ice Prince. Problem was, with his somewhat limited experience, the most pleasurable thing he could think of was today's incident with Malfoy. Oh Merlin, he was going to lose sleep over this, wasn't he? Sighing with determination, Harry squeezed his eyes shut as he attempted to pull up the images he normally used. He particularly favored this one curvy, supple-looking brunette featured in one of Seamus' magazines he had seen during a night of sharing. Harry chuckled at the memory. That day, the Gryffindor boys learned that Neville had been using a lingerie magazine that his grandmother once received by mistake. Suddenly, the golden boy was snapped from his reverie by a pair of hands slithering around his waist and up under his shirt before coming to rest splayed out on his stomach. A heart was pressed against his back and warm breath washed over his ear. "What are you waiting for, Potter? Me, perhaps." "Jesus Christ, Malfoy!" Harry exclaimed, nearly jumping 10 feet in the air as he hurriedly tried to tuck himself back in, a task made difficult by the fight he was having with a pale hand that slid down to cop a feel. "What are you doing? How the hell did you get in here?" "I've been here. Next time, you might want to try checking the stalls before assuming you're alone." Quote exclamation mark quote. The Gryffindor cursed, partially at his own stupidity. And partially at the fact that Malfoy's hand had won the battle and was now freely playing with his cock. Yes, that would be nice," Malfoy muttered in reply, his lips grazing the tanned flesh just below the ear. "Merlin, you're so intoxicating." Wait," Harry struggled with himself, trying to remember how to at least breathe as a second pale hand disappeared into his trousers to begin playing with his ball sack. Taking a deep breath, he tried again. You promised just one time." For a split second, all pleasurable actions paused and Harry thought that he had actually won with that point. It was strange, though. Winning didn't usually feel this disappointing. But then the hands started moving again and Harry was forced to toss himself against the wall before him as his legs once again grew weak thanks to the mouth that was doing nothing more than gently running itself against his skin. "Did you really count that unfinished romp as one time, Potter?" "Yes," Harry managed to answer after a second of panting, disappointed that he wasn't able to sound as nearly decided on the issue as he wanted to. "Really? Then tell me, let's say you're in your bed, having a wank, and you're almost there when your mates burst in, their calls forcing you to stop what you're doing so you can join them. Would you consider that as you're off for the day?" Damn, Malfoy had a point there. But still, this is wrong, Harry tried. "I know," was the husky reply. "We shouldn't even be doing this." A wicked grin. "Hence its thrill. It shouldn't feel this good." "But it does," Malfoy whispered as Harry gave in, moving his head back to give the blonde more than enough room to thoroughly attack his neck. Both boys knew that their second, heated encounter wouldn't last long, but regardless of that Draco still kept his touches languid even though he wasn't able to keep the frantic drive behind them at the same pace. His senses seemed completely focused on the task at hand and he could practically feel Harry ascending to the point of no return. It was all too much to take, the sounds of desperate pants doing their best to stay low in volume, the salty taste of sweat against his lips, the slick feel of precum that was almost constantly running down his fingers. Draco's breath hitched when realization hit him, he would be able to predict the exact moment Harry would reach his pinnacle. Dragging one hand up to the Gryffindors to help steady the already squirming boy, Draco began to whisper his name. "Harry," he called as he ran his fingers up Potter's stomach. "Harry," he edged breathlessly as those fingers came in contact with a nipple. "Harry," he groaned as his grip tightened around the rock-hard cock. "Harry," he hissed as hips suddenly lurched forward, bringing forth the first vestiges of orgasm. The world had gone white around him. All Harry was aware of was the pleasure shooting through his very being as his knees gave out and his body curled forward, tightening its muscles in an attempt to push the ecstasy higher and higher still. As his mind slowly floated back down to earth, he became dimply aware of two things. One was the fact that he was now kneeling on the floor, his hands locked in a death grip around the front of the urinal. The second was the grip that was still around his cock, which was no longer pumping as harshly as before, but was instead now gently massaging him through the last of his aftershocks. There was a warm hand holding him against an even warmer and it all just felt so good. So peaceful. If this weren't a bathroom, Harry wouldn't have given it a second thought about lying down and just falling asleep to help make this feeling of absolute wonder last. But the fact remained, it was a bathroom, and, like everything else in his life, all good things must come to an end. Drawing in a shuddering breath, Harry managed to free one fist from the death grip on the porcelain above him and lower it to the floor, trying to focus so that he could push himself back up to his feet. "You good?" a voice spoke softly into his ear. "Yeah," Harry nearly chuckled in his answer. "Too good, really." The warmth he had been encompassed in drew away as Malfoy moved back to give the Gryffindor room in favor of leaning back against the stone wall. As Harry struggled to recover from his mind-blowing orgasm, Malfoy squeezed his eyes shut, trying to regain some control over his raging hormones. He had already gotten off twice, once just now before Potter burst in, and earlier right before Snape had so rudely interrupted them, and already he felt ready to blow a third time. And it was all just from Potter. Listening to him tasting him, touching him, Merlin, it all drove him crazy. There was no higher rush than knowing it was no one but him that reduced the boy who lived into a quivering mass of desire. What he wouldn't give to make his golden boy scream without holding back. To pound into the tight heat of his more than willing body. To see him writhe and beg as it grew too intense to handle. Swallowing loudly, Draco knew he was on the verge of losing control of his libido once again. The only thing holding him back at this point was the knowledge that if he pushed it any further, he'd be forced to label himself a rapist. He was doing his damn best not to scare Harry off, but if that thick-headed lout continued to take his own sweet time. "You're still a virgin, right?" Draco asked, one hand inconspicuously lowering to cover the tent in his trousers. Harry, who had been just about to stand, paused, his green eyes darting around. "Yeah, do you value it?" "Value what?" Draco resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Honestly, how hard was it for Potter to keep up with a conversation? "Your virginity." "Oh, I guess." "Why? Then why the hell are you still here?" It took a moment for Harry to realize the full implications of those words. Their meaning didn't even hit him until his gaze fell on Malfoy's hand, which was slowly and precisely moving up and down on the impressively large bulge between his legs. Gulping audibly, Harry slowly began to back away. "You know, there are other ways to take care of that." A glare so sharp Harry was sure it could carve through stone fell on him. "I don't want any of the other ways." The Gryffindor suddenly couldn't get to the door fast enough. "Right. Then I guess I should just leave," he offered in explanation as he made half-hearted hand gestures in random directions before tugging on the door's handle, only to realize that it was still locked. Draco watched from his position against the wall in amusement as it took several more bumbling tries and unfinished words and sentences before Potter was able to properly dash out of the room. "Idiot," he muttered in what was definitely not an affectionate way. "Ha, you got wanked by Malfoy." Peeves the poltergeist teased triumphantly as he jumped out from around the corner, pointer finger at full salute in accusation. For some odd reason, this was the scene that flew through Harry's overactive imagination as he nearly peed his pants when one of the portraits let out a sleepy snort in the otherwise empty corridor. To put it simply, the Gryffindor was paranoid. He felt as if there was a large sign shimmering across his forehead that stated, "Just shagged and quite thoroughly snogged," and anyone he might happen to come across at this late hour would read it and somehow know that Malfoy had been touching his. Especially if he ran into a girl. He heard horror stories about girls being able to tell about stuff like that. So far, however, luck was on the Golden Boy's side as he snuck past the Charms classroom, whose door was heavily decorated in greens and silvers and sounded as if it was holding a small party of sorts. He soundlessly slipped past it, making his way to the next staircase. Curfew was practically non-existent on Saturdays, meaning the halls weren't nearly as empty as Harry would have liked. But very few students tended to loiter around after hours since the teachers would just shoo them right back to their common rooms. This naturally didn't stop a few uncaring souls from hanging around, though. "Hiya, Harry." Swiping from the kitchens again. "The girls won't like it if you lost your figure to custard pastries," came a voice from a group of boys in passing. Harry blushed. Why were they teasing him about girls? Could it be possible that they knew about what happened between him and Malfoy? Yeah, Quidditch, he managed to stutter out, making vague hand gestures in the general direction of the kitchens and his stomach and arms before waving goodbye. Translation: for those who do not understand I lost my ability to string together more than two words once Malfoy touched my form of speech. Hi guys. Hey, yeah right. As if any amount of pastries could ever conquer this manly figure. I play Quidditch, remember? These muscles won't be going anywhere for a while. Make sure you cheer us on at the first match. Harry was long gone by the time the small group of friends caught the gist of what he was saying. Walking a little faster, the Gryffindor debated on taking the back route to get to his common room. It seemed like a good idea. He had slighter chances of being talked to, but at this hour it was bound to be filled with couples who wished for a little privacy, and he didn't want to be labeled as a voyeur. Hurried footsteps broke Harry from his thoughts as he looked up sharply. Oh no, it was a girl. He rubbed at his forehead, just in case. Hey, Harry, you all right? You'd best watch out. Apparently Snape's supposed to be patrolling this and the next floor, but he never showed up for his shift, so McGonagall had to cover for him, and she's not too happy about it. Harry blushed. Why was she mentioning Snape? Was it possible that she knew about the potions master being detained because of him and Malfoy? Yeah, that's, bye, Harry managed with a point and a wave. Translation, oh yeah, I'm fine, just a slight headache is all. Thanks for the warning, though, I'll be sure to keep an eye out. Oh, speaking of McGonagall, how's your group doing on that project due on Wednesday? My group got stuck with a platypus, the hardest one. Unlucky, yeah, we've tried asking Hermione for help, but she refuses, saying her group has their own problems to worry about. I'd ask you for pointers, but your group has the porcupine, right? So I'm sure you're having a tough enough time as it is. Yeah, well, I'll see you later. Good luck with your project. What the girl heard, yeah. Thanks, bye. By the time she finished debating on whether or not she had just been blown off, she was alone in the corridor. Okay, so the back route was definitely out of the question. No doubt, Professor McGonagall would be there sending students off. Mr. Potter. Heading back to bed, I presume. Harry blushed. Why was McGonagall arching her eyebrow like that? Was it possible that Snape had gotten in contact with her and explained why he wouldn't be able to make it on time to patrol the hallways? Yeah, go, he stated jerkily as he continued to walk while pointing his finger forward and keeping his head down. Translation. Good evening, Professor. I just had to pick up something from the library, despite the fact that his arms were empty and the library had long since closed. Oh, I've been meaning to talk to you about the project due on Wednesday. My group has the platypus and we're having a little difficulty with the beak and getting it to lay eggs. Would it be possible for us to meet up with you later on and figure out what we're doing wrong? Instead of a beak, it still has a mousetrap, so we're not quite sure how to feed it without getting our hands snapped at either, which is a problem considering it can't really pick up food on its own. Monday before dinner. Okay, great, I'll let everyone else know. Thanks, Professor. Oh, also, I think there's a party going on in the Charms classroom. Is Professor Flitwick out on holiday or something for the weekend? I would hate to think of people taking advantage of such a thing. Good night. Oh well, McGonagall was sure to break up the party soon enough. And Harry's group planned on cornering her Monday before dinner anyways, so as long as the ends justified the means it was fine, right? Right. The biggest challenge was now only one corridor away. The Gryffindor common room, which was sure to be packed with students who refused to go to bed. If he could make it through there without making eye contact with anyone and avoiding all forms of conversation and greeting, he would be home free. He was so close. There was the fat lady's portrait now. Dad, thank Merlin I found you. Harry was sure his head exploded from the amount of blood that rushed into his cheeks. Oh. Translation. Oh. Gabe obviously didn't get it. Are you alright? Are you really? Because I don't know what I'd do if. Oh, of course, I'm fine. Why would, what reason could there possibly be for me not to be fine? Well, when Snape ow. What the bloody hell was that for? Gabe demanded as Mac's foot met his shin. Ah, bloody, effin', NNGGHH. Snape. What about Snape? Why would you bring Snape into this conversation? Harry's eyes narrowed. What do you know? Nothing, Mac replied quickly, waving his hands before him in denial. We know nothing, right Rama? Rama, however, was not listening. Instead, he was watching with rapt interest as his short friend limped and staggered over to the nearest wall before crumpling against it, still being about the pain in his leg. I think you broke him, the werewolf stated wondrously, making to move whatsoever to help Gabe. He's fine, Harry remarked offhandedly, causing both Mac and Rama to turn their attention to him. You're his dad and you don't. Trust me, the older Gryffindor interrupted. He's fine. He is Malfoy's son, after all. Good point. Come on, Gabe, it up. We can't hang around here all day, Max said, extending his hand to help his friend up from the ground. Gabe simply glared at the redhead, still clutching the wall. My leg's dead, you quack. Wow, I don't think I'll be able to walk for the next week. Yep, definitely a Malfoy, Harry said dryly, to which Gabe promptly wailed to emphasize the immense pain he was in. Mac rolled his eyes and grabbed Gabe's arm, attempting to pull him up. Be a man, you wimp. Gabe groaned, but allowed himself to be dragged into an upright position regardless. So, what are you guys doing out here after hours? Harry asked casually. We were looking for you, of course. Why else would we be wandering around aimlessly about this stupid castle? Gabe replied sourly, his mood shot thanks to his now sore leg. Why? Harry said suspiciously. I'm more than capable of taking care of myself. Well, we wanted to play a game, Max supplied, not giving either of his friends a chance to answer. We did? Rama asked. Yes, we wanted to play. Mac did some quick thinking. Hocus pocus. Hocus pocus. Harry was skeptical. What the hell is hocus pocus? You've never played hocus pocus before? Rama asked incredulously, completely forgetting the fact that a moment ago he didn't understand what was going on. It's only like the coolest game ever. More like the stupidest, Gabe muttered darkly. No, it's not. Shut up. Rama cried out. You just don't like it because you always lose. That still doesn't tell me what it is, Harry interrupted, not sure why he was willing to humor the group. Well, first you need to get a big group of people, Mac proceeded to explain. The more the better. Then you take the Lexifig. Rama, you have the Lexifig, right? No, not really, Rama said meekly. What? But you always carry that thing around. Gabe accused. Don't tell me you left it back in our time. I didn't. It's just that when we, went to Walcott for help, he wanted the Lexifig for collateral. Are you serious? Well, that amongst other things. Oh darn, Harry sighed dramatically. Looks like we can't play now. Guess that means I can just go. No, Gabe cried, grabbing onto his dad's robes. We'll just play another game. Or we can have Rama go to his brother and ask for the Lexifig back, right Rama? He turned when he received no reply. Rama. The young werewolf was no longer paying attention, his concentration focused down the hall. Someone's coming. Bum leg suddenly forgotten, Gabe's reaction was instantaneous as he quickly took charge of the situation. Quick, hide, it might be my father. Harry then found himself being pulled and pushed in the opposite direction of his common room, much to his dismay. Oi, is there a reason we're hiding from Malfoy? He demanded, wrenching himself free. Gabe huffed. Well, do you want to run into him right now? Harry blinked, flashes of what had happened earlier running through his head. Do you value your virginity, Potter? Let's go, Harry said, now leading the way in the escape. Doodle do. Doodle do. Doodle do. Are they gone, Rama? Mac whispered. Yeah, for now, anyway. Good. Now move, you're standing on my foot. Ow, don't push. I'm moving. Honestly, every corner we turned we almost ran into someone. I'm never following Dad's lead ever again. Ow. Bloody hell, someone just elbowed me in the face. Sorry, Dad. Don't call me that. Have you gone into denial about that again? For your information, I never stopped in the first place. The wicked Harry Potter, forever in denial about a great many things. You make for a pretty crappy role model, you know that. Shut up. Right now I'm trying to picture myself in bed rather than stuck in a bloody broom closet with 3 boys. When you say it like that, it sounds so dirty. Shut up, Rama. More than one voice chorused. Why are we still in the closet? Who's closest to the door? My ass. What? I'm serious, you guys. I'm literally sitting on the doorknob. And it's not very comfortable, either, let me tell you. Then get your ass off the bloody knob. Well, if you all could scoot over a little and get this knee out of my gut. At that moment, the door was wrenched open and all 4 boys came tumbling out into the dimly lit hallway, sprawled out at the feet of the one who freed them. Potter, Draco greeted in amusement. And company. Harry groaned. Someone put me back in the closet. Draco snorted. What, after all that trouble I went through to get you out in first place? Shove it, ferret, the Gryffindor retorted lamely as the group disentangled themselves from one another and stood. However, no sooner were they all up than they all found Gabe back down on the floor, having been tackled by a rather short blur which was accompanied by an exuberant cry of, "Gabe! Hey, it's the Munchkin!" Rama cried happily as everyone else slowly took the time to register what exactly they were looking at. The first thing their minds processed was the fact that Gabe was flat on his back with the wind completely knocked out of him, gasping for breath. The next thing they noticed was the cause, which appeared to be a small boy with blonde hair and black streaks, wearing black pants and a gray sweater that looked to be 3 times his size, his arms wrapped tightly around Gabe's middle. "Leaf?" Mac questioned softly as if he couldn't quite believe his eyes. Leaf? What was a leaf? And why did it ring some distant bell in Harry's mind? Leaf. Gabe coughed out as he struggled to sit up with the small boy still straddling his lap. "What are you doing is that my sweater you're wearing?" No. Yes it is. You little. How many times do I have to keep telling you to stop stealing my clothes? But I like this sweater, Leaf pouted. Plus I spilled pumpkin juice on my t-shirt when I was at Hogwarts a little while ago and Father told me to just put something over it before we left. Gabe groaned. "Please tell me your shirt was dry before you put my sweater on." I don't remember." "Oh, but look." Leaf happily lifted his shirt, exposing his belly, presumably to show something off which the rest of the group couldn't see from their angle. "What is that?" Gabe asked, frowning. "It's a tattoo. I got it at Madison Jenkins' birthday party. It was so much fun. There was cake and punch and a clown." "Wait, Father let you get a tattoo?" "Only a pretend one," Leaf said, poking at the image on his stomach. "Dad says it'll wash off in a few days," and that calmed Father down. At this point, Rama, who had been silently, and impatiently, hopping around from foot to foot behind Leaf like an overexcited puppy, began whining. "Leaf, what about me? Don't I get a hug?" Leaf looked up blankly as if noticing the brunette for the first time. "Rama," he cried, leaping up into the werewolf's waiting arms. "Guess what? I got a tattoo on my stomach. It's a Black Panther. I got it at Madison Jenkins' party. There was cake and punch and a clown, too. Oh yeah, well I got a SC on my arm when I climbed a tree the other day. It was all bloody and if I'm lucky, it might even leave a scar." At this, Leaf pulled a face. "Father says that bleeding is a bad thing and that scars are unsightly." Harry snickered and leaned towards Malfoy, muttering, "That sounds like something you would say," earning him a growled, "Shove it." "I think you mean, unsightly, Leaf," Mac corrected. "Mac," Leaf greeted. "Do you want a hug, too?" "Sure, why not?" Mac sighed, opening his arms in a reluctant manner so that he could be tackled as well. Patience wearing thin, Malfoy cleared his throat loudly, effectively bringing himself and Harry into the spotlight of attention. "So, is this the 4th member of your party or something?" Harry asked, feeling quite sure that he was wrong. "I hope not," Draco said. "I can barely stand 3. As if recognizing their voices, Leaf looked over sharply, his eyes widened giving the 2 senior students a good look at him for the first time. Smooth hair, pale face, pointed chin, he looked as if he could be Malfoy's little brother, Harry thought, or even his kid if, oh, so that's why Leaf's name sounded so familiar. "Gabriel, who is this?" Draco demanded quietly, staring in shock at the child before him, completely captivated by the boy's eyes, one green, one gray. "He's my little brother, Leaf. Who else would he be?" Gabe responded as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "Your brother, hang on, wouldn't that make him my son?" "Yep, you mean you're not my only child?" Rama snickered. Apparently, someone forgot to inform Draco that he's a regular family man. "That's Father and Dad?" Leaf asked Gabe, pointing at the 2 young men in question. "Yeah," Gabe answered. "How come they don't know about me?" Leaf's face scrunched up in anger at his brother's lack of reply. "You didn't tell them about me." "Well, I'm pretty sure I mentioned you to Dad, once, in passing," Gabe offered weakly. This answer, obviously, was not enough to pacify the smaller boy. "You, Gabe," he shouted, fists clenched tightly around the cuffs of his sweater, much to Gabe's dismay. "Oi, don't grip the sleeves like that. You'll ruin my sweater," he complained. Harry blinked at the display before him, distracted by Malfoy's quiet mutterings to himself. I have a son, I have another son, not just one son, but two, I make babies with Potter, twice. This may not be the best time to tell you, Harry interrupted, but we also supposedly have 2 daughters as well. Daughters? 2 daughters? Yeah, twins, if I remember correctly, Harry said while scratching his head. 2 daughters and 2 sons. Malfoy was completely beside himself. But that means we have 4 children. 4. What on earth do we need 4 of them for? We're not some low-class family of commoners. Malfoy stopped suddenly, paling at the thought. Are we? Of course you are, Mac replied seriously. You all live in a shock and beg for food on street corners during the winter. Draco's eyes narrowed. That's not funny. Who said I was trying to be? Mac said, unable to keep the grin off his face. Look you, Draco began, but was cut off by what sounded like a small scuffle from just around the corner. Don't care, supposed to stay hidden, said we're poor. Obviously lying. Doesn't matter. The gall, fun of me. That wasn't you, your past self. Quote. So that was you, completely beside the point. No it isn't. Look, said we can't be seen. Leaf's been seen. He's 10. Are you honestly, MP or yourself to a 10-year-old? Broke his promise to stay hidden. Oh for the love of Dad, Gabe called out hesitantly. When he was met with complete silence, he tried again. Dad, we know you're there. When that didn't work, Mac decided to give it a shot. If you guys don't come out, Rama's going to lick Leaf again. Wah MMF. On cue, Rama grabbed an instantly struggling Leaf and did his best to run his tongue across the boy's cheek, a task made difficult by flailing arms and a head thrashing violently from side to side. No. Gross. Father, help. He's going to get his germs on me. Leaf yelled out. Germs. Rama was affronted. I'll have you know that I keep myself very well groomed. Again, Malfoy asked, looking slightly disgusted. You mean you've licked him before? I can't help it, he's just so tasty, Rama defended. Sometimes I just want to gobble him up. At hearing these words, Leaf screamed and broke free of his captor's hold, dashing off down the hall to where his parents were. So, yeah, that's Leaf, Gabe said at the incredulous looks both Harry and Draco were giving him. Suddenly, everyone found themselves in the midst of an awkward silence, Gabe, Mac, and Rama exchanging glances, not quite sure what to say now that there were actual adults within hearing range. Draco, once again stressing over the fact that he had 4 children, and Harry, who found it extremely disconcerting that his older, and possibly much wiser, self was only a few steps away, watching his every move. How much had he changed in 15 years? Had he grown any? Or was he forever doomed with this slightly shorter stature that only brought him up to Malfoy's nose? Did he have a beard? He had always somewhat wanted one, a small one, mind you, like a goatee or something. Did he wear his hair long and tie it back in a ponytail? Did he have an earring with a fang in it like Bill Weasley? Did he ever manage to outgrow, dorky, and fill into the epitome of cool? Are we going to meet them? Us? Your, fathers? Harry asked, pointing his finger down the hall. My, future self, I suppose. Harry trailed off as he looked to where he was pointing as 2 grown men and 1 small boy emerged from the shadows and walked up to the group. With the exception of the amount of experience and power that seemed to radiate off them, there was little doubt that these 2 men were the Harry and Draco from the future. Harry blinked once, twice to make sure his eyes were still working okay. Of the 2 men before him, the blonde was unmistakably Malfoy, and Harry was honestly surprised to find that he had not grown up to be a spitting image of his father, Lucius. Instead, this older Malfoy had somehow overcome his family's curse of having a sneer plastered on his face and was actually quite pleasant to look at. He still maintained that overall, I'm bored with you, you insignificant worm, and I'd rather be wasting my time elsewhere. Look that his current self wore, which Harry swore the Slytherin had to have practiced and perfected over the course of the summer, since he had never seen it in the years before. But even with that mask of indifference, the older Malfoy's eyes were as expressive as ever. They seemed to radiate an overall feeling of content, and if Harry didn't know any better, he'd say this man was quite happy with his life of 4 kids and being madly in love with his rival. Really now, what the bloody hell was the world coming to? This Draco Malfoy didn't look intimidating at all. A regular family man, indeed, an image made even stronger thanks to Leaf clutching tightly onto his father's well-tailored robes while peering around from behind the man's leg in a sudden bout of shyness, a hand on top of his son's mainly blonde head in reassurance. And that other man was, him. Not some golden boy hero, not some James Potter look-alike, not some epitome of coolness, but him, Harry Potter. At least, that's what the Gryffindor thought at first as he looked into his future self's eyes. But as his field of vision expanded to the rest of his form, he was forced to second-guess himself as he took in all that he was to become. Never before had he seen himself looking so well-groomed, and that was with his hair still flying all over the place as if brushes didn't exist. There were no scars visible with the obvious exception of the one still on his forehead, which hadn't seemed to have faded at all over the years. It also looked as if he still had a few more inches to grow before he was done, thank Merlin, and his body seemed a bit more filled out than it currently was, probably due to daily exercise or something. And his clothes. Sweet Rowena. Never before had he seen such an expensive-looking ensemble. That shirt. And those pants. And those robes. He would never spend so much money on such clothes for himself, would he? Do I dress myself? Harry blurted, not really meaning to ask that question aloud. Do you ever? Malfoy said appreciatively, his eyes hungrily roving over Potter's older counterpart, causing the man to blush in the process. Apparently the elder Draco did not take kindly to such a remark. Gone was the easy-going aura, only to be replaced with one that even Harry found to be quite menacing. If you would be so kind as to keep your perversities away from my husband, he all but growled out. To this, the younger Draco raised a brow. He's my husband, too, is he not? No, he's not, the older blonde said stubbornly. He's mine and you can't have him. Not for another few years, anyway. But, stop it. Gabe interrupted. Stop it. Both of you. The last thing I need on my list for therapy reasons is my father arguing with himself over how sexy Dad is. He started it, both Dracos pouted, giving off an odd echo in Harry's ears. The older Harry rolled his eyes. Only a Malfoy would get jealous over himself. The younger one nodded in agreement. Right then, so are you kids ready to go home? What? Now? Both Rama and Mac whined. Of course now. Why else would we be here? I need you boys to gather up all your classmates and send them down to the Great Hall. Do you think you can do that for me? Harry asked, pulling off his robe and bunching it up into a ball between his hands much to his husband's displeasure. Yeah, all right, Mac relented, tapping Rama on the shoulder. I'll get the Gryffindors. Come on, Leaf. You're coming with me, Rama said, grabbing the boy's hand and dragging him off. We're getting the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs. But I wanna go with Gabe, Leaf complained, allowing himself to be dragged off regardless. Gabe, on the other hand, remained where he was. So why is Leaf here? He asked. I thought time travel was dangerous. Yes, and yet you and your friends managed to somehow safely transport all your classmates back 15 years by accident, the elder Harry answered with a stern voice and raised brow. By accident. He said the Hogwarts of his time wasn't safe anymore. Malfoy accused. Surprise. Gabe offered nervously under the dark looks all his fathers were now giving him. Gabe, do you have any idea how panicked the faculty was when students started disappearing before their eyes? The ex-Gryffindor scolded. And on top of that, the notices we had to send out to the parents. We regret to inform you that your child has, for reasons unknown as of yet, gone missing from Hogwarts grounds. P.S. Please don't inform the media or anyone other than immediate family. Merlin, the field day that caused. The only reason we were able to find you so fast was because the portraits were quick to talk. Squealers, Gabe muttered darkly. That still doesn't tell me why Leaf's here. His dad sighed. He's here because when he found out you were missing he had nightmares and wouldn't stop crying with worry until we promised to bring him with us to prove that you were safe. Oh, then where are Jasmine and Rose? At a sleepover, the older Draco answered. As far as they're concerned, you can stay missing so that they can accost your room and turn it into a second playroom. What? Enough of that, the older Harry interrupted with an impatient wave. Go and gather up the Slytherins. The sooner we gather everyone up, the sooner we can leave and properly discuss punishment. But it was an accident. Gabe cried. You can't punish an accident, can you? Gabe, I was punished my second year for accidentally driving a flying car into a tree. That accident only involved myself, Ron, and the tree. Your accident, on the other hand, involved the entire student population, inadvertently upsetting hundreds of parents. So yes, there will be retribution, came the strict answer. You drove a flying car into a tree? Gabe asked, completely missing the point. Go. Now. Gabe pouted and sulked off. I'm going, he grumbled. What was the accident? The teenaged Harry asked as soon as Gabe disappeared around the corner. How was he able to send so many students back in time? Is he really that powerful? No, the older man said. Awkwardly. The boys just got their hands on a broken time turner is all. Are you serious? What? Malfoy exploded. Do you mean to say that my life these past few days, my beliefs, my reputation, my bloody social status, has all gone to shit because you let a couple of children play with a broken time turner? I don't believe this. I don't. This is unbelievable. I thought I could put up with the humiliation of being linked with Potter if it concerned the safety of my son, but... What do you mean, the humiliation of being linked with me? Harry demanded hotly. It's not like he asked Gabe to play with the time turner. Oh, don't go defending him just because he's the you of the future. This is all your fault, just like it always is. Only this time you haven't done anything yet. My fault. My fault. I'll have you know my life hasn't been all daisies and sunshine since this whole fiasco started either. As if anything you suffered could compare to the train wreck I've gone through. Oh yeah, well what about the utter embarrassment of having the world finding out that I'm gay before I can even figure it out, and not only that, but I'm gay with you of all people. Don't say that as if it's a bad thing. You know perfectly well that my skill is the best you'll ever come across. And I'm sure the hotter Potter will vouch for me on that. That's completely beside the point. Harry argued, his face having gone red. I've had adults breathing down my neck since this all started and I've been covering your back as much as my own. Malfoy said, returning to the original topic. And what have you been doing? Cowering behind your friends in. I do not cower. Were we always this bad? Harry Malfoy Potter asked lowly as the fight continued on. His husband scoffed. What are you talking about? I distinctly remember fists being thrown during our 7th year on more than one occasion, as well as other equally passionate activities going on behind the scenes. Yeah, Harry commented wistfully. Hey, how do you think Binns would react if we left a note behind, advising him to deep clean his desk right before Easter holiday? Nothing too dramatic since the man's already dead to begin with, Draco replied boredly. Trelawney, on the other hand. What are you talking about? We never did anything in Trelawney's classroom. It would have been too much of an effort to get up there in the first place. Draco grinned. Think we can squeeze in a quickie and then hint it at Trelawney when we get back? No, Harry answered firmly. Then how about, no, but Harry, Draco whined. We haven't done anything since everyone went missing. And now they're found and everyone's safe, this calls for a celebration. We're not done with our job yet. Draco opened his mouth to argue, but promptly snapped it shut at the dark look his lover shot him. Oh hell, I'm whipped, the current Slytherin whispered in horror, his fight with Potter having long since been over with. What? You? Malfoy accused, pointing his finger at his older counterpart. You're completely wrapped around Potter's little pinky. I most certainly am not. Yes you are, Malfoy argued. You were begging Potter for sex just now. What the hell? He should be the one begging you for sex, not the other way around. How dare you let me grow up to be so needy? I am not needy, the older Draco gasped. I am simply trying to fulfill some of the basic instincts for survival. At least I didn't grow up to be some annoying little spoilet. Draco, I've got news for you, the older Harry began. Not one word, Harry, not one bloody word. A life of power and fame ruined because I turned into that, Malfoy bead. Dramatically, waving his hand at the older blonde. Father will surely disown me when it comes to this. At the tensed silence that met this declaration, Malfoy grew worried. He doesn't really disown me, does he? The elder Draco scoffed as both Harrys sent him a nervous glance. Of course not. The 17-year-old's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Earlier, Gabriel mentioned that he hadn't seen Father since he was a little boy. Why not? Look you, Draco countered, his eyes narrowing as well. Just because you're me doesn't mean you can take that tone of voice with yourself. You've avoiding the question, Malfoy challenged, earning himself an all too familiar glare. Does it really matter if Malfoy knows about his future relations with his father or possible lack thereof? The younger Harry asked exasperatedly. Yes. Both Dracos snapped. Wah. If you agree, then what's with all the secrecy? Just because Potter doesn't understand the importance of a father's acceptance doesn't mean I don't as well, the older Draco said haughtily. That's hardly my fault, the older Harry provided dangerously. Right. Sorry, love, old habits die hard and all, the blonde man said in apology. I'm sure, Harry replied dryly, his tone unchanging. So, if you understand, then why won't you tell me? Malfoy complained. Draco stared blankly at his younger self for a moment before smirking. Because I don't like you, he said. What? How can you not like me? I'm you, Malfoy exclaimed. I'll have you know, I'm a very likable person. I don't like you, his classmate offered seriously. Shove it, Potter. I'll make you like me, Malfoy said in a way that made the Gryffindor unsure if that was a promise or a threat. You know, you two are completely asking the wrong questions for such a momentous, once-in-a-lifetime type of meeting, the elder Draco stated, boredly picking off a bit of invisible lint from his sleeve. And what types of questions should we be asking then? Malfoy asked snidely. Oh, I don't know, maybe start off with something innocent, like who wins the next Quidditch World Cup, and maybe build your way up from there, Draco offered elusively. Both boys frowned in confusion before Malfoy seemed to catch what he was hinting at and asked, who wins the next Quidditch World Cup? Italy, was the simple answer. Italy. Really? The younger Harry asked. Who is their opponent in the finals? Zill. You're joking. Zill. Interesting, Malfoy said thoughtfully. Now there's a definite underdog team that no one would see coming, meaning the odds would definitely be profitable. Draco. The older Harry admonished, finally catching what was going on. What? There's nothing wrong with a little guaranteed investment. Both blondes complained at once, giving off that same echo feel as before. Oh, this was going to be a long night. Doodle do. Doodle do. Doodle do. Gabe stood before the blank stretch of wall marking the entrance to the Slytherin common room, vaguely wishing he had the foresight to bring Rama along rather than letting him skip off with Leaf. Now don't get the wrong idea. It's not that he was scared about entering the snake's lair and ordering everyone around. Oh no, he could easily hold his own against a lot of them on any given day. It was just, well, there were twice as many of them to deal with now. That meant the ones he had to put up with who were already assholes in the first place would be even bigger assholes now that they had the immediate backing of an older generation by their side. Gabe sighed. Boy, he sure could use the intimidating presence of a werewolf by his side right about now. Do you normally stare at blank walls like one of the mentally handicapped, or do you just happen to find this bit of architecture that fascinating? Mentally cringing, Gabe turned his head to scowl at the black-haired boy behind him. Vega Falcon. A third year like himself, Falcon was about as aristocratic as they came, his family being traced back as one of the oldest in all wizarding history, right back to ancient druid priests, if you absolutely must know and feel like you would just die without gathering this bit of information. As a result, he had been raised under heavy expectations and was not spoiled like most wealthy children were, and never really bothered to go out of his way to pick on others. Instead, he was cold, aloof, and snide, making him a downright pain in Thane Gabe's book. Falcon, he greeted before being prompted on by the boy's raised brow. If you must know, I actually find this bit of architecture to be some of the worst in the castle, don't you agree? If I did, I wouldn't be in Slytherin now, would I? Falcon replied, batting aside the insult as if it were nothing. Not necessarily, Gabe grumbled. Say, Falcon, would you mind doing me a favor? Yes, as a matter of fact, I would. The Gryffindor's mouth fell open furiously. But you don't even know what the favor is yet. Whatever it is, there would be no benefit in it for me, so why should I even waste my time hearing it in the first place? Falcon asked logically. See, a downright pain in the ass. You couldn't even begin trying to make friends with this guy. Several seconds ticked by before Gabe decided to try again. So, aren't you going to go in? So you can trail in after me under the excuse that I invited you? Not very likely, Falcon scoffed. Your father isn't in there, if you must know. I know that. I just need to talk to the other Slytherins for a moment. No, Falcon stated with a smirk. The bigotry we carry against you wouldn't let you get a damn word in, no matter how much hot air comes out of your mouth. No sooner had the Slytherin finished talking than the wall opened up, giving him passage. Damn it all, he must have said the password in that sentence and Gabe wasn't listening to begin with. Falcon, he cried as the wall closed back up behind the boy. Damn it, Falcon, let me in. This is important. Hey, is anyone in there listening? I need in. It took about 5 minutes of shouting himself hoarse and pounding on the wall before he finally received an answer. Gabriel, what the bloody hell do you want? Your father isn't even here. Now if you don't mind, some of us are trying to SLE. Parker. Thank, Merlin. Gabe cried. You'll listen to what I have to say, right? Parker frowned in confusion and stared blankly at the Gryffindor for a moment before deciding that ignorance is bliss and turned around to go back to bed. Gabe balked. Tossing pride and image out the window, he quickly reached out and grabbed hold of the Slytherin's robes. Damn it, why is it the one time I have something important to say, you decide to be an about it? With a sigh, Parker turned around and crossed his arms. Fine, I'm listening. Really? Gabe asked, completely thrown by his rival's unusual compliance. You're not going to throw some snarky comment at me to piss me off and then run off in some hurried escape. Would you rather I did? Parker offered. Well, it is kind of what I'm used to dealing with when it comes to you. Fine, since it's late, I'll just skip the comment if you don't mind and jump straight to the leaving part. No, don't do that. I was just making a bloody observation is all. Geez, why are all you Slytherins so anal about everything? Gabe complained. What do you want, Gabriel? Parker asked tersely, choosing to let the anal jab slide. At this, Gabe smirked. Parker seemed unusually compliant tonight, and to not take advantage of such a thing would be a total waste. After all, it's not like his fathers would leave without him or the rest of the Slytherins, right? What? You want me to cut right to the chase? But it's been so long since we've exchanged pleasantries, Gabe said in a light-hearted tone. So what's new with you? Any new girlfriends, crushes, improvements or otherwise to your life that I should know about? Actually, Gabriel, if you insist on knowing, I'm head over heels in love with you. What? Gabe choked out disbelievingly, cheerful demeanor gone in replace of total, paralyzing shock. Parker rolled his eyes. Still can't take a bloody joke, he muttered insultingly. Shut up. I knew that. Gabe snapped, feeling completely mortified that he actually didn't. I'm just shocked that you would make such a joke, is all. It might make one wonder about your orientation. I'm sure it would, Parker replied, not at all fooled thanks to the large blush the Malfoy Potter was now sporting. But such facts really aren't any of your business, are they? Now if we're done with these so-called pleasantries. Merlin, you shouldn't go cracking jokes like that, Gabe said, still trying to recover. Nearly gave me a bleeding heart attack. Don't worry. If you're really that adverse to the mere thought of me not only being gay, but in love with you as well, I can promise you that it will never happen, Parker stated, his patience slowly being stretched beyond its limits. Well, it's not like I'd have a problem with you being gay, Gabe tried to amend. I mean, look at my dad's. Actually, don't look at my dad, just look at my father. I'm pretty sure my dad will forever be in denial about his orientation. And not that I've been looking or anything, but you are a pretty good looking guy, so if, and I'm not saying you are or anything, but if you were in love. Please don't continue that train of thought, Parker interrupted, feeling completely bewildered. You're starting to give off the impression that you're the one in love with me. Wah. In love? And not in a million years. Gabe exclaimed. As if I could ever fall in love with yo. All forms of conversation were brought to a dead halt as the wall once again opened and a highly amused Falcon stepped back out. What's this? Am I interrupting a love confession? Is this the reason you deemed so important to storm into our common room for? He asked. Vega, do me a favor and please don't joke about that, Parker begged, looking slightly ill. Falcon raised a brow in question, but complied with his friend's request and remained silent. Feeling completely unsettled by the turn the earlier conversation had taken, Gabe decided to simply get right to the point, suddenly glad that he hadn't brought Rama along after all. Ooh, 2 Slytherins are willing to listen now. You should profess your love around more often. He could just hear the brunette say. Popping that image from his mind, Gabe finally went about doing the job his Professor Malfoy Potter sent him to do. Doodle do. Doodle do. Doodle do. Go to bed. You mean we can't watch? Harry asked. Nope, sorry, his older counterpart stated apologetically. But shouldn't there be witnesses or something? 2. I don't know, make sure you don't screw it all up. Dumbledore will be there, so we should be fine. But, look, a lot of strict laws have been broken already, not just by the boys playing with the time turner, but by the whole student body being sent back in time and meeting their parents, and information about the future being swapped back and forth like empty-headed gossip, the grown Harry explained, stopping at the foot of the stairs that led to the Gryffindor corridor as numerous students filed past on their way down to the Great Hall. I mean, just think about it. This is massive. There isn't even a form of punishment in existence for such a crime. And add to that the fact that it was an accident done by minors while on Hogwarts grounds, Hermione's having a fit at all the calculations and scenarios that are going through her head. So, just make everyone forget such a thing ever happened and don't be stupid, Potter. There isn't a memory charm strong enough to cause such a large number of people to forget without causing some form of mental damage, Malfoy stated haughtily. He's right. Then, oh for the love of Merlin, just let yourself in on the secret. The older Draco snapped. You've always been a nosy git. With a sigh, the older man pulled out a small jar from his pocket and held up out for the 2 seventh years to see. Peering closely, they noticed hundreds of tiny blue lights floating about lazily from inside the glass case. What is that? Malfoy asked, tapping the jar, only to find that it had no effect on the lights. They're forget-me-not butterflies, the professor replied. Newly discovered and classified to the point that only a select few unspeakables and us know about them, they're found almost exclusively around the entryways to other magical realms. Malfoy blinked. Come again. Look, you two know all about fairy tales and other magical legends that Muggle children hear about in bedtime stories, right? Well, before, we wizards always believed that such stories were simply tales that had been twisted about from their original origins within our world. Aren't they? No. It turns out there truly are other realms out there as suggested by the stories. Then how come we haven't heard about them before? The younger Malfoy questioned. I mean, most of those tales are hundreds of years old, so surely there would have been some shred of proof before now, right? Not with these little buggers flying around. It turns out they have a tendency to cause one to either completely forget the location of a realm's entryway to even a lifetime's worth of precious memories. That's how such myths have remained in lore for so long. And the best part is, the effects can either be immediate or gradual. What do you mean that's the best part? That's the riskiest load of shit I've ever been fed in my entire life. Malfoy exclaimed. How the hell are you supposed to control how much of one's memory they take away? We might have students who only forget which common room is theirs and others who will be wandering around wondering who the hell they are. True, that's always a risk, but it's been noticed that the butterflies tend to target specific memories. We're not sure how it works, but it's a pretty safe bet to say that the only thing that everyone will forget is the time that the kids were here, no more, no less. Everyone. As in us as well. Of course us as well, Potter. You can't always be an exception to the rule, Malfoy scolded, earning himself a, well said, from his future self. Well, if our memories are going to be erased regardless, do you think you can answer a few questions for us? Harry asked hopefully. What kind of questions? His older self asked suspiciously. Why him? Harry pointed a finger in Malfoy's direction. Hey! Malfoy protested as Harry's older self chuckled. In all honesty, I'm not sure why. But he does have a surprisingly sweet side buried in there, way down in there. Good luck finding it, he said cheerfully, ignoring his husband's indignant huff off to the side. Oh yeah, well why him? Malfoy asked his own counterpart, mimicking Harry's earlier actions of finger-pointing. Because he's Harry Potter, the older man answered boredly. Why else? Much to Harry's chagrin, Malfoy seemed to accept that answer without much thought. Makes sense, he said with a shrug before turning to head off. Well, I'll leave things in your capable hands. Potter. Potter. Myself. He nodded his head to each in farewell, a small smirk adorning his features. Draco, could you head on down to the Great Hall to make sure none of our old classmates try to sneak in? the older Harry requested of his husband. Why? It's not like any of them have anything to gain by tagging along. Well, Leaf is down there with them, and chances are he's still with Rama, who by this time is probably with his older brother, and he still has some of that juice on him from earlier, meaning they're both probably licking him clean by this point. I'm on my way, Draco said, not giving his husband a chance to finish as he headed down the direction his past self had left in, cursing all furry dog-like animals and their descendants. Once Harry was sure he was gone, he turned to his 17-year-old self. You seem awfully gloomy for someone who knows for certain that his life has a happy ending. Well, I know it's great and all, but I just wasn't expecting that, let alone the fact that I'm happy with it all, the younger Harry confessed. Yeah, I know what you mean. But hey, just take life as it comes to you, and you'll define in the end. You're a fighter, so don't forget it. Hey, that reminds me, since I'm going to end up forgetting everything anyways, I don't suppose you can tell me how I defeat Voldemort? Harry asked hopefully. At this, a sadness seemed to enter the older man's eyes before he offered a smile. He dies laughing, the Malfoy Potter lied, a notion which he didn't think the younger him believed but didn't push the topic. Oh, before I forget, Draco has this thing, a fetish, I suppose you would call it. A fetish, like a habit, or. For some reason, this caused the professor's face to redden. Hey, a habit. Kind of, but not really. It's more of a fetish of well, it's sort of a sexual thing. Harry suddenly found himself with a matching blush. A sexual thing. Yeah, you see, he likes taking objects, not those kind of objects, but everyday objects, and sort of makes them seem far more sexual than what they should be, was the poor attempt at an explanation. Now I know it's only been a week and you two aren't together or anything, but has he, tried that sort of thing with you? Feeling completely bewildered, Harry was terrified out of his wits when one particular object flashed to mind. Well, there was my wand. Not my wand, I mean, but, you know, my wand. The magic one. Harry wondered if he should be worried when his older self's blush deepened beyond what he thought possible. I see. Well, I'll be sure to have the butterflies work that association out, seeing as how it's more of a subconscious thing. Well, you best be off to bed. You've got a life to start living tomorrow. Right, Harry agreed. No goodbyes, then. No goodbyes. Right. See you, or not. Or, I'll just. Harry pointed his fingers about before giving up with a wave. Say bye to Gabe and them all for me, he settled on as he turned to head on back to his common room. As he quietly crept through the silent bunks of his mates, he saw the lit blue trails of the now full-sized forget-me-not butterflies fluttering about and couldn't help but smile as he realized that his future no longer seemed as foreboding as before. The end. End note. Yep, that's it. Please don't yell at me, I have a sequel planned. Wow, my first ever completed Harry Potter story. I told you all I would finish it. But I seriously never imagined it would do as well as it did. And I have all my readers to thank for that. You guys rock. Now for the nitpicky stuff. I'd like to give my beta, the Dembo as I have come to affectionately call her, a world of thanks. Without her, my writing would never have improved as much as I feel it did, and not only that, this update wouldn't have made it out in time for Leaf's birthday, August 20th, 4 minutes before midnight. Yikes. I'd also like to thank those 25 or so readers who reviewed my story when I posted the first chapter way back, 2 whole years ago. It was thanks to those original responses that I was encouraged to continue on to the very end. I'd especially like to thank my regular reviewers, whom I felt were there with me from day one. I honestly can't remember day one, but thanks to your constant, long reviews, I've come to firmly remember your names and personalities, so I definitely feel like you've been there the whole time. Lol. And to the reviewers who sit there and have one-sided conversations with me, I love you guys, even if I didn't always reply. I can promise you I got a good laugh out of some of the stuff you had to say. I'd like to give an even bigger thanks out to those of you who liked this story enough to either translate it or write little fanfics for it. I seriously squealed in excitement each time such an offer was placed before me. To my translators, thanks for sharing my story. To my, fan authors, I guess I should call you, thanks for coming up with alternate ideas for co-F. And also to all those who gave me fanart, squeals, I love pictures. obviously goes stupid at fanart. And finally, I'd like to throw out a huge thanks to all my readers. The numbers you add to my stats have inflated my ego to unimaginable proportions. Just ask the Dembo. She'll vouch for me. All that aside, please don't expect the sequel out immediately. What I originally had planned for it, at least, the beginning, sadly fell into the realm of cliché within the Harry Potter fandom, and I am now trying to think of ways to add my own personal twist so that everyone who reads it won't lose interest. In the meantime, I plan on finishing up my other Harry Potter stories that have been put on hiatus for this one. I've also been wanting to start a FIC in the One Piece or Naruto fandom, so hopefully, if I can settle on which story idea to write out, you'll see my name popping up in there in the nearish future. But while that's going on, I plan on doing a rewrite of this whole story. This was my first Harry Potter FIC, as well as my second fanfic ever, and the earlier chapters make me cringe in some places. Not to mention, a bunch of information has changed since I started writing this. So what I plan to do is re-edit, rewrite, regroup and post my progress over at AFF. And once that is done, I'll post everything over here all together. Why? Because that's how the rain works. With all that said, I hope you all enjoyed it from start to finish. Oh, and since this is the end, I'd like to make the bold request of asking everyone to review, because, well, it'll be like a little hurrah party in my mind. Draco Malfoy sat at breakfast feeling extremely disquieted. For those who did not understand the moods of Malfoy, this meant Draco Malfoy was pissed. And not at anyone in particular either, which bode ill for everyone seeing as how the entire student body was now fair game to his foul mood. He wasn't sure why he was feeling such unrest at this early hour, which only served to piss him off even more. His homework was completed, there were no tests, none of his girlfriends suspected anything about the other, but there was something. Damn it all, it was like trying to remember a dream. The more he thought about it, the less he felt he could grasp. Deciding he was no longer hungry, Draco stood and headed out of the Great Hall. Maybe whatever was troubling him really was a dream. But if that was the case, it must have been one hell of a dream. Still deeply immersed in his thoughts, Draco didn't notice the one obstacle in his path that didn't seem like it was about to jump out of his way until he ran into it. Harry Potter. Draco's normally short fuse didn't even bother lighting itself before he exploded. Bloody hell, Potter. Watch where you're going. If you're going to show up for breakfast in the last 5 minutes, at least do it with some semblance of grace. Try brushing your hair for once. Or washing your face. Or buy better clothes. Now Harry, who was normally a fairly good morning person, was also feeling a tad bit disquieted when he woke up. He had a dream that he had been avoiding Malfoy at all costs. For some reason, he was not fond of the idea that he would run away from the cowardly blonde, and bumping into him now caused something to snap within him as well. Not even bothering with words, he shoved Malfoy back with disgust and moved to make it to breakfast. Slowly recovering, Draco looked up and was fully ready to charge at the idiot Gryffindor when the headmaster chose that moment to walk out. Mr. Potter, Mr. Malfoy, Dumbledore greeted jovially. Lovely morning, don't you agree? Neither boy responded, opting instead to glare at one another before mutually turning away to head off down their separate paths, both sharing the mutual thought of, what a bastard. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.